baby. The night of the offseason has officially arrived. Welcome inside the vault for our annual draft megacast leading up to the first round and the first of 3 days to celebrate the 2025 NFL draft. I'm your host, Bobby Trossett. Sarah Ellison will be joining me in the 8 o'clock hour, and we are bringing you right up until the 27th overall pick when the Baltimore Ravens are slated to select. Will they stay? Will they move? That remains to be seen, but we have you covered all night long, and my goodness gracious, it's a lineup that I just hope that you get your multi-screen kind of evening on deck because we've been working hard behind the scenes. Femi Ayambadejo, former Super Bowl winning Raven, will be joining me in under 15 minutes from right now, and I'm not even going to spoil the guest list. I promise you, we've got several current Ravens on schedule. We've got several former Ravens on schedule. So be on the lookout. Put your head on a swivel. Oh, I cannot wait for you guys to have a front row seat to this year's megacast. Please like the video on your way in. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. And you got to thank our sponsors. Our opening sponsor in this 7 o'clock hour is Stuggies. And for those of you who are familiar with the ballpark, Camden Yards, of course, who are familiar with M&T Bank Stadium, or maybe you're just familiar with the Baltimore food scene and specifically Fells Point. And Stuggies is right in the heart of Fells Point, section 517 at the bank and between third base and home, directly next to Jimmy's Famous Seafood inside Oriole Park at Camden Yards. They are, I should say, our exclusive sponsor to kickstart the 7 o'clock hour. And I'm just going to tell you right off the top, we've got the first of 3 giveaways available to you right now. All you have to do is click on the link that's included as a pinned comment in the live chat right now, and you will be eligible at the night's end for 2 tickets to the Orioles game. A future Orioles game date is to be determined, and 2 crab mac and cheese dogs. So that is courtesy of Stuggies. You can follow them on social media. And if you click on that link right now, that's again a pinned comment in the live chat, you can enter yourself in. I'll bring it right up on the screen right now. It'll bring you to a collaboration post on my Instagram right here at Bobby Baltimore. And you see right here, it's a collaboration between myself and Stuggies. Just follow their instructions to make sure you're eligible. And again, you will be up for grabs here. Is 2 Orioles tickets provided by Stuggies, 2 Stuggies crab mac and cheese dogs, and just follow those entry instructions right there accordingly. And we will randomly select a winner with the hashtag vault in a comment. It can be a chat, it could be a comment, it could be a super chat. Make it available, and you'll be randomly selected later on. Again, that's the first of 3 giveaways. The other will be a Kyle Hamilton signed football helmet, courtesy of Preston Automotive, and a Manta sleep mask as well. Plenty to get to. And that's just the first of many for what we have coming up tonight. What we're working towards, of course, is the 27th overall selection. The Ravens. That should come after 11 o'clock based on past years at that specific spot. What will they address? There's 4 or 5 storylines that I'm going to be monitoring and watching closely going into this evening. And I think for me, it starts with Mark Andrews. From there, what about a third safety in Baltimore to free up Kyle Hamilton and use him as that chess piece they so desperately want to do? Why wouldn't you want to do that? 3, continue to build the trenches and build a wall for Lamar Jackson offensively. Could they potentially pick a guard in the first round for the first time in the John Harbaugh era, which of course dates all the way back to 2008? He's the second longest tenured head coach league-wide. And what about a Dafe Owe watch? Should there be a watch? Of course, he's set to play on his 5th-year option, coming off a career-high 10 total sacks. Is he really expendable, as some think he is? Adam Schefter said as much this week on ESPN. And what about number 5? If a talented corner like Jahdae Barron is available at 27, would the Ravens really be okay passing on him? A combination of Barron and Nate Wiggins for the future feels awfully enticing. those are the 5 things that I'm looking at. And I think at the end of the day, John Harbaugh kind of said as much going back to last month's owners' meetings. The Ravens are in great shape. There are no significant holes as you look on all 3 phases across this organization. Are there pieces that should be filled and addressed? Absolutely. But if he wanted to play tomorrow, I think Harbs and company would feel pretty darn good about where they currently stand right now, roster construction-wise.
The way to describe it, I love the fact that we can line up and play right now. I've heard it said before, and it's a good philosophy. We don't play any games till September, so when you have issues or holes, if you want to call it that, you do have time to get better. But we could play a game right now with our roster. We have a really good roster right now. I love our players. I love our depth even. Not that we can't get better. So what our mission right now is to try to improve, is to try to take it to the next level. And the way the roster is set up, it gives us an opportunity to really to go after the best player we can get, whatever the position might be, to improve our team and make the whole better. So I'm looking forward to the draft. We still have some options in free agency. Keep improving.
That was John Harbaugh last month at, again, the NFL owners meetings down there in Florida. And here's the deal. 11 total picks right now. The Ravens are tied with San Francisco with the most across the league. 11 total picks. 1 on night 1, 27th overall. 1 in the second round at 59th overall. That'll be coming up tomorrow night. Round 3, 91st overall. They'll have 2 in the 4th to kickstart day 3 at 129 and 136. From there, 1 in the 5th at 176. And then all of a sudden, much like the 4th round in 2022, the Ravens are going to be picking every other minute, seemingly, in the 6th round on day 3. 183, 203, 210, and 212 before closing things down at 243 in the 7th. Of course, the final round of the draft coming up on Saturday. In other words, the middle round, an area that the Ravens and their scouting department have feasted over the years, is going to be hot and heavy. And Eric DeCosta talked about those middle rounds and his insight at the pre-draft press conference recently.
Yeah, well, the way that I look at the draft is you've got on day 1, right? The first day of the draft, there's going to be 32 picks. So you've got to have 32 players that you would take in the first round. And so I always answer the question we have 32 players in the first round. You have to have at least 32 to pick. Now, is it a situation where maybe the totality of all these players in the first round might not be as talented as another year? Maybe that's the case. But I see a lot of opportunity in this draft class, really, in the middle rounds. I see more players. I see more draftable players. So we have 217 players right now on the front board. And there have been years where we've had a hard time getting to 160, 165. So there's a lot of draftable players. That means that the mid-rounds are going to be really good. And also I think undrafted free agency should have a chance to be really, really good for us. But I really think that if you're going to have 11 picks, this is a year that reminds me a little bit of 2022 from the standpoint of the depth of the draft really across the middle rounds, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th rounds. I think will be pretty good. We see a lot of talent in that range. So that's an opportunity for us to get better as a team.
Just something to keep in mind then during the weekend. I know the middle rounds feel like years away at this point, and it's just this slow build up to the opening night of the draft. But I do suspect that day 3 will be a productive one for Baltimore if history repeats itself. And you see right now just how many picks they're going to have a chance to take chances on come day 3. But it all begins tonight. And there is a lot of smoke out there right now, particularly when it comes to the AFC North and really the Cleveland Browns. Ian Rappaport and other NFL insiders just a short while ago, including Browns beat reporter Mary Kay Cabot, are all reporting that the Browns are believed to have something cooking at number 2. Teams are calling, they're listening, strap in. That from Mary Kay Cabot moments ago. Ian Rappaport says the Browns currently hold the number 2 pick. And with interest inside the top 10 from teams wanting to move up, Cleveland is open for business. Is there chaos incoming? Oh, baby. This is going to be something. Again, the Ravens, based on last year's 27th overall selection, I believe that was at 11:16 p.m. Eastern. So it might be a while. And it could be a long while if there are fireworks right off the top. When it comes to who the Ravens are selecting and who perhaps they're projected to select, Jonas Schaefer did a study this week. He took a look at 83 recent mock drafts this week and found 20 different players linked to the Ravens in round one. It's no surprise who leads the way. Malachi Starks, the Georgia safety, 28 times has been mocked to Baltimore. There have been a lot of conversations surrounding Malachi and his potential fit and his transition as being labeled Raven-like. Mel Kiper among them.
I love guys that have great football IQ. Those are smart football players, those are versatile football players, but just ballers. And Malachi Starks, to me, this past year, they moved him around. I mean, when you can just focus on one spot and one role, and he can wear a lot of hats. There's no doubt about that. But the range he shows, the ability of the tackling ability, which some people question this year, he didn't have the best year he could have had. He did not have the year he had 2 years ago. But he didn't have the interception until he had the great interception against Clemson. He didn't have that. So his career total would have been a lot higher had he had more opportunities this year. But yeah, they were moving him around. So at the end of the day, Malachi Starks, to me, you have to go back to 2023. And if you did, going into the year, guys, I had him as the 7th or 8th best player in the draft.
Wow.
And I always try to go back to that. I always try to go back to early August, mid-August, when those ratings boards start to come out and become formulated, and I finalize my opinions going into the year. Malachi Starks was right there. And one of the top 6, 7, 8 best players in this draft. So when you start talking about him in the late 20s, where the Ravens are picking, we talk about value in the draft. How do you get value? You get value either by a guy being injured, banged up, and prevented him from playing to the level of his talent, or he was misused, talent around him wasn't the same. For whatever reason, it just didn't click. It just didn't work to the level it did the previous year. In Malachi Starks' case, that was what happened. So now you can benefit from that. You don't get great value picks because the guy played great. You get great value picks because there's a question. Something went awry, whether it was injury, not playing up to the level expected, whatever. And so for Malachi Starks, if he's there at the end of the first round, I'll forget pass rusher. I would take Malachi Starks.
That courtesy of the Lounge Podcast, the official team show of the Ravens. Mel Kiper there, the voice of the great Mel Kiper, Baltimore roots, and he's been on Malachi Starks for weeks, if not months, as you can see, courtesy of Jonas's study here, 27 other pundits, analysts, former players, you name it, former GMs that are all linking Malachi Starks to Baltimore. After that, pretty big drop-off. Michael Williams, also from Georgia, and South Carolina safety Nick Eamon-Warry come in at 6 times. For whatever it's worth, this is the study right now. We'll have to see. I definitely want to get the perspective of a former player and a friend of mine and a former undrafted rookie himself who was signed by the Minnesota Vikings years ago. And then he ended up in Baltimore, and the rest is history. A Super Bowl championship. Sometimes everything is timing. And my friend Femi Ayambadejo joins me right now, a former Ravens running back. It's great to see you, brother. Happy draft day to you. I got to go back to, the late 90s and get your thoughts on what you were going through emotionally on this night and what you would say to anybody who's hoping to hear his name called, not just tonight, but throughout the course of the next 3 days.
Well, man, I wasn't drafted. I was an undrafted rookie free agent. You know what I mean? So I just remember I was in LA visiting my brother, and this is going to be funny. I got a page, and it was a 612 area code, and I was on the 405 freeway heading south back to San Diego from LA. And I don't know if I had a calling card. Like, y'all might be too young to remember this stuff, but I might have had like a Pac Bell calling card, and I think I called Coach Zahner, who was a special teams coach. Literally right after the draft ended, he paged me, and I knew the number, called him, and basically they're the only team that offered me a free agent contract, and I got $1,000, and the rest is kind of history, man. I know. Wish I had more to tell you, but that's the story.
No, I know it well, and I think it's you offer a unique perspective, obviously, with some of the It's an emotional roller coaster. We're going to have Pat Ricard coming up, spoiler alert, later on in the 8 o'clock hour. And he's another guy that had to wait 3 agonizing days just to not hear his name called out of Maine. The Ravens take a chance on him. He's willing to play all 3 phases, show up to every meeting room in the building at one winning drive, starting as a D lineman, working in at special teams, I'm sure, and then ultimately finding a home at fullback. Looking forward to catching up with him next hour.
Do you mind if I just give you a little more of a tidbit that's interesting?
Absolutely.
So a lot of guys are coming from the perspective of, man, I fell. I went from a first-round draft pick to a second-round draft pick, or I was projected in the 3rd round and went in the 5th round. I didn't expect anything. Like, I didn't expect anybody to call me. So do you know how happy I was when there was somebody that wanted me? Like, I was as happy as any number 1 draft pick ever. You know what I mean? Because my expectations were so low that any sense of an opportunity was just catnip, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, a little bit different perspective. You know what I mean? That's all.
No, I appreciate it. And I think obviously there's a few of these names that we've been talking about for weeks now that are probably more than likely going to hear their names called tonight. And if it's not tonight, then early tomorrow. And you just heard on your way in, sitting in the waiting room there, everybody's talking about Malachi Starks, right? 28. Jonas Schaefer counted them up. 28 pundits around the league have mocked at least 28 Malachi to Baltimore. He's the safety out of Georgia. Your thoughts on a first-round safety, your thoughts in general on what your feel is, because I think there's a lot of people out there, the Schefters, the insiders, that aren't exactly feeling as plugged in as they usually are because of the tight-lipped Ravens mindset.
Yeah, I mean, Malachi Starks is a nice player. You know what I mean? I just don't think he's going to be the guy they pick. Now, how does he help Kyle Hamilton? Maybe he unlocks him and lets him be that Swiss Army knife that we know him to be. But I love the way the defense played last year at the end of the season. And if that means that they're going to do it more by committee and less by big name star play, like a guy like Kyle Hamilton, who we know is probably the best safety in the NFL, they can still find ways. I think they're going to be in their 2nd year with a new coordinator. They're going to find ways to get Kyle in the box and on the line of scrimmage and bring him in diamond nickel. They're going to figure that part out. Is Malachi Starks going to unlock that defense in some way that another player wouldn't? I'm not so sure. I'm looking at all these edge guys, and I saw all the discussion. You know, I don't know if James Pierce is going to be there. I don't think Mykel Williams is going to be there, but I'm intrigued by Shamar Stewart. And I know Sarah's doing her Sarah thing, and kind of was like, I'm not looking for a project. She said she had PTSD. I'm seeing past the PTSD. I'm looking at a kid who's 6'5", 260, 4'5'9". I mean, those guys don't grow on trees, man. And if the Ravens are one of the best run organizations in the NFL, which we know that they are, I'm sure that Dr. Rush, is that his nickname? Is that what they call him?
Bang, got it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he feels like I can take this kid and mold him into something really special. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't dismiss that so quickly because you can't see how he fits in and you're caught up in his college statistics. I think there's some validity to what Chris Sims said. I also think there's some validity to what Sarah said. There's other guys with statistics out there. I totally get it. But if you can get a guy with this kind of rare athletic ability, 40-inch vert, running a sub 4.6, hitting 225 over 20-something times, I mean, those are, and I know that football is not won in your shorts and in a combine workout. I get all that, but I think I've seen enough of him in some of his highlights that I feel like, man, I think this kid could be really disruptive. I think they're going to draft an edge guy or a D tackle. That's what I think. I think it's going to definitely be defense, and I think it's going to be somewhere in the front 7 for sure. And then when I say front 7, I mean D tackle or edge. That's what I think they're going to do.
Could totally see it. And I'm glad you mentioned Shamar, because as I think you're alluding to, you heard that, we spent at least a segment earlier this afternoon speaking about him. He's the 6'5", 267-pound edge rusher out of Texas A&M that certainly underwhelmed when it comes to sack production during his 3 years there. 4.5 to be total, 1.5 each season. But here you go. What you were just kind of getting at here. In Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft, former Ravens scout, he's got him going early. The top half of the first round, matter of fact. 14 to Indianapolis goes Shamar Stewart for DJ. That would obviously be light years away from where the Ravens currently sit at 27, he's got him going a defensive tackle, kind of like you were just having a feel for, Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. So we can get to him in just a bit, but let's talk more about Shamar, because I think there's some within this fan base who have PTSD with how long it took Odafe Owe, really 4 years, to hit that double-digit mark. You referenced Chris Sims. This was the segment that you were talking about. I had a chance to go to the Combine this past February in Indianapolis. His name came up, and this is what Sims had to say.
Charismatic.
He's been mocked to Baltimore, so tell us about him.
Well, he'd be a biggest, baddest pillager on the planet.
Not, you know what the knock is. What's the knock?
Well, there's production.
Yes.
1.5 sacks. I watched
What's
enough film. Well, my response is, first off, in college football, the quarterbacks run if the first guy's not open ever. So you never get a real pass rush. Quarterbacks don't sit in the pocket and wait for things to develop like Lamar or Mahomes or Justin Herbert do in the NFL. So therefore, you don't have the chances to get the sacks the same way. The quarterbacks, and a lot of times, like I watch games, especially with him, it's like they looked at one guy and they ran. And I'm going, oh, he's coming around the edge to get the sack. But this quarterback's an idiot and just decided to run out of the pocket. And lucky he got lucky here. The other thing, too, is, there's plenty of times he beats the tackle easily. Oh, it's a screen pass. Oh, it's this pass over here. And you go, well, damn, he was going to get the sack here. But college football is all read option, RPO, so you don't get those chances. The other thing, too, and I'm big on this stat, and I believe I invented it, is the play-up stat, okay? Because I'm sick of –
say that again?
The play-up stat.
Okay.
Where I'm going to go, why isn't, like, Aaron Donald, Michael Bennett back in the day? I used to always say Michael Bennett on the Seattle Seahawks was the best defensive player on the team. I'd go, if you watch the game, he ruins every play. He never gets the tackle or the sack.
Right.
But he is the one that ruins it. And now the running back had to run backwards over here, and somebody else got the tackle. We go, good play by that guy. Yeah. And I'm going, no, Michael Bennett was the guy that did it all. Aaron Donald did it all. And so that's what the play up is. The guy that disrupted and ruined the play, but doesn't get on the stat sheet. I see that from him. Like, you watch certain plays and you go, he just collapsed the whole left side of the offensive line. The running back wanted to run right down the middle, and he got crushed by his own people and got knocked down, and then the other defense end just touched him down, and he got the tackle. When I want to go, the dude number 4 just ruined it. He's the one that made the play.
Moral of the story.
Moral of the story
you want
is
people to dive deeper than his underwhelming statistics.
Don't stop everybody looking at stats all the time. We got to get out of this. We got to get out of it. We're obsessed with stats right now.
Fam, who knows if he's going to be there at 27 should the Ravens stay put, but perhaps a guy like Chuck Smith, to your point, is banging down the walls if a Shamar Stewart starts to fall, given the traits, given some of the upside that he probably feels, knowing him and his pedigree that he could tap into.
Yeah, no, I feel confident in his ability to be a producer. I really do. And I know a lot of people don't, just based on the fact that he had 4.5 sacks in his college career, right? 1.5 over his last 2 seasons, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that makes you nervous for sure. But I still think that there's some validity. You know what? These are all pieces to a puzzle, right? And you've got to build the puzzle that you think is gonna be the solution to your defense, or the piece that you're missing. Can the guys that are already there, along with this talent, right? Can they figure out a way to be productive and play Ravens football? I think they can. Something tells me we're just going to be totally surprised by who they pick. I'm not getting a signal about any particular guy right now. I just think it's going to be defense, and I think it's going to be an edge or a D tackle. I'll leave it at that. I don't think it's going to be a safety. I don't think it's going to be a corner. They'll probably draft a corner for sure, as EDC said, right? They're going to draft a corner at some point. I just don't think it's going to be with the first pick, with their first pick in round 1.
Certainly, as soon as you see how popular Malachi Starks has become, if there's one thing you could be confident in maybe going into night 1, it's like, all right, it's not going to be Starks. Why is there 28 people within the media landscape?
But I feel like when that happens, it doesn't – and first of all, I'm not reading tea leaves. Right? You know what I mean? I feel like they can get – there's a couple of pretty darn good safeties, right? They have 11 draft picks. Is this one of those drafts where maybe they trade back to the back half of the first round to get up earlier into the front end of the second round, and they get a 2-for-1? You remember when they got, was it Lamar and Hayden Hurst? Is that what they did, right? They got back into the end of the first round. They drafted Hayden Hurst first, and then they got back into the back half of the first round and got Lamar. Man, I could see something like that happening. And look, I don't want them to trade my guy. You know that, right? Like, that I'm down with Mark all day, every day. I don't have PTSD over what happened in that game, and I'm sure a bunch of people in here are going to start hating. Go ahead, do your thing. I don't give a damn. You can hate if you want. I base people on their body of work. But is he a trading piece for business sake? Absolutely, he's a trading piece. And if they traded him the right way for the right piece, I wouldn't have any problem with it. I just don't like the idea of devaluing him and talking about how he's not a big-time player. He can't get things done. That's nonsensical to me. That's absolute nonsense. You're in your feelings if you think that, because you're remembering the last play the man made. I just watched a highlight of the Ravens from the 2024 season. You know how many highlights Lamar is in with Mark Andrews? Like 25% of them. You know what I mean? So not trying to start a civil war here, but just want to make the point that Mark Andrews is a beast and he has value. And if they trade him for value, I'm good with it. If they keep him, I'm good with that too. But I think we're going to be surprised by who they draft with that first pick in the first round. I think it's going to be a quality guy that's going to be productive. I just don't think it's going to be who we think it is.
You mentioned the business component of it. Yeah. And much like is swirling around Cleveland right now, it appears that their phone is ringing about that number 2 pick right now. And they're at least willing to listen, willing to pick up the call. And so along those lines, if Eric's phone starts ringing over the course of the next couple hours and it's about an 89 package, you got to think that based on the messaging, he's going to be a willing recipient in terms of listening.
Yeah, no, you know what's interesting is that there's only a few guys that make me really nervous in this draft. Travis Hunter makes me very nervous. He could end up in Cleveland. Jaden Milroe could end up in Pittsburgh. He could end up in Cleveland too in the first half of the second round. I think Lamar just made Milroe a bunch of money. I think Lamar made him a bunch of money. I think Jalen Hurts made him a bunch of money. I think Jaden Daniels made him a bunch of money. And I'm not saying he's going to be those guys, but he is the prototype now in regard to runner, thrower, athlete at quarterback. I watch a lot of Alabama games and I listen to a lot of Milroe talk. Intelligent kid, humble kid, good teammate, understands what sacrifice means to be an elite level athlete. He has all the attributes that you want. If Pittsburgh ends up getting him, it's going to be a problem. Could you imagine if Cleveland somehow found a way, let's say Shedeur falls all the way to the back of the first round, maybe a second round pick, and you end up with Travis Hunter and Shedeur in Cleveland, and you end up with Milroe in Pittsburgh. The AFC North just got more complicated again. I think that could happen. You know, and Shedeur could also end up in Pittsburgh too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Milroe makes me more uncomfortable long-term than Shedeur. And I think Shedeur is going to be a good player. I just think that how many teams actually need a quarterback? New Orleans, New York, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. There's 4 teams that really need a quarterback. So I guess you chop it up that way. Who are the top 4 quarterbacks? I think Milroe is one of them.
Yeah. So with the New York one, of course, they need a quarterback for the future, but their messaging has been, hey, we're going to use Russ at least for the time being in the short-term future.
Yeah.
Would they add a Shedeur to that room?
I think so. And
right
I think
now? At 3 or later on, because there's been some projections that maybe they try to find their way back.
I don't see Shedeur going before 9 to New Orleans. I just don't see it. I don't. But I think one of the fans in the chat is onto something. Like the point I'm trying to make is that the AFC North could end up with a bunch of talented guys. You could end up with Milroe and Hunter both in Cleveland. Like that could happen. That's a problem, dude. Because I think that Coach Stefanski can coach his ass off. I really do. And Cleveland plays a physical brand of football. Don't get it twisted. Like they do a lot of dumb shit, but they're a physical bunch. I've watched them and Pittsburgh are the 2 most physical teams the Ravens played all year, for sure. And you can ask the Ravens that. That's just what I see on tape. You know what I mean? And don't forget when what's my man's name that tore his Achilles, the starting quarterback for Cleveland. I already went on to the next. You know what I mean?
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson. He had his best game ever as a Brown against the Ravens when they beat us here. Do you remember that game? And that game where they came back, that was the best game he's ever played as a Brown, right? I mean, I got other issues with him, so I try not to talk about him at all. I don't want to elevate him in any way. I'll let the universe deal with that. But my point is that when Cleveland has the right tools, I mean, they beat us last year too. I mean, come on, let's not get it twisted, right? I mean, they can play some physical football, and if they get a guy like Milroe, man, they moved into the 21st century at QB. Then you know what I mean with Milroe.
I'm totally with you on the Stefanski side of things and how he's somehow kept what looks to be a sinking ship intact over the years, right? Like somehow keeping his guys present, keeping that locker room intact. When Deshaun goes down, you bring in Flacco, and because of Joe and what he had around him, makes him a wild card team. I mean, what?
Yeah, for sure. And I love me some Joe. I love Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's the enemy though. Once again, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But I just think that the AFC North, man, it's such a gauntlet. And I feel like Cincinnati is a defensive player away from being super dangerous. Pittsburgh's a quarterback away. They're already dangerous. We already know that. I mean, they were in the playoffs. And Cleveland, they have the right head coach. You know what I mean? And Cleveland's defense, when healthy, is nasty. So I just feel like Cleveland's a couple guys away too. I mean, they were just in the playoffs. They just had, Baker. I think they were 11-6 with Baker, and they won a playoff game. I think they beat Pittsburgh, and then I think just a couple years ago they were in the playoffs again. And they they're volatile, but none of these teams are terrible. You know what I mean? All these teams are competitive.
They never. It's a conversation for another day, but they never should have ran Baker out of town. He's resurrected his career.
You know what? I think it was good for both teams.
Maybe
it was better for Baker. It was better for Baker because I think maybe the commercials and the yapping and the chapping, the chippiness. I think Baker just needed to be humbled a little bit. And I like Baker. I think Baker's a hell of a story. To walk on to a Heisman, to a number one pick. I mean, people don't realize that he's had to fight and scrap for everything. But you got to know when the journey's over, bro, and you got to act like a number one pick sometimes and say, hey, that's in the past. Like, I'm a number one pick now. I've established myself as a talented player. And I think some of the stuff, it was the irritant stuff that he used to do. I woke up today feeling dangerous. Like, come on, man. You think Lamar Jackson's going to wake up and tweet, I woke up feeling dangerous today? Like, no, he didn't need to say he's dangerous. Let other people say that Baker's dangerous. And guess what now? Baker is the consummate great teammate now. Everyone in Tampa loves him. He got his money. They actually have a pretty good team. They're competitive. If it weren't for a couple injuries, I don't think we blow them out in Tampa last year. You know what I mean? That game was a little odd, but I respect Baker and I respect his grind, and everything I feel about somebody is temporary. I give everybody a chance to reframe who they are, in my eyes, at least. Like, nothing's written in pen. Everything's written in pencil, good or bad. You know what I mean? You got to earn it every day. And Baker earned it. And he was on my shit list for a long time. Very irritating dude. Well, I don't think that way anymore.
If Godwin doesn't go down, to your point on that primetime game on the road last year in Tampa, that game might look a little bit different. And obviously Baker did get humbled. He had 2 stops prior to Tampa after Cleveland. First,
Carolina.
Yeah. And then it was the Rams, just for a cup of coffee.
Yeah. But he showed up in 4 days and went to the Rams and won a game. And I mean, I thought him and Sean McVay were like, I'm like, ooh, that's dangerous together. But hey.
Yeah.
So
no, I'm in agreement. If memory serves, that was a primetime game. He showed up. I want to say it was a Thursday night game because, to your point, it would have been a short week anyway. Thursday night, finds a way to win, and just shows kind of the resolve there for Baker Mayfield. We got off on a little bit of a tangent just because it's AFC North talk. And this division, really the moral of the story, is one to be reckoned with. And Cleveland, look out for them tonight. There's a lot of conversation surrounding that number 2 pick. And remember, they are the first pick on day 2 at 33. If they get the player they want and they decide to stick and pick, and apparently deny these calls that are apparently coming in at 2, do they trade back in at the end of tonight from 33 to go get a quarterback? Maybe if they decide to stick with Travis Hunter, they're going to be one of the teams to watch this entire night.
Hey, bro, you're speaking the truth, facts. And there's people in the chat saying the same thing, man. Dude, can you imagine how we would analyze their draft if they get Travis Hunter and Milroe at the end of the first round? Like, people would be like, oh, no, they're going to be a problem for sure. You know what I mean? So I think you're speaking facts. I think it's very possible. But I think the buzz around the league is, Milroe's not a secret. I didn't hear a bunch of teams talking about Lamar when Lamar came out. All they were talking about is him changing positions. And look at who he is now. One of the best to ever do it. Still in his prime. One of the best to ever do it. May go down as the best to ever do it when it's all said and done. Steve Young thinks he could be the best to ever do it. Right? Michael Vick thinks the same thing. It's not like there's these people that are unfootball or not football savvy that are talking about Lamar. And this isn't about Lamar. Lamar's going to do what Lamar's going to do. I'm not worried about him. But everyone's trying to find a Lamar now. You know what I mean? And that's the point I was making is that, I think Milroe will have a chance to reflect I think he's going to go in the first round. And he's going to have a chance to reflect and say, I appreciate Lamar. I appreciate Michael Vick. I appreciate Jaden Daniels. I appreciate, Jalen Hurts, all these other guys that kind of, and they're all different for sure. I don't mean to smooth it over and act like they're all the same, but they are complete athletes playing quarterback, right? And I actually think Milroe's more like Hurts than anybody else. I think I texted you this probably a month and a half ago, maybe. I don't know if you remember that. I actually said that Milroe reminds me more of Jalen Hurts. You know what I mean? I don't think he wasn't quite the polished passer, and Milroe's not either. Milroe's got a better arm. Milroe's faster. They're probably about the same size, but I think of Hurts as more of just a solid leader who's going to go out there and give it his all, use his legs, use his arm, make smart plays, make smart decisions. And he deserves everything he's earned, so we'll see how it all shakes out. But I think Milroe's the sleeper, but he can't really be a sleeper if everybody's talking about you.
One of the few that obviously received an in-person invite to Green Bay. So that's notable. Does the NFL know something? Have a little bit of intel that maybe we don't? We'll see. We'll get you out of here on this, Fem. And as you know, in the John Harbaugh era, first-round draft capital has yet to be spent and used on the guard position. Obviously, protecting Lamar Jackson is paramount. It's something that's probably priority number one, which led to a big march. Was it a sexy march? Not in terms of reckless spending, but certainly impactful when you make sure that your franchise left tackle, who has built himself back up from a significantly gruesome ankle injury that sidelined him for multiple years. There were multiple follow-ups that were required. Ronnie Stanley is here, and their bookend tackles, Fem, are here for the foreseeable future through the next 3 seasons, to be exact. Roger Rosengarten on his rookie deal on the right-hand side, Ronnie Stanley over on the left-hand side. I want to talk to you about Tyler Booker. We know the Bama connection with Ozzie. While he's not the GM anymore, he is still absolutely a figurehead and somebody that's an institution inside those walls. We're talking about the Alabama guard, Tyler Booker. I want to play for you this, and you let me know on the other end. Is he a Raven?
Tenacity and my relentlessness makes me the best offensive lineman in this class. Like, what you see on play 1 is what you're going to see on play 80. Like, I'm always trying to finish you. I'm always trying to put you on your back. I'm always trying to take a little bit of your soul away play after play. And that's what makes me different from everybody else. And that's been the same from game 1 when we played Western Kentucky to the ReliaQuest Bowl when we played Michigan. I love the game of football because it's the ultimate team sport. It's the ultimate team sport. Like, you need people to win football. Like, in basketball, one player could take over. And that's the most relatable sport. Like, one person could take over, but football, you need everybody, especially on the offensive line. Like, you need all 5 guys doing the same thing at the same time in order to have success. And the football also just teaches you a lot. Like, no matter where you are in the game of football, like adversity is going to hit. How are you going to respond? And then everybody loves to play football but when it's easy, but who loves to play football when it's hard? And I feel like that's what separates the good guys from the great guys at the game of football. And then ultimately, I just love the aggressiveness and the tenacity of the game of football, like how is legal assault out there. And I love football because the brand of football that I play, I make guys not love football anymore. And I do that every down by really just giving them my all and letting them know I'm not going to let up. So the thing I love the most about football is taking the love away from other people.
I figured an old school guy like yourself might appreciate an old school soundbite there. That's Tyler Booker, Alabama guard, 6'5", 321. He's not going to overwhelm you when it comes to his athleticism, but he's a mauler. He's somebody that is a violent player, as you could tell right there. Your thoughts if for the first time since Harbaugh took over in 2008, they were to use a first-round pick on a guard?
My guess, it goes with the fact that I just said earlier that they could pick somebody that would surprise us. I wouldn't think guard, though, but listen to that young man talk. I'm sure he killed his interview, too. So, hey, it's possible. Like, I wouldn't be shocked by it. I just feel like, they have Voorhees, right? Voorhees is still there. I feel like before his injury at USC, I think he was one of the top centers in coming out of college football, right? I believe he was. And it really takes 2 years to come back from the injury that he had. You know what I mean? So I don't know. If the Ravens have the type of season that we think that they're going to have, and it's because they draft this kid from Alabama, then hey, no one's going to complain, right? We're not going to know until the season's over, or at least halfway through the season, right? I just feel like they can solve the guard conundrum with either a veteran free agent or somebody on the roster. I just feel like they really need to address need and value. And I feel like there's going to be a valuable guy at edge or D tackle that fills a need that's going to make a massive impact on the defense. Hey, I told you a month ago or a month and a half ago, there's only a couple teams that can play football today. And you acknowledge they don't have to play today, but if they needed to, the Ravens and the Lions, to me, are the two best teams today on paper. Now, after the draft, it might be different. But if you needed two teams to play today, my top two teams would be the Ravens and the Lions.
And Philadelphia, with the way Howie Roseman drafts, they're going to have something to say about that by the end of the weekend. Not a fan checking in. A channel member says, "We appreciate you, Femi. Voltron favorite. Big dog showing you a little bit of love."
I appreciate that.
Fem, I tell you what, I think to your point there, wouldn't it be tough knowing what they have on screen right here when it comes to just middle round luxury to take a guard and pass on the defensive talent that will inevitably be out there and on the board for them at 27 when you have just an onslaught of picks. Day 3, look at what they have in the 6th. Much like 2022 in the 4th, they got 4 total picks in the 6th round alone. They're going to be picking every other minute on Saturday.
Yeah. Hey, real quick though, we're on Scatabo watch. You know that, right? We're on Scatabo watch.
I know you like him, man.
Cam Scatabo. Yeah, I love that kid. I don't know where he's going to end up. And I love me some Ashton Genty too, by the way. I think he's going to be offensive rookie of the year. I don't care where he goes. He's going to be offensive rookie of the year because he's going to have so much production, and he's just a hard dude to tackle. You know what I mean? So I think he's going to be super productive. So yeah, but we don't need. I don't think we need to draft a running back early by any means. I don't know if Scatabo is going to fall that far to where it makes sense to draft him. I mean, we got a bunch of backs in our stable. But there's something about him that he's different than every guy that we have. Like, he's just really different. He's got a unique skill set, and I feel like he's going to be a player, man. I feel like Scatabo is going to be a player in the league, man. I do.
Could see it, and I don't think anybody should be surprised if come Saturday, even though they got the deepest tight end room in the league, a very deep running back room as well, that they bring in another player. Every single tight end is only under contract through 2025, and that's it. This is contract year for everybody. Mark, Isaiah, Charlie, and even the fullback who's going to be joining us in 15 minutes from now, Pat Ricard. So, dude, great stuff. I hope you enjoy tonight. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up maybe over the next couple of days, if not in the coming weeks, to get your thoughts sort of post-draft. And do you want to throw a prediction out there? There's zero pressure to, but do you want to throw you already kind of did.
I did. I think I did. I think it's not going to be the player that you think, but I'm leaning toward an edge player or a defensive tackle. That's going to be a defensive guy. He's going to have his hand in the dirt.
Okay. You heard it here first. Have an awesome night, brother. I appreciate you as always.
All right, brother. Take care. Hey, tell Sarah I said hi. Tell her I'm looking forward to our next debate. Tell her to stop hiding from your boy. Tell her I'm ready. Let's go.
You already know she was like totally upset with the way that I put the rundown together. Not actually, but she definitely wanted.
Hey, I love how you guys are literally. I'm at the gym lifting, and you guys are talking, and I'm responding, and you guys are responding. That's just funny stuff to me. I love it. So yeah, thank you guys for that.
We appreciate your support. Enjoy it tonight.
All right, man. Peace.
Former Super Bowl winning Raven Femi Ayambadejo, kind enough to spend some time with me tonight as we get ready for opening night of the 2025 NFL Draft. Yes, we do have Pat Ricard coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. This opening sponsor of ours in the 7 o'clock hour is none other than Stuggies in the heart of Fells Point. And right now, you can click on the link that's in the live chat right now as a pinned comment if you want to enter and be eligible for an Orioles ticket giveaway. And how about a little bit of food on top of that as well? 2 crab mac and cheese dogs and 2 tickets to a future Orioles game. Yeah, I know they're plummeting right now. They're in the middle of a free fall. But hey, a night at the yard, a day at the yard, why not? Go click on the link that's included in my show notes. It's also actually, you know what? It's only in one spot right now. It's a pinned comment right now in the live chat. That'll bring you to this post right here. Go follow Stuggies and go through those instructions. It's super easy, and you will be eligible later on tonight for our random giveaway. It's 2 Orioles tickets, 2 Stuggies Crab Mac and Cheese Dogs. We appreciate Stuggies. Again, they're at M&T Bank Stadium. They're at Camden Yards. They're everywhere, and they're right down the street from me in Fells Point. So go check them out. One of 3 giveaways we've got coming up. I'll tell you about the Kyle Hamilton signed football helmet coming up later on, and also a Manta sleep mask for the taking. Well, let me tell you, this guy has been on here before, and I know he's feeling good tonight. It's night 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft. For a lot of you, it's Christmas morning, just given the magnitude of the moment, given that, yeah, they don't have any roster holes, but there's certainly pieces that need to be addressed, and they will certainly do that with the 11 picks that they're slated to have right now over the course of the next 3 days. You probably know this guy if you're in the NBA community. Maybe you know this guy if you're just a diehard Ravens fan like many of you are, and you spend some time, particularly in season, in the Twitter sphere. Or maybe you just know this guy because he's a Baltimorean at heart. He's a friend of the show. He's a friend of mine. It's the Kid Gowie joining me right now. Brother, it's great to see you. Happy draft day and Merry Christmas.
Yes, sir. What's good with you, brother?
About time I see your face. We're always interacting through different outlets and whatnot. I know you've had a busy off season because a lot of it overlaps with what you're doing in the NBA. But for those who aren't aware, you are a diehard Ravens fan. I got to wonder how you're feeling going into tonight.
Hey, listen, man, I'm feeling good like always when it comes to the Ravens. First and foremost, I got to thank you for that beautiful introduction. I feel very special. I feel like I'm actually somebody out here. But aside from that, when it comes to the Ravens, man, business as usual. I want to see EDC cook. I have my full faith in that, man. I mean, there's nothing that I can say about Eric DaCosta that'll make me just be like, you know what's going on with this? Because there's been some guys that we have taken just off the strength of, EDC just throwing something out there, and they've actually developed into something sweet. Brandon Stevens being one of them. We're not going to talk about last year, but Brandon Stevens being one of them. And I just I have faith in him, so I'm good.
Hey, I think we all should, because if you go back to 2019, the track record speaks for itself. Yes, there have been misses, particularly when they go to the Penn State well. Now, we'll see what happens to Odafe Owe, right? And I know many of you out there have been like, add Michigan to that well as well. Okay, maybe so. But the bottom line is this is a GM who's a lifelong Raven, who's learned, right, sitting beside Ozzie for all his years as an area scout, right, working his way into personnel, and he knows what this organization breeds better as well as anybody does. And so tonight, no other team aside from San Francisco has more options. What do I mean by options? Chances. 11 total picks over the course of the next 3 days, including 4 in the 6th round. Obviously tonight, headliner is 27th overall. Where's your gut feeling right now? You can talk position. You can talk player. Hit me with it.
All right, so 27th overall, I'm thinking that we should either go guard or I feel like we should go edge. I feel like that may be like the popular opinion when it comes to Ravens flock. But the reason why I say we should go guard is because, we all have our concerns about a specific person that's on the offensive line, and we don't really know what the future holds with that individual. So it's kind of just like, I really want to go and get a stud at that position, because I feel like with the pieces that we have right now, we have in my personal opinion, humble opinion, we have the greatest duo in football right now with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. And what do they need in order to be successful? Offensive linemen. The line that we have right now, pretty solid. Got some good names on there. Brought Ronnie Stanley back. Linderbaum, great guy. So it's like, I want to add another dog to that line to really have that, I guess that security, I guess you could say. And then when it comes to edge rusher, I think a few of our edge rushers' contracts are up after this season. So it's kind of like you kind of want to get ahead of the curve and just grab a guy if you can get a guy in the first round. So I feel like if I had to pick, if these 2 guys are on the board, I would take them without question. Tyler Booker would be one of them. And the other one would be Donovan Jackson. Now, I'm a Buckeyes fan. That may be that may be a little home pick, but I feel like Donovan Jackson just has that versatility that I think that the Ravens love. When you look at his film, whether it's offensive tackle, whether it's offensive guard, he has impressive film. He's coming off a national championship winning team. Yes, sir. And when you put those things together, it's just like he's built for that moment. So once again, that would be my picks. When it comes to edge, I'm kind of up in the air because I don't really know how that's going to go, who's going to be off the board. You have people like Michael, you have some other guys like Stewart. So it's like even Jack Sawyer, another Buckeye. So I think I'm kind of up in the air with that one. So that would be more my pick. I'm leaning more towards guard, but edge would definitely be a good backup plan, at least in my personal opinion.
Were you aware of Sarah's current roots? She lives in Columbus. Were you aware of this?
I was not.
Okay. So she's got the pulse for your Buckeyes. She literally lives in Columbus, like probably 30 minutes from Ohio State's campus. And I just went out there for our inaugural summit, our off-season meeting. So I got a little feel for your Buckeyes out in Buckeye country. I don't know how often you get out there. NBA doesn't really – that's not an NBA market. Not exactly.
No, it's something that I would have to actually go out of my way to go witness. And I haven't gotten the opportunity to do that yet, but I do need to go see a game at the Shoe, man. I think that's something that's on my bucket list.
Oh, there's no question. And obviously this scene that we're watching right now, we're a little over 10 minutes away from really kind of kickstarting the draft. Green Bay, speaking of football markets, there is no smaller market when it comes to actual size across the league. But right now, you'd never know it. That place is a freaking zoo. And it just makes me wonder, being that Baltimore's thrown its name in the hat for future, I think, considerations for the draft. Can you imagine downtown Baltimore for the draft? We'd have to open up power plant. We'd have to open up the Inner Harbor. I mean, this place would be rolling.
Hey, but it would be the perfect place. One thing about Baltimore that gets overlooked, number one, the food culture. And then number two, I just feel like the vibes would just be immaculate. Like just everybody having fun, vibing. It wouldn't just be Ravens country just because it would be everybody in the world coming to our city. But I think that people would actually appreciate it and be shocked by how great of a city it is.
Hey, I got to tell you, there's a lot of buzz right now surrounding Cleveland. Apparently they're so first of all, they're slated to select second overall. And then, as you know, 33, which is the first pick of day 2 tomorrow. Apparently they're taking calls. They're getting calls. They're a willing listener right now at number 2. And something tells me there's going to be some fireworks over the course of the next hour. And I just wonder how it affects the Ravens, if at all. If there starts to be a quarterback run, are they going to stay put, at 27? They got 11 freaking picks. They could stockpile easily if they wanted to, more so than they already are. So I'm very curious to watch this.
I mean, the good thing about EDC, once again, is that he's going to find his guy no matter what. So it's like, regardless of how the draft goes, somehow the Ravens are going to get some type of steal. I don't know who it's going to be yet. Only time can tell, but that seems to be our story. Like the way that we landed Kyle Hamilton. Now, granted, we were picking earlier in the draft, but like Kyle was projected to go way sooner than where we got him at. So it's kind of one of those situations like who's going to be the chosen one this time. But I'm glad that you brought up the Cleveland thing because as I look at Cleveland, and obviously we're all Ravens fans here. We don't really care what they do. But if I were the Cleveland Browns, I am taking Abdul Carter. I don't know why they would go Travis Hunter. I feel like Travis Hunter, obviously the best player in college football, Heisman winner. But we talking about the AFC North here. The most competitive, the most dominant, the most physical division in football. And I feel like when you put that in the resume, there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of you're getting a limited portion of who Travis Hunter is. You're not getting the full I guess board of him because he's going to be forced to pick a side. There's no way you could play in the AFC North and play wide receiver and corner. Like there's no way. I just don't think logically and physically it's possible.
Thinking about the idea of having to game plan for not only Myles Garrett but Abdul Carter on the other side is a little nightmarish. It's a little nightmarish, but here's that tweet that I was referencing from Rappaport. Other NFL insiders have reiterated this, that the Browns are taking calls. There are teams inside the top 10 wanting to move up. Cleveland is open for business. There was already a report earlier today that Okoronkwo and Newsome are potentially fair game and available via trade. So we know that Joe Flacco is back in the building, which is interesting. We already mentioned that. Yeah. And then from there, it's like, okay, are they going to address essentially a Hunter or a Carter at 2 overall and then maybe trade back into the first round, much like the Ravens did for Lamar 7 years ago. I could totally see that to go get a quarterback as well, because as much as we all love Joe, at this point in his career on the other side of 40, probably on the back, not probably, he's on the back 9 of his career, probably 1 or 2 years. But how many years then again have we been saying that? It feels like for 4 or 5 years we've been saying that, and here he is still competing.
Hey, one thing about Joe, he gonna find a way to get a bag somewhere. He gonna keep extending his time so he can keep getting those paychecks. But yeah, man. Side note, that top tweet is hilarious to me. Only the Browns could screw up a generational prospect falling in their laps.
Dude, they stay catching strays, and a lot of it's deserving, as you know.
Come on now, let's talk about it. But you know, like we previously talked about, Abdul Carter playing for the Browns, like that is a nightmarish pick, and it's just like you already had the up in the air decision with Myles Garrett. So it's kind of like, even if Myles were to change his mind, have a change of heart and want to leave, it's like you still have that security with having Abdul Carter, having at least 1 year under Myles Garrett, and then moving forward. But yeah, man, if the Browns decide to shop that pick, and maybe they have the mindset that Abdul Carter, maybe he is their guy, and they like, okay, well, if Travis Hunter is the second pick, maybe we can move back a spot or two, still get our guy, get an extra pick on top of that. So I don't know what they're thinking, but we're going to sit back and watch.
Yep, and we're going to be watching all 3 teams in the AFC North try to level up, because it's been the Ravens last couple of years that have obviously taken the division, and there is a gap. While they split with Pittsburgh, they split with Cleveland, they swept Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. It's still, for my money, you're taking this division over most years over the last couple, just because of the parity in it. So we're just a few minutes away from getting this thing started, Gal. Let everybody know where they can find you throughout the evening, what you got coming up. And, you know, I always appreciate hanging with you.
Oh, yeah, of course. You know, Bobby's my dog, for those who don't know, my guy. But you can find me anywhere, whether that's Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Threads, whatever platform you use. Just search The Kid Gowie. I always have to say it like this, like an infomercial. DAKIDGOWIE. That's DAKIDGOWIE. You'll find me. You'll hear me talking sports. You'll hear me voice my opinions. You may like some, you may not like some, but I always give a safe space to where we can share our information and have fun.
That's a man, right? That's a commercial savvy man right there. I mean, listen to the flow of that. I mean, come on. That was dope. Hey, you enjoy yourself. I know you got a lot going on tonight. Thank you for carving out some time for us. Sarah was upset to have missed you. She's going to be joining in just a couple minutes, and I hope you have a blast, man. It's going to be a fun few days.
All good, man. Tell Sarah I said what's up, and go Bucks. Yes, sir.
All right, brother. Later, Gal. The Kid Gowie in the house, big Ravens fan, NBA content creator extraordinaire, and certainly a friend of the show. It is 8 o'clock. We are officially in hour 2. I want to say thank you once more to Stuggies for not only sponsoring this opening hour, but also adding to our really list of giveaways tonight. And right now, if you guys are interested in doing so, you can enter to be eligible for 2 tickets, 2 Orioles tickets, that is at a future date. That's courtesy of Stuggies. Okay, 2 Orioles tickets and 2 Stuggies crab mac and cheese dogs. All you have to do is follow the instructions right now on their Instagram page. It's a collaboration post between myself and Stuggies. You got to like it. You got to follow the 2 accounts, tag a friend who likes the Orioles. And if you want to repost on your story for an extra entry, that'll get you some bonus points. Again, use the hashtag Vault. That's the way that we're going to randomly give this thing away coming up later this evening. So, again, I want to say thank you to Stuggies for sponsoring our opening hour here in the 7 o'clock slot. And somebody just jumped into the waiting room, and it is none other than the project himself. No longer a project, certainly a Pro Bowler, a perennial Pro Bowler. And let's make sure we give him his due in just a second here. We appreciate you guys for being with us. It's our annual mega cast. And thanks to Stuggies once more for sponsoring our opening hour. I got to tell you, I love a good underdog story. And our next guest certainly represents exactly that. Undrafted out of Maine, showed up to one winning drive after the Ravens invited him, and just finds his way to any meeting room that he can get his butt into, whether it's defensive line. Heck, it might have even been special teams. We'll confirm that in just a second. Then ultimately he found his home as a fullback, multiple NFL contracts later. Pat Ricard he wants to be a lifelong Raven. He's mentioned that several times, including this offseason when his future, perhaps in his mind, was a little uncertain having hit free agency. But he is now a Raven, at least for the 2025 season. We'll see what his future holds. But he joins me now, rejoins me. It's been probably a year or two, but it's great to see you, brother. Happy draft night.
Yes, happy draft night, Bobby. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, it's been a couple years since I've been on here. I think it was the year Hollywood Brown got traded, and we were live during that. So yeah, it's been a minute, but happy to be here.
Oh, dude, and you were our outlet during the Lamar saga too, because you didn't know much, nobody did, but we were trying to use you as an outlet at that point. And now to think, years later, what he's become and what your backfield has become and what this offense has become. I mean, you guys just continue to chip away at it, and we'll get to that in just a bit. What the heck has your life been like as a father, and what is your off season? How has your off season changed as a father? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. I mean, it's been amazing. My daughter's a little over a year old. Definitely a different off season. It's not quite as bad as last year, because last year, dealt with my wife at the end of pregnancy, the whole labor at the hospital, having a newborn at home. So now having a 1-year-old, it's been a lot of fun. It's been really cool to have a lot of time with her, because during the season, you only get to hang out for a couple hours before she has to go to bed. You only have 1 day off a week, so it's not that much free time. You do miss a lot. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's brought me a lot of joy to be around her as much as I have so far. So it's been crazy, but not too bad. She's a good baby, so it's been great.
Now at least she'll know. She won't know, but she'll know at some point that you got another contract. Congratulations. Obviously, I'm sure the first half of March was, and I think you opened up about it a little bit, just in terms of living in that uncertainty as most pending free agents do. So can you kind of take me back to the earlier part of last month, what you were feeling? Maybe was there a gut check moment? Did you have confidence that you would be back? You are on record. I think you went on a national platform and said you want to retire a Raven. The hope obviously is that's years down the line. But just kind of take me inside your offseason, because this was, I'm sure, a roller coaster.
Yeah, so I obviously knew I was going to be a free agent going to this offseason. So, for me, going my 9th year, being on the team my whole career, I just felt like at this point in my career, it's like what's important to me at this point. Is it going to a different team, different city, experiencing a different team, seeing if I can help a team win a Super Bowl? And I think it all comes down to that. I think the Ravens are my best chance to win a Super Bowl, and I just love the organization. I love my teammates, my coaches. I love the area, to where it just makes sense for me to stay. And as long as the Ravens want me here, and they have shown they continue to want me, I'll keep re-signing. And it's not even the money for me at this point either. Like, yeah, I could. Everyone, you could always use a little bit more money. Money's great, but like there's things for me at this point is more important. So yeah, I mean, just when the season ended, it was just all those thoughts just came to mind. I know I want to play at least a couple more years, if not more. And it just kind of came down to the point where it's like, okay, does the team want me back? You just never know with my position, if they don't want to use it anymore. If they, there's so many reasons. There's so many people that have input to that kind of decision. So, my agent spoke to people in the front office multiple times early in the free agency, and they voiced that they wanted me back. They value me. They appreciate everything I do. It's just a matter of getting that offer from them, that contract, to kind of see, what the numbers are looking like, how many years, all these things come into play. And then it just came down to when I hit free agency of, trying to see if I should wait any longer in the market, see what teams really offer that would pull me away from Baltimore, because it's going to take a lot to pull me away. I've already said that multiple times. So yeah, it just came down to, I feel like Baltimore is the right decision for me. They use me the best. I don't know how. I don't. I don't see a better fit for me. I have Lamar Jackson. I have Derrick Henry. I have these amazing receivers, amazing tight ends, an amazing offensive line that just keeps getting better. An amazing offensive coordinator that believes in me, uses me. Another year, he just got extended. Harbaugh just got extended. The facility's getting redone. Just so many things that I was excited about, and that's why I ultimately signed back.
Could totally see you like looking back years from now, and like this was such a temporary moment in time that you want to capitalize on for every single reason that you just named, and we probably could mention 10 or 15 more if we wanted to rattle it off. So I don't blame you whatsoever. As you've said, you have a chance to rub elbows, rub shoulders, and protect at the end of the day, and work alongside two future first ballot friggin' Hall of Famers. I do want to do some multitasking here because Tennessee is officially on the clock. They're obviously expected to select the Miami quarterback, Cam Ward. There's also a lot going on right now. Apparently, Denver's trying to get inside the top 10. Cleveland's taking calls for number 2. So we just got to keep our head on a swivel right now during this interview. We're going to go back and forth. Do you have a multi-screen going on behind your laptop?
I have my computer right behind my phone here. So I'm watching. We got 10 minutes. It says till Tennessee picks. It's going to be interesting. It's always exciting to see who's the number 1 overall.
Just realizing you got an emoji underneath your name. That is classic. Look at you.
Solid, right? It's a good one.
How fitting is it? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Let's get to some super chats here. I want everybody to have a chance to feel like they're involved in the interview, and we can take it in a number of different directions. Sarah should be joining us in a little bit. I went an hour early just because I got really antsy on draft day, like I'm sure you were 8 years ago, 2017.
Yep.
8 years ago. That's insane. So Truth Bearer writes, Derrick Henry is going to do the unthinkable. And Pat, did your screen just freeze? Maybe you want to come in and out. But Truth wrote, Derrick Henry is going to do the unthinkable and break Emmitt Smith's record over the next 4 years, in large part due to Project Pat. Calling it now. And Pat, if you can hear me, why don't we have you just come in and out? Maybe you're getting a call or something. We'll get him in here in just a second. Truth, appreciate the super chat. Asmodeus checking in with you're an unsung hero on this team, Project Pat. Brian writes, let's go pancake, beef, cake, all the emojis in the world. And here he is again. Did you get a call or something?
Yeah, my wife was FaceTiming me. I don't know what it's about, but yeah, told her to stop calling me during an interview right now. So sorry about that.
Shout out Haley. Shout out your rock. Oddish writes, hashtag Vault. Can't wait to hear from Project Pancake. Everybody's chiming in right now. And let's go to Truths, though, because he's talking about this combination that's become lethal. You already referenced it. It's you and the King in the backfield. And Truth thinks that Derrick's going to do the unthinkable and break Emmitt Smith's record over the next 4 years. If he's only under contract as of right now through 2025. There's been some talks about an extension. That's a conversation for another day. But he says in large part due to Project Pat, calling it now. Can you please try to describe for us in layman's terms what your role is and how serious you take it, and maybe how different it is playing with a freak specimen that is Derrick, who seemingly is an ascending running back at 31. I think he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
Can you please try to describe this for us?
Yeah, he's unbelievable. Like, just his size and just how, like, as soon as he gets the ball, he's trying to go 1,000 miles an hour. And you play with so many different backs. Some backs are more patient. Some backs don't hit it until they find the hole and the gap that they think that they're gonna get yards. But for him, as soon as he gets the ball, he's trying to go 1,000 miles an hour. And for him, he's like 6'4", but he's all legs. Like, if you look at him, his torso is pretty short. His legs are very long. So those strides, they get yards. And when I'm blocking in front of him early in camp, I had to get used to that running style and how big he is, because there was moments where I'm trying to see the hole open up myself to get in there and to get the linebacker. And sometimes it takes a second. I don't want to run straight into my offensive guard or tackle or center. And we have had plays where I didn't move fast enough, and he straight up ran me over. Like, I never had a back hit me and run me over, and it's happened a couple times to where I knew that as soon as that ball is snapped, I have to be going 1,000 miles an hour, getting on my guy as fast as I can, getting on him, moving him, so I can just create that lane for Derek. But yeah, just absolute freak of nature. What was the first part of that question?
Well, just to confirm, so there's quite a few follow-ups that are required for what you just said. You're telling me that he's put you on your ass before?
Yeah, like he's about. Hey, hold on. Here's the thing. He's also hitting my back, so I don't know when I'm getting hit.
Okay.
And he's very big, so and he moves very fast. So yeah, it's happened a couple times in training camp. I had to clean it up. I had to make sure that I was moving. But yeah, he got me to like a knee once. I think I completely fell another time. That was definitely a first. That was a first for me.
That's insane. Okay. So I honestly don't even remember what the first part of that, what it was. I was essentially asking you what it's like, and how your role has changed, given that you've had some successful backs that you've blocked for, that you've played alongside, right? The Mark Ingrams of the world come to mind. Look at what Justice has transformed himself into as a special teams guru on top of somebody that can also catch the football and be a reliable back and be a blitz pickupper. I mean, you can go on and on and on. And by the way, it's official. People are commenting, getting after me about tipping picks. I'm not tipping shit. It's already in there. Right now, all the insiders are hitting it. The Titans have selected Miami quarterback Cam Ward. That means Cleveland's on the board. Apparently, their phones are ringing like crazy, so we'll just watch this. But if you were to explain, how about this? Mary Kay Cabot, beat reporter for Cleveland. This is just how it's go, Pat. Thank you for your patience. But they're in heated talks to trade down, are the Browns right now, from number 2 with Jacksonville to number 5. When they're on the clock soon, Mary Kay believes this is going to happen. This is about to get wild.
Yeah, I mean, if Jacksonville's trying to move up to number 2.
Looks like it, which means
it's gonna be interesting to see who they want.
Are they in love with Travis?
I mean, who isn't, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, that's for sure. That's what's awesome with the draft. It's just crazy stuff happens, crazy trades. You know,
Here
like the
it is,
Oliver
Pat.
Brown thing.
Here it is. This is how it goes tonight. Schefter's got it right here. Mary Kay was all over it first, and here is the actual deal itself. Let's go screen share here, multitask. Schefter's all over it. According to his sources, the Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th rounder, which is 104 overall, and a 6th rounder, 200 overall, to Jacksonville. Jacksonville is trading 5th overall, a 2nd round pick, 36 overall, and a 4th rounder, 126. And this is unreal. And their 26 first rounder to Cleveland. It is officially chaos. Who the heck are they moving up for, Pat? That becomes the question. But this is the first of potentially many blockbuster moves over the course of the next couple hours.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of picks. The first round next year and only going down a couple spots. Yeah, that's true. They must love somebody to do all that.
So there you have it. Back to the King. If you were to try to attempt to speak on how your role has changed, just given the different caliber back that he is, how would you go about doing so?
You know, I don't really think it's changed. It's just a matter of the type of plays we run that better suit him and how I can block it for him. I think the biggest thing that comes to mind is more toss plays. I don't think we ran quite as many in the past. And Derek's had so many long runs just from tossing the ball outside, and our tight ends and receivers get seal blocks on the DNs and linebackers, and I'm out on a corner or safety. But yeah, I don't think it, you know, that's the thing that's funny about me is like I've evolved throughout the years with the team, with different coordinators and different backs that I have. It's just a matter of kind of what play suits the guy with the ball. So yeah, we still run the ball downhill. We still run a lot of our plays, just a matter of which ones.
Still waiting on who the heck Jacksonville is moving up to 2 for. and we're doing a little bit of multitasking. It's that time of the night. The draft is officially on. Cam Ward's going to Tennessee. We're waiting to see. Cleveland just gave, Jacksonville just gave Cleveland a boatload of capital to go up to number 2. So we're just waiting on this. Pat, do you have any kind of gut feeling in terms of where the ultimate poker face that is Eric DeCosta might go coming up later? It's probably going to be after 11 o'clock. I'm not sure if you're staying up for that, but what's your gut telling you, if anything?
I knew you were going to ask me this question, and I don't want to get in trouble by what I say.
Fair.
I'm just going to use logical sense, like as if I'm a fan, right? Okay. So my gut feeling is just look at some key players that we lost that you have to replace. Okay. Marcus Williams was our safety. He's not here anymore. And we know that the Ravens and Eric, they love defensive backs. So I could potentially see a safety paired with Kyle and some of the other players that are already there. And then if you look at the offensive side of the ball, I feel like receivers were good, tight ends were good, running backs were good, quarterback were good, fullback were good. So it's like where maybe offensive line, we lost Pat McCary to Jacksonville, and he started most of the games this year. We still have Andrew Voorhees, who played a couple of games last year in the left guard spot, but losing that starter, maybe you draft a guard. Those are my gut feelings, just kind of just thinking about where he could go. But I know Eric loves drafting DBs in the first round. He's done it multiple times. He's drafted a couple of receivers and he's hit on them. So I think the receiver room is good. I don't think that's really a top need. But at the end of the day, all I care about is someone that's going to come in here, help us win, be a good teammate, wants to get better, and just makes an impact on our team from day one.
I give you a tip of the cap for the safe play. There's also fair play. So appreciate that.
Fair.
Never would I ever want to put you on the spot. I've never done that. I kind of remember doing that with Lamar a few years ago, but appreciate you for being a good sport. Can you give us your perspective on Daniel Fa'alele? I'm sure you've seen a lot of the noise within the social media sphere. This is somebody that John Harbaugh and company, Joe D prior to his tragic passing, and then on to the interim offensive line coach George Warhop, really kind of built up and embraced him, and he ended up being a full starter there at right guard all season long. I got to think that he's somebody that you got a tremendous amount of respect for, first and foremost. But can you kind of ease, if you could, from your perspective, can you ease some of the tension within the fan base in terms of who he is as a player, who he is as a person from the time that you've spent with him?
Yeah, I mean, he's still a young guy. I believe he just finished his third year. He's a massive human being. If you guys have ever seen him up close, he's got to be 400 pounds, around 400. I'm not sure. He's just so big, it's hard to gauge exactly how much he weighs, but he's a massive human being. He's very tall. I think he's like 6'7", 6'6". And I just want a lot of fans to understand that our offensive line coach, Jody, was battling an illness all offseason, all training camp. So you're learning from a coach who is going through a lot, and then he tragically passes away during training camp, to where now we have no offensive line coach. So these guys are trying to get ready for the season. Daniel Fa'alele didn't have a whole lot of starts prior to this season. So all that dynamics happening, and then finally getting an offensive line coach. I forget when Warhop got to the team. I don't think it might have been right before week 1, maybe even week 2, because we had our assistant offensive line coach become the interim O-line coach for a couple of weeks until we got Warhop. So it's a lot. It's a lot to take in as a player, especially to start a season. I feel like that takes some growing pains of how the coach wants things coached, his technique. You have to gain confidence in each other, trust with one another. That's why we have offseason. That's why we have OTAs, minicamp, training camp. It's several months of playing football, getting things right, communicating, learning about one another. So I think those things play into it. But I mean, if you just look as the season went on, he increasingly improved. He gained confidence, and then I think that was the biggest thing for him, is just having confidence playing in the NFL, starting games, because he didn't have a whole lot of experience going to this year. And I think that he finished strong. I feel like he's going to have a great offseason. He's going to come back here in training camp, and he's going to have the same offensive line coach the whole way through, and he's going to same system where he's just going to grow even more and help Lamar, have a clean pocket and move guys in the run game. And I think you're just going to see a big leap this year from last year.
Appreciate the honesty there, and that thing was well said. And obviously, it goes without saying, rest in peace to Joe D. Just one of the greatest dudes. I used to run into him and his late wife in Fells Point, and he was just. I mean, what was so wild to me, Pat, is that, by the way, Travis Hunter is the player that Jacksonville just gave up a freaking haul for to Cleveland. So just in case you guys haven't been paying attention here, the Browns are now on the clock. Not yet, but they will be at 5th overall. Jacksonville goes up to 2, gives up a boatload of capital to go get Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy Award winner, Colorado's finest, so on and so forth. I just got back from Boulder, Pat. I was visiting my sister and her fiance in Denver, and I show up, and all of a sudden I realize I'm getting a tour of CU's campus from a buddy. There's the spring game going on. I look up, and they're unveiling the freaking jersey retirements for both Shador and Travis. Anyway, Jaguars get the 2nd overall pick. They use it on Travis Hunter. They're going to get a 4th rounder. They're going to get a 6th rounder as well. Cleveland gets the 5th overall pick, a 2nd rounder, a 4th rounder, and a 1st round next year. How can you not do that if you're Cleveland? Yeah, he's supposed to be a generational player in Travis, but that's tough to say no to if you're the Browns.
Yeah, and I was going to say I'm not mad about that, because I'm happy that he's not going to the Browns, because he is a special player. He's going to help a team. Clearly, he's going to help Jacksonville. And to shout out Jacksonville, so their head coach, Liam Cohen, who went viral for how he says Duval, actually was one of my coaches up in Maine. When I was up at the University of Maine, he was up there. Yeah, so I got to know Liam. One of my teammates and I went over his house in the summer. He paid us to help move some things for him. So it's just funny just seeing everything about him, but I'm happy he got that generational talent. He's an amazing coach, and I'm excited to see how Travis's career shapes up, and the whole two-way player thing is going to be exciting and interesting to see.
Well, first of all, isn't it hilarious when somebody like probably normal in your eyes who you spent time with and you've been inside their home just goes like stupid viral?
I felt bad. I know.
But then the second part of that, I think you make a good point, is that sure, you'll probably see Jacksonville every few years, maybe every 2, every 3 years in the AFC, but you're not going to see Travis twice a year. And when I say you, it's really the secondary, and hey, he's going to be a two-way player. So it's both sides of the ball that are going to have to deal with him, assuming that he's going to have at least a package on each side of the ball. Now the New York Giants are on the clock, so we'll follow that closely. But I also want to be respectful of your time too. How much more you got? Maybe 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out at the house, watching the draft, playing a little bit of video games in a little bit. But yeah, I got time.
You know what we could do, and I'm not sure what the heck's going on with Sarah. Maybe kids are getting in the way right now, but your teammate, somebody you spend quite a bit of time with, I would think, because you correct me if I'm wrong, the fullback and the tight end rooms tend to overlap. Charlie's going to be coming on here in a couple minutes. So,
okay. All right.
Maybe, just maybe. And let's see if Sarah's giving me an update on what she's up to. Not yet. So hopefully everything's okay. She is not one to miss these types of events, but Charlie Kohler is set to join us in 4 minutes. So,
okay. I'll stay on for that.
All right. Looking forward to a little trio conversation. But next up is the Giants. Just want to make sure we're fully caught up to speed on what's going on, because they might. Here comes Travis running down. Look at the pink sport coat from Travis Hunter. This dude's a freak.
Yeah, he definitely is. And it's a nice, it's bold to wear a bright pink suit on draft night, but you kind of have to be, especially a guy like him. He's. Yeah,
look at him doing his dance.
It's so funny. I mean, your draft is second overall in the NFL. How can you not be excited?
Right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's get to some super chats that have come in for you. C King says, I ordered an original Pancake Pat t-shirt last week. Gonna rock that shirt all the time. I know you're constantly dropping links. So what do you got available right now?
So at my website, thepatrickricard.com, I have my Pancake Pat t-shirts and a bunch of other stuff on there. I mean, there's a bunch of things, a bunch of different t-shirts, hoodies, sweatpants, hats, posters. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. Check it out, thepatrickricard.com.
Another one from Not a Fan says, Pat Project Pancake wide receiver 1 Ricard. Huge fan. We love you, bro. If you had a wish of who we took at 27, what position would it be? You already kind of led us on to that just by sort of addressing some of the elephants in the room, just what were most obvious. Some not that there's like really any glaring needs whatsoever, which is a great position to be in.
Right.
Just some maybe minor puzzle pieces. Okay, here we go. Number 3 is in. Jordan Schultz, NFL Insiders got. Let's see. The Giants are going with Penn State pass rusher Abdul Carter. So really no surprises yet, aside from Jacksonville giving up a freaking haul to go get Travis Hunter to the point where Cleveland just couldn't say no. So the Penn State edge rusher is going to New York. Have you seen his game at all? You watch any college football on Saturdays?
So I don't watch college football.
How can you? It's your one off day, right?
Yeah. Well, it's the day before the game. I might kind of put it on. But I did have the pre-draft on for a couple hours before, leading up to the draft tonight, and they did show highlights of him, and it said he had like 24 TFLs. That's a lot. That's all I had to see. That one number, 24 TFLs in one season playing at Penn State. Like, you already know he's gonna make a huge impact on any team he's gonna go to, and I saw some plays. He looks really good. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey, Pat, too, think about it. This has kind of been a win so far for Baltimore to start things off, because not only do you not have to face Travis Hunter, who, again, yes, he's a rookie. Yes, he's unproven in terms of NFL terms, but all by all accounts, looks like he's got a really good chance to be an impact player on both sides of the ball right out of the gate. You don't have to see him twice a year. And there were times where Abdul Carter was generating a lot of interest there at 2 for Cleveland. They now sit at 5. If he were to have dropped a couple slots, maybe you have to deal with him, meaning yourself, coming up next year. So all of a sudden, you have to deal with the Myles Garretts of the world. But imagine if you got each one of those guys coming at you from different directions.
Yeah, Myles is enough. Okay, to see Myles, TJ, Trey Hendrickson. I don't need another elite edge rusher twice a year.
Can you give us some insights in terms of not only the physical planning that's required going up against these edge rushers in the AFC North, but the mental component of as well? Because if you start to have a backloaded schedule like you guys have had in recent years, the NFL wants to make it freaking theater down the stretch, right? Almost always you're going to see Pittsburgh in the regular season finale, and almost always one of the two teams is going to be playing spoiler, right, for the other. Meaning it's a relevant game. And then I can just remember in the last couple of years, there've been a lot of AFC North games, a lot of divisional games down the stretch. Just what kind of requirement is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you play each other twice a year, and we both have been on the same teams for pretty much all of our careers, speaking about TJ and Myles. So there's such different players to where how you have to attack them, how you have to block them in pass protection, in the run game, it's different. So your technique has to be different. So like Myles is much bigger. He's very, very fast for his size and has a lot of length. And then TJ is very twitched up, but also very strong where he can bend the edge. And it's just different. You have to have kind of okay, I'm going against Myles this week. This is the way I have to play against him. And then TJ, it's a big challenge. It's always an honor to go against those guys. We kind of have little talks in between plays, respect. Myles at the last game of the year against them, I was engaged in a block with him, and the ball got kind of stuffed up the middle, and I was playing on the edge, and he was starting to push me kind of into the pile, and he could have completely just tabletop me, threw me, put me in the ground. But, we like each other to an extent to where he held me up. He held me up, and much respect for him for doing that. So there's still love between one another, even though we play each other twice a year. It's more of a respect thing because we respect each other so much to where it's always a battle. But yeah, it's very different. I think the biggest thing about Miles is his length, but he's also very fast. So it's a weird combination. But TJ is very twitched up and explosive to where like one little misstep, he's gonna hit it, and he's gonna hit it very hard to where it's very hard to recover. But they're both amazing. I think they're the best. They're the best in the league.
You got your work cut out for you every year, and that will continue, but at least you don't have to see Abdul Carter twice a year in the division. The number 4 pick is in right now. The Patriots are going after LSU offensive tackle Will Campbell, so we'll catch you up to speed on that. As promised, your teammate has dropped into the waiting room, and my teammate has dropped into the waiting room as well. So let's give both of them the proper introduction. First of all, if you go back to 2022, there was an onslaught of 4th-round picks that were at Eric DeCosta's disposal, much like there will be this year on day 3 in the 6th round. There's 4 of them this year. There were a slew of them back in 2022, and one of them was the 128th overall selection out of Iowa State, a tight end by the name of Charlie Kohler, a teammate of yours. You guys have plenty of overlap in that tight end and fullback room, so he joins us right now. Charlie, what's going on? And we bring in my co-host who booked you tonight. We got a quad going on in here right now. Welcome all of you. Happy draft night. And Charlie, welcome to the show.
Oh my gosh, Pat, land the plane, dude. I got stuff to do.
Hi, Charlie.
Yes.
What's up, Sarah?
What's up, Bobby? How is everybody?
Doing great. Thank you for booking Charlie. Charlie, welcome inside the vault. It's great to have you. Pat, you jump off whenever you want, or help us interview your teammate. Where should we start?
I don't know. I mean, you can ask Charlie how his dentist appointment went this morning if you want to get.
We got a couple crowns in there, Charlie.
Right now, I got a temporary crown.
About wisdom teeth removed for years, and I keep fighting it. But like they're hard to clean. I got a giant cavity, and so now I'm embarrassed. But it's okay. We're getting better.
I'll make you feel better right now. I got a temporary crown, upper left right now. The permanent's coming in next week, and I've been drinking. Sarah's not going to like this, but I'm drinking Ghost Energy tonight because we're going to the wee hours. And I'm telling you right now, this is so sensitive to cold liquids. But that's a conversation for another day. Charlie, you have a gut feeling. I asked Pat a little while ago. He was a good sport about it. I'll ask you now. Do you have a gut feeling on where your general manager might go tonight at 27?
No. I also don't really watch college football besides Iowa State. So, I'm kind of learning some of these names as I turned it on. This is fun. I see all the mock drafts everyone does on Twitter. But so it looks like we're probably going to go solid safety we like a lot from Georgia, apparently.
Malachi Starks?
Yeah. Only thing I know about the draft is the Iowa State guys are all unbelievable. But besides that, I don't know a whole lot.
All right, well, give us a scattering report on the Iowa State guys. Anybody coming out of there that we should be taking a look at?
Both receivers are great. Jalen and Jaden. Super mature, can run. Good with the ball, point of contact, good after the catch. I got 2 good old linemen, Hufford and Jalen Travis, Princeton transfer, and then Steve-O, our fullback. Great name, too. Real name is Steve-O. Kind of hilarious. But I think he'll do a good job. Tight end fullback. I'm not sure what he's going to play. He's a great player. But yeah, we got some good players, man. I'm excited to see him.
We got one guy in our live chat, Charlie, that for weeks, if not months, has been singing the praises of Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, he's a beast, dude. He's I think he's a legit, 6'3", 6'4", and he can run. I mean, he's pretty loose in his ankles and hips, too. My offensive coordinator loved him in college, so he's a beast. So I'm excited for him. They also tested well. You know how NFL loves the straight line 40. So that really applies to football. But I was just joking. But
you only said that because you ran a slow 40, Charlie, right?
I ran a 4.6. What'd you run? 4 ever? You and Isaiah?
I was 300 pounds playing D-line. I ran a high 4.9, you know what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm like a burger away from 300 right now. No, I feel good. No, we look good. It's good to see everyone this week. We started an off-season program. It's good to see everyone. Pat looks great. It's always annoying how in shape he is, but good to see everyone.
Well, listen, what's crazy this year, Bobby and I were talking about this. This is good for the Ravens. It's terrible for us as content creators, but you guys are returning like everybody but one starter on the offense, but the defense not as much. So you guys are basically built out. Maybe it might be Andrew Voorhees that takes over the left guard position. Maybe they could draft somebody, but if there was like a position, I know you guys have faith in all your players, but is there any place that you're like, you know what, we could beef up right here that I would like Eric DeCosta could maybe, take a look at and beef us up?
It's probably safety. I love our guys we have, but you got rid of Marcus, and you don't really have a guy who has been starting a lot of games in this league besides Kyle at safety. You've Ardarius, but Ardarius plays in so many spots. You use him in so many different places to where it just makes sense to draft a safety. If as long as there's a safety the Ravens like, and like we all know, they love drafting DBs. I could even see a corner just for why not, just because they love DBs so much. It's going to be interesting. Whoever it is, I'm excited. It's always exciting to see who our teammates are going to be, right, Charlie?
I can't wait.
Right.
Watched the draft avidly. I don't think I watched a minute last year, but the problem is like I don't actually know enough about the college game, so I don't know if it's good. But everything I saw on Twitter was mostly defense, and then also if you consider Voorhees started at the beginning of the year, we have really 11 guys coming back on offense.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, there's certain positions where it's nice to have certain positions where you rotate more, the end, tight end, backer, receiver. There's certain positions where you can be more stacked at and actually play everyone, and there's other positions where you really don't rotate, what's the quarterback, O-line, inside linebacker. So I don't know. I assume they'll take best player available. I feel like that's what we mostly do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, they do a great job in front office. We're pretty good. We're a pretty good team. So they're drafting some decent players. So
do you guys feel like, because you said, to your point, Voorhees was starting at the beginning of last year. Do you guys feel like he's the guy? Do you feel confident that if you started him right now between, Tyler and Ronnie, that you guys could be totally fine with it with the top five? We haven't hardly seen him. We've seen him for only a couple of games. What have you guys seen behind the scenes?
Yeah,
he's very good.
Yeah, I think so. I think, we drafted him with a torn ACL, so his whole rookie year, he didn't get to play at all. He was just learning, studying. So last year was his first year really getting to play NFL football. And like I said, with everything going on with the offensive line coach and that whole room, that impacts a young player who hasn't played a whole lot. So I think him getting some starts, him getting quality NFL reps in games is only going to improve him to have a great year this year. If starting, not starting, and he's very strong. He's a big man. He did all those reps at the combine with one leg. And that was a couple of years ago. So I'm sure he's gotten stronger since then. But yeah, I have a ton of faith in him. He's very smart. He loves football. He's always trying to get better. He has 2 all-pro players right next to him, to where I feel like anyone in that spot is gonna excel just because of who's around you, who you're learning from. But yeah, I think he can do it. It's just a matter of him going out there and showing it and proving it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He played well at the beginning of the year. He didn't lose his job because he played, but he got hurt. And then when he played Week 18 versus the Browns, he looked even better. I thought he looked great. And I know he got 3 quarters of that game. I thought he looked really good. He looked fluid. He looked strong. No, I think he's really good.
And Charlie, for you and coming into this year, we've said this multiple times on this show. I know the chat always agrees with us. You are probably in the best tight end room in the league. It's crazy what just the amount of talent that is there. Did you ever sometimes think, man, this is awesome that I'm in this room, or I could shine more in another room? And what are your goals heading into 2025?
Yeah, Charlie, what's the answer?
Pat really wants to know the answer to this.
It's like that media training questions they give you. It's like, they're setting you up. Get careful. I mean, obviously I'm a football player. everyone in the room wants to play. But like, I love my teammates, and like, it makes it so easy to come to work when our room is so good and like so competitive. And we all, packing a test to it. Like, we all unselfishly root for each other. And I think that's like kind of unique too, is we're all a little different too. It's like I said earlier about like DB and like DM where they rotate. Like tight ends rotate a lot, and so it's like
yeah.
Even if there's like four guys who play, we might all play 30 to 60%, whatever it is. So yeah, I mean, obviously, it's like it's a blessing to be in that room and to learn from those guys, and you still want to compete. But no, I mean, you can't really look at you can't really look at it like that. It's like it's just like a road to being like unhappy, and like I'm incredibly grateful for where I'm at. Like I'm incredibly grateful for the Ravens. Like I love where I'm at. I love playing. Whatever the future holds, the future holds. I hope I'm here forever. But no, I mean I don't really wish I'm anywhere else. I'm in a good spot. I'm incredibly blessed. I didn't think I was gonna be in the NFL, so it's pretty cool. Trying to get better every day. I know Pat didn't think he was gonna be in the NFL.
I went undrafted.
It's so much grittier if you go undrafted, man. It's so blue collar.
Hey, not to pivot away from football, but Pat, as the elder statesman, at least compared to you, Charlie, I got to wonder how he grades you out. Big life milestone earlier this offseason. Congratulations on your engagement. But Pat, how did he do, and were you involved behind the scenes at all?
No, I unfortunately wasn't, but it's okay.
You were in Mass. Don't act like you were close on anything.
Yeah, he was probably in Iowa, hanging out with his buddies and his family and stuff. But yeah, it's super cool that Charlie finally decided to marry this beautiful woman, amazing person. She's a PA, right, Charlie?
Hey, same profession too.
Well, yeah, my wife's also a PA, so there's something right about those type of people who cares about others and wants to help people. But yeah, it's always cool to see your teammates get engaged, get married, have kids, and Charlie's not the only one in our room who got engaged this offseason. Isaiah Likely also is trying to tie them up.
Getting everybody's getting committed here. I love that.
I don't know if Mark's next. I know he's got a serious girlfriend. Maybe it's just the whole. They signed some pact that I don't know, but
Kid, way hotter than me. Super cool. She's awesome. Great person. I mean,
he said way hotter than me.
Charlie, she already said yes. Okay, you don't have to hype her up. All right.
Hey, I don't think she knows I'm doing this, so I don't have to butter her up too much. She's not even here right
now. How'd you pull it off, Charlie?
I was gonna say, how'd you pull it off? And she is absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you. I agree, Sarah. Thank you very much. I just said, Mads, will you marry me? And I had a little bit. I told her I love her and stuff. But one thing I didn't plan for. So my buddy Shane and I, we were gonna go. There's this place out in Iowa. There's like a big flower garden. We're gonna go like do it there, and she was gonna take pictures. And then we got there, and prom was going on. So I panicked a little bit. We had to call a little audible. And so we were walking around in like the front of the building, and then we were gonna do it out there. We walk over there. There's like a quinceanera going on. So I think God was just laughing at me at this point. Like I can't find a place to do it. And so then I finally did it. But then she was so surprised that she started like asking me like seriously right now? And then I lost my train of thought, and I didn't know what I was gonna say next. So I didn't like execute it amazingly. I'll just say that. But she did say yes. I think I blacked out for a second. And then, but then I had all of her friends and her mom and her family went to dinner. We had a good night. My mom actually flew up from Oklahoma and surprised me, so that was super cool.
Aww.
It was a great evening. But yeah, I'm incredibly blessed. She's amazing.
That's great. Yeah. Pat, what's your story? I know it was a little while ago, but what was your engagement story?
So I popped the question on Christmas. It's my wife's like favorite day of the year. I also love Christmas. We did it in our apartment here in Maryland. It was the last gift. It was like I got a giant stuffed teddy bear, and I had like a letter inside of it. And I said it was from our cat Harrison, which my wife absolutely loves. It's like her favorite thing in the whole planet. I said it was from him, and it pretty much just said, my wife also wanted she wanted some type of jewel. I think she wanted a ring or something, or no, a necklace for Christmas. That was like her one gift she wanted. So it was like the note was from the cat, and it said like, "Mommy, I'm sorry, Daddy didn't get you a necklace. Instead, he got you a ring." And I got on one knee and I asked her.
Oh,
it's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that is very good.
That, you know, try to do it on Christmas.
Good.
I don't know.
That was good. You guys have got great stories.
Yeah.
My husband completely tricked me. I thought he was breaking up with me, but alas, we are together with 4 kids later, so we're good to go. Yeah. Hey, Browns just made their pick, Bobby. Do we want to announce that? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's make sure we're doing a little bit of multitasking here because, Charlie, right before you came on, Cleveland, I mean, it was Jacksonville literally just gave up a haul to go get Travis Hunter 2nd overall. And so that meant that Cleveland swapped and they sat in the 5th overall position. They just selected Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU, goes to New England. So we're all caught up here, and it looks like Ashton Genty is going to go 6 to Vegas. He's going to be Pete Carroll's new running back. So I guess sort of the early part of, from an AFC North perspective to kickstart the draft, is that you avoid seeing Abdul Carter twice a year. Pat and I talked about that prior to you guys coming on. You avoid seeing Travis Hunter twice a year. And now it's just let's see if this run on quarterback starts here, which will help the Ravens sitting at 27th overall. But that's where things currently stand right now. Either one of you guys have a, I guess, reaction to the way that the first 6 picks have gone? Not yet.
I mean,
I don't know enough. Like, what do you guys? What do you want the Ravens to say? You guys probably know more than we do.
No, that's not the question, Charlie.
It's
you're asking our reaction of the picks so far. I think they all make sense for the most part. You know, if you look at Jacksonville now, don't they have a brand new young GM?
Yep.
Yeah, they do.
Gladstone. He looks like he's like 18.
Yeah, I think he's only a couple years older than me, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's trying to be aggressive. I think he's trying to prove himself. He's trying to get this generational talent and see what they can do with it. So that kind of makes sense of that kind of deal, I guess, if you look at it from that perspective. But yeah, I mean, these other picks, they kind of make sense. The Patriots, they want to protect Drake May. So that makes sense right there. I mean, we all know Pete Carroll loves a beast running back. So that makes sense that they got this beast right here. So, I mean, nothing's really surprising right now.
I'm surprised the Browns moved out and decided not to go with Travis Hunter. Because I feel like, everybody's
gonna play both ways. Like, is that a real thing? Or is that just
that's what he wants?
Oh yeah,
that's what he wants to shoot in Colorado. John Harbaugh was asked the same thing. He basically said, "Well, if we got him, we would have him major in maybe offense and then minor in defense." Because he's like, there's just not enough hours in the day. Though, Pat, you're one of the few two-way players that there are. Like, do you think that would be possible to play wide receiver and corner?
I think it's possible. I think
much of D-line.
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's just a matter of what he wants out of his career. Does he want his career to be shorter or does he want it to be longer? And I think if he does try to play both sides 100%, it could be shorter just because this game wears on you and it's much longer than college. These guys are much bigger, much faster. And, you got to think about it. If he has a whole long drive on offense, he's on the whole thing. Say it's like a 2-minute or something, or like before a 2-minute or something. I don't know, where it's just a long drive. He has to go back on defense to kick the ball off. It's defense. And he has to cover like a Zay Flowers or a Tyreek Hill. Right. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But I mean, that's why it's going to be so interesting to see what he does. I do think the way to go is major on one side of the ball and minor in the other. I could see him being, it makes more sense to be a full-time wide receiver than being a package player on defense to where he's in on certain personnels and certain packages to where they can use him and he can help.
Hey, the 7th pick is in. The Jets are going with Missouri tackle Armand Membu. So he's off the board. No surprise there, top 10. And Sarah, I was surprised, to go back to your point a minute ago, I was surprised as well that Cleveland was willing to move until I saw what Jacksonville was willing to give up. Look at this friggin' haul. Number 5 overall, right? They trade a second round
trade back
pick.
3 spots. That's it.
But look at the rest, though.
Yeah.
A second rounder, 36 overall, so early on day 2. A fourth rounder pick on day 3. And a first rounder next year. Like, it's a haul. And if you're Cleveland, just knowing that I don't know, they have the first pick tomorrow too, Cleveland. So I could see why that was pretty enticing.
They're probably going to move back into the first to get a quarterback, right? Don't you guys think?
They got Joe Flacco. Come on.
Yeah, Flacco.
Oh, okay. Me and Bobby fight over this a lot. Can you guys help us out here?
Oh no.
Okay.
Here we go.
Baltimore hero.
Yeah. Here we
Get
go.
ready
You
for
guys
this.
can help us settle this.
All right,
because
and after this,
Bobby
I gotta
always,
hop off.
yeah,
Gotta
you,
hop
and
off
then I
after
got
this.
one more question for Charlie though. Although Pat,
Yeah,
I
you're
might
free
miss
to.
you on this
Pat's
too.
giving me an
Yeah,
hour. You're
Charlie
free to
still
go
got a
whenever.
little more
Yeah,
time here.
yeah.
I put
Okay.
those rookie hours in there.
Just to tee it off, so you can start thinking. You gave a good PR answer on the last one. I am going to ask about Mark Andrews and the trade speculation. Start thinking that one through. Okay, but this is what me and Bobby fight about. I love Joe Flacco. I was working at the Ravens when Joe Flacco was there. I was there when he was drafted. I was there until the end. I was there at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. I was there for his crazy Super Bowl run. But as soon as he joins an AFC North team, okay, as a human, I still love him, but he's my enemy as an right? AFC North football, he's the enemy. Bobby won't go along with me on this. Do you guys see him as a football enemy when he goes over there?
I mean, as long as
Charlie says
as long as they don't beat us in the playoffs, as long as he doesn't end our season, I want nothing but the best for Joe. He's an awesome human. He's a great family. He just loves football. Like, think about it. He's in the elite conversation, Super Bowl winning MVP quarterback, signed the biggest contract in NFL history at that time, I believe. And when he's done in Baltimore, he's okay with being a backup. But he's not okay with it, but he did it. A lot of guys who were an elite status quarterback, I don't think they would have the pride or the ego to do that. And for him to go from different teams, and when he gets his opportunities to see what he does, to see that whole, rally behind him in Cleveland when he was there at the end of the season into playoffs, I mean, it's hard not to like it. It's hard not to root for him. But obviously, only thing I'll say about that is if he is the quarterback for Cleveland this year, I just hope he loses every time he plays the Ravens, and I hope that they don't make the playoffs.
Okay. Well, we're basically on the same side. I just
Charlie?
notched it up a little bit and call him an enemy. Go ahead, Charlie.
I mean, he won the Super Bowl for the Ravens, and he played until Lamar took over, and now we have the greatest quarterback I've ever seen. So I don't really see what the problem is. We got Lamar. So it's hard to be mad at other quarterbacks now.
In other words, I think both are Team Bobby, Sarah. That's what I'm hearing.
They
right
definitely are. I'm standing alone for sure.
Yeah.
But I can handle it.
Also, he seems like just a great guy to grab a beer with too.
No, he really is a great guy. I think he has. Does he have 5 kids? His wife is awesome.
He used to bring he used to bring him to the facility all the time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's a good dude. I don't have enough energy to wish bad on other.
Yeah.
The problem also is dude, and even the Steelers, I want to hate the Steelers, and you meet the players, oh darn, guy's a nice guy.
Pat, we'll let you bounce, Pat.
See you,
All
Pat.
right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Pat.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
you.
That was a full hour. Don't invoice me. That was a full hour.
It's okay. It's okay.
See you, brother. We'll
All
be
right,
in touch.
bye,
Have an
guys.
awesome off season. Yep.
Yeah.
Later. All right. Now, Charlie, you mind joining us for a few more minutes? You've been on for 20 plus already, so we just want to be respectful to your time tonight. But
I need a few more questions.
All right. Let's go with the Mark Andrews stuff. Obviously, and this is aside from, I'm not even talking about what happened in Buffalo, all that kind of stuff. But there has been speculation about him potentially being traded over this weekend, more because of the salary cap and the fact that there's you and Isaiah Likely that's there and obviously able to do stuff. And then Eric DaCosta, when asked, he didn't close the door and say, oh, yes, he's going to be on the team. He just, was like, you never know what's going to happen. So your thoughts on the speculation, and have you talked to him, recently since that game, and how's he doing?
Sorry, my picture's so grainy. My computer's 1,000 years old. It's making a whirring sound. Sounds like a bomb's about to go off. But no, I talked to him a few times. We're all always separate. I love Mark. He's one of my favorite teammates ever. One of the boys. I'm never gonna wish all my closest friends and guys I grew up watching him gets traded. I'm always gonna be a Mark fan. I love playing next to him and Isaiah and Pat. I just like I said, like I can't. I don't. I try. I like don't. I try to think about things I can't control and like and put like energy and stuff. And I'm never gonna wish bad on someone, especially someone I care that much about. It's like I hope he's around. Like I hope we get to, like even like if even if it means less snaps, less targets for me. Like he's just a great player. Our job is to win. Our job is to win games, be the best tight end room we can be the best individual tight end you can be, and be the best we can for the Ravens. Like he makes it better. So like, I think it's like that simple.
Hey, Charlie, now that you mentioned the computer, if you maybe have it on your lap, you're ever so muffled, just ever so slightly muffled.
I'll put it on my phone. Maddie's been getting on me for years about getting rid of this thing.
It's all good. I just want to make sure everybody can hear you because you're giving us great insight.
Yeah.
And I would love to kind of follow up on not necessarily the Mark angle, but I think it's all connected. And Sarah mentioned it earlier on, right? You guys have such a deep tight end room, and you're a competitor at heart, as we know. And let's bring in your phone. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Thank you.
There we go.
So basically, Sarah mentioned it earlier on. This tight end room is one of the most, from a depth standpoint, one of the most talented in the entire league. And so do you ever allow your mind as a competitor? You mentioned it earlier on in the show that you're a competitor at heart and you want your reps. Do you ever allow your mind to wander in terms of, I'm sure you're happy as heck in Baltimore, but usage wise, given the depth, given what you were drafted and where the tight end room was, I'm sure if you were drafted elsewhere, maybe in not as deep of a tight end room, you probably would have had a lot more reps, just natural progression wise over the years. Do you allow your mind to wander at all?
Also, the chat's hilarious. This guy said I had ADHD. My mind wanders all the time. He's absolutely right. But I mean, you can't help it. Like, I see other teams or tight ends on. I see like teams on crossover film where they're like tight ends will be playing. I'm like, man, I'll start there. Like, obviously, you can't help it. Those thoughts come in. But like I said, like I was kind of pouting early on in my career, and I called my tight end coach Master from college, and he was like. He just set me straight. He's like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, you're gonna like be done one day, and you're gonna be like, I really wasted my years in the NFL not like enjoying it and being the best I could be. Like, I didn't think I was gonna play in the NFL. Like, I like basketball better. I thought I was pretty good at basketball. And then I realized that football is better for the tall white guys who can't jump 40 inches. And so I'm not talking about myself, just saying.
Just in general.
Just in general. But no, it's like obviously I see other teams, especially because our room is so good. Like, we have multiple guys on our team who, might start at lots of other places. And so I mean I notice it, but like at the same time, like I really put a lot of work into just like being present, and like it's like a fine line between like being grateful but also being hungry. I try to like walk that of like being grateful for where I'm at, but never like content. Let's talk about that in Harbs and then talk about that. But no, I mean it's a great place to be. The Ravens are a first class organization. George does a great job with the room, and then we got a really good group of guys in there.
Charlie, I'm just so glad you came on tonight because I feel like I've gotten to know you better. You just seem like such a good guy. Like you're here for Joe Flacco. You're here for your tight end room. I am going to steal that line to walk the line between being grateful and hungry. That is exactly where I want to live my life. That is perfect. Perfect. So thank you for coming on that we can get to know you better.
I appreciate it. I mean, I have plenty of vices as well, so I'm not always a great guy, but I appreciate the compliment.
Hey, Sarah, we can't overlook when we were talking about the 40-yard times. He goes a 4 forever to kind of stick it to his teammate there. That was pretty cold, Charlie. That was a little cold.
No, Pat was trying to make fun of my 40 time. I ran pretty well. I think I ran like mid 4.6, and he was trying to make fun of me. I don't know what he ran, but I know it wasn't what he said. And so, and also, Pat is like, I'm never gonna tell him this, of course, but he is like a freaky athlete. Like he's like 300 pounds. He runs well. He's fluid. He's able to like get in and out of his hips and blocks. Like his ability to sync his pad level on contact and restart his feet. Like he's a beast, man. Like I learned so much from like Nick and Josh my first year, and then Pat these last 3 years in the run game. No, he's an impressive dude.
Let's take a look, shall we? We'll go back to your 2022 draft profile out of Norman, Oklahoma.
I'm pretty sure I ran sub 4.7.
It's showing the wrong one here. Hold on, let me add it to the stage.
Where is his 40 time, Sarah?
Is acting up again. There we go. I don't know if it's going to show it from back in the day.
Where is he?
Oh, wait. There we go.
Where do you see it?
Let's see. No.
Look at this. Pro Bowl talent. the perfect prospect. I'm not sure. Are those grades out of 10? If so,
but what's his grade up top? It shows his grade. Let's see what Charlie's grade was. It's not showing us because it's old stuff.
Yeah, where's your 40 time, Charlie?
Oh, there's his total score, 83.
That's awesome.
6.2 will eventually be an average starter, is what they say.
Nice. Yeah, I stayed up. I stayed up all those nights. I was worried about if I was gonna be an average starter or not. I was just so worried about the pre-draft grades. But I'm gonna find this. I know I ran a sub 4.7. This is making me mad.
You find it while you look it up. What are your plans? Are you sticking around Baltimore during the entire offseason program?
Yeah, I'll be here the whole time.
For the most part. Yeah.
I feel like such a narcissist Googling myself, but
we're kind of pressuring you. But so
bam, AI 4.62.
Oh, see, you were right. You knew your time.
Yeah, I'm fast.
Yeah.
But dude,
Bobby, what was your 40, Bobby? Nobody ever asked me to run a 40. They didn't do that in basketball.
Charlie, what play am I thinking about when you got loose on the left-hand side of a sideline within the last couple of years and went like 40 plus? What game was that?
Gosh, could have been that many of them. Probably Cincinnati. Maybe Dallas.
Sarah, does that jog your memory at all? Was it Dallas? Was it Dallas last year?
Yeah, I got roasted by Lamar for getting tackled on the one. That's the worst part.
That's right. He did.
You make a good play, come off excited, and all I do is get yelled at for not scoring. It just kills the vibes.
He did roast you in the press conference, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. But don't you just say, sorry, Lamar, we're not all you. We don't all run 4.34s and elusive like that.
Gosh, he's so good. So disappointing, man. Like, I feel like I'm a good athlete sometimes, and he just walks out, doesn't even warm up, runs faster than I've ever seen. I'm like, dude, what the heck?
Oh man, dude, this was a joy. We appreciate your time tonight. And did you have a prediction on the way out? Did we ask you earlier on? I asked you for your gut feeling. What was the position you were thinking?
I mean, I really don't want to give a prediction because I don't know. I'll say, let's go. You know, I think the Ravens they want to challenge Lamar. They're going to bring a quarterback. You know, I'm going to say they want to.
Hey, everybody's saying Jalen Milroe might be faster than Lamar. Maybe
they want him to play better than MVP. So I'm not sure that's possible.
There we go.
There you go.
I don't know. I'll just say what Pat said. I'll just second whatever Pat said.
He said Malachi Starks. I think he was with you, wasn't he? He said DB, either a safety
That's a
or
cool
a corner.
name too, Malachi. It's a good name.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good name. I think it's got to be defense, right? It's going to have to it's going to be a DB or a defensive tackle to help replace Michael Pierce and help Nnamdi down there.
Oh, Pierce was awesome. Pierce was one of my favorite teammates ever. He was awesome.
He was awesome.
But no, I mean, I assume defense. You know, Voorhees started the year, so assuming he starts, or we have basically 11 starters coming back, so it's like I assume they'll go somewhere like that. And like I said earlier, like it's always like the Ravens are BPA. I know that. I do know that about the Ravens, so I know something. But it's like I just feel like I said earlier, like those positions like D-line, edge rusher, DB, like where you can truly have 3, 4, 5, 6 good guys who all impact the game. It's just like you can't have enough. So.
Dude, thank you so much for your time tonight. Enjoy the rest of the draft. And I know, like you said, the off-season program's kind of just kick-started. So I'm sure it's good to be back. Congratulations on your engagement. We hope to do it again down the road, man.
Yeah, we'll do it again. Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it, Charlie.
Likewise. Charlie Kohler, Ravens tight end, kind enough to spend some time with us. A guy that looks like a Ravens tight end in a lot of people's books is in the waiting room. We'll bring on Cole Jackson in just a matter of moments. We got to reset.
Do we have on Cole Jackson or Mark Andrews coming up next? You guys be the judge.
I mean, at this point, we're going to have the whole tight end room, regardless of who you think Cole is on. So we'll get to that in just a second. Let's kind of catch everybody up to speed. Welcome you in officially, just you and I. It's great to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for holding down the fort for me.
Absolutely. Carolina. The first wide receiver's off the board. It's Tetaroa McMillan out of Arizona, the wide receiver. He goes top 10, big rangy player. He's going to Carolina. Josina Anderson saying that New Orleans is not going quarterback. So Cam Ward continues to be the lone quarterback, Sarah, so far that's off the board. New Orleans is going with Texas offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr. So that means Chicago is on the clock at number 10. And we're officially 17 picks away, or close to 17 picks away from the Ravens being on the board at 27. A couple other things. One, we have multiple giveaways tonight. The opening hour was sponsored by Stuggies. If you go to my Instagram page right now, you can join in. You can be eligible and enter yourself in to be eligible for our first giveaway, which is 2 Orioles tickets, a bunch of food from Stuggies. We appreciate them for sponsoring our opening hour here on our MegaCast. And that brings us to number 2, which is right now, if you click on the link that's included in the show notes, there's a it's a pinned comment right now in the live chat. That'll bring you directly to a collaboration post between myself and Preston Automotive Group. Sarah, we're pleased to announce our second giveaway tonight, and that is a Kyle Hamilton signed mini helmet. Super cool, super kind of Preston for doing so, and it's really easy to enter yourself in. All you got to do is follow a couple accounts. Just go to the post, follow those instructions, and use the hashtag Vault in a comment. If you don't do that, we're not going to be able to randomly select you by night's end. So please do that. Use the hashtag Vault. Click on the link that's in the show notes. In the pinned comment. Can you tell it's already late and I'm wired off the coast? But so that's that. We'll get to some super chats in just a bit, but I want to be respectful to our Canadian guru's time tonight, and that is Cole Jackson from the Road Graders YouTube channel. He's also a fixture in the Ravens Twitter community, and of course, he rejoins us as a friend of the show tonight here inside the Vault. Mr. Andrews, how you doing? I've never seen you with glasses before. That is a jarring look right there. How you doing, brother? Happy draft night.
It really throws you off when you first see it. I've been doing I'm over 30 now. I did all my medical checkups. Turns out I'm blind. So we got the glasses, and they're very reflective. I actually usually got to take them off when I'm doing these because the reflection of my own screen distracts me. But how you guys doing? How you doing tonight?
Oh, we're good. I'm fired up. Bobby's hooked on his energy drink, which I make fun of him for every single time he drinks it.
It's going to be a long weekend for you guys. A long weekend.
You already know.
Yeah. How are you doing? Are you like pulling for an offensive lineman for at number 27? Is that?
Yeah. I mean, I spent a lot of I didn't really get into anywhere outside of the trenches. So a lot of O-line, a lot of D-line, a lot of edge. That's kind of where I focused all of my watching this year around. And to be honest, this was probably the least into the draft analysis I've been, but really drove into everybody that'll be going in the first round from those positions. So, I think it's just one of those things where you look through the mock drafts, and I think the Ravens draft strategy of sitting back, not panicking, and letting someone slip into their laps, we've seen it time and time again. It really looks like it's going to play out that way. You look at the strength of the draft from pick 20 to pick 50, and the delta between those guys is so small that someone that you like, that you wanted kind of in the teens, is going to be there, I think. So the Malachi Starks slipping down, someone like one of the edge rushers, Donovan Azaruku, a lot of folks are interested in Tyler Booker, like someone like that in the mocks you see going in the teens is going to be there at 27. The Ravens do the patented sit back and just take the BPA. It feels like that kind of draft.
Absolutely. Like any one of those. I mean, I could there could be like 10 guys that it'd be like whoever falls out of these 10, maybe even out of 5, right? It's like whoever falls. Okay. But if go ahead.
Sorry. Just want to make sure that we round out the top 10. So don't let that thought leave your mind. But the first tight end's coming off the board. It's Colston Loveland.
Wow.
Out of Michigan. Yeah. So he surpasses Tyler Warren, who had that. Chicago's going with Michigan tight end, Colston Loveland. That now puts San Francisco on the clock at 11. But he leapfrogs Warren, Cole.
What?
He leapfrogs Warren.
Yeah. No, super surprising. I think the weird thing about Loveland, he's just one of those guys where when I watched him play, I didn't find that he tested way better than he played. So I'm really surprised by that. Tyler Warren's just more of a ball winner, a lot better yak ability. So that's surprising. That's really surprising, especially on the fact that, Chicago really built up their trenches. I really was curious what they would do because they're one of those teams when they get a QB that, you go out and you get a lot of the fancy toys, but you don't build in your trenches. This offseason's been completely different, right? They make the big trade for Joe Tooney. Can't think of the D tackle they added in free agency. They added a big name D tackle, but I thought they'd keep going into those trenches, but they decide Caleb Williams needs a little bit more firepower. I thought Cole Kmet was enough, so I'm a little surprised, but very interesting pick.
Yeah, this will be Michigan already 2 on the board in the top 10. And if Daniel Jeremiah gets his way, there'll be 3 in the first round, 1 to the Ravens. So the question I was going to ask you is, if it was an offensive lineman at 27, is there one that you like? Like somebody had, I can't remember who had Josh Simmons to the Ravens at 27, which I personally did not love because you have your tackles. Obviously, you could move them to guard, but I don't know. Plus, he's injured, and out here in Columbus, they don't speak super highly of him. So to me, I didn't love that one. But would you, or do you like Tyler Booker? Like, if it was an offensive lineman, who would you like it to be?
Yeah, great question. I think for me, if they're going to be taking an offensive lineman at 27, my focus has really been on getting someone that is either a guard with tackle ability or a tackle that's converting to guard at the NFL level. To me, that is where you're going to uncover the true value. And I say that because you're going to have that 5th-year option. The 5th-year option goes off of O-line. It's not separated between O-tackle and O-guard. So you give a little bit away there because the amount of money that you're going to make on the 5th-year option is going to be over that guard market, right? Because it's going to factor in all those tackles. So using the 5th year on an offensive guard, you don't get that type of value. But the Ravens are in a very unique situation where Ronnie Stanley's re-signed. That's great. We have our bookends. We have our center. They're filling in those guard spots. But getting a guy, and I do think Josh Simmons fits into that picture because I do think he can move inside. Getting a guy that can come in and be that kind of day one left guard, ready to go, or even right guard if it's a guy like Gray Zabel, that is a lot of value to me because in 2 years, when Ronnie does ride off into the sunset, hopefully with a Lombardi in his hand, we will then have to move someone out there. And the reason that's so important to me is because we saw this year, if the Ravens don't re-sign Ronnie Stanley, the free agency market was really bad. A lot of those guys got overpaid. Guys like Jalen Moore, I wouldn't want as my starting tackle, let alone be paying him that much money. Or not Jalen Moore. Dan Moore from the Steelers. So I don't want to pay a guy like that, right? But then when you're picking in the late 20s, which the Ravens constantly do because they make it to the playoffs, you're scraping away, right? Even if you go back and look at last year's draft, the tackles just went on a big run in the early 20s, right? So you're stuck either trading up and giving up that draft capital to chase a left tackle to develop, but you have to start him week 1. But if you have a guy that's been in your system for a couple of years, been playing left guard, you kick him out to left tackle. It's kind of what the Cowboys were looking to do with Tyler Smith when they took him. So that's the situation that I think is favorable. So in that case, guys like Donovan Jackson give me a lot of interest because we saw him have to move out to tackle when Josh Simmons went down. High-level performing left guard, but his best film of his college career actually came at left tackle. So I do think he has that skill set. So that's a name that definitely interests me. Josh Simmons, I do think can move inside. So I see that as like a day one left guard. And then you let Voorhees compete with Falele for the right guard spot with that idea that in 2 years when Ronnie moves on, or God forbid Ronnie gets hurt in the next 2 years, you have a guy that's ready to move out there. They don't have their Swiss Army knife and Patrick McCary anymore. So they need to go get another tackle in addition to that extra spot, right? Like I think there needs to be 3 offensive linemen drafted. So they're going to have to get a developmental tackle, but do you want that developmental 4th, 5th round tackle going into a game, or do you want a guy that you took with those high level traits so you can kick out to left tackle? So that's kind of how I see it. So Donovan Jackson's in that category for me. I do think he's that good. Josh Simmons, if he slips, I'm a little worried about the injury recovery. I saw a timeline of November. Those are always tough, right? And I know this fan base is very scarred by David Ajabo's recovery, and then the second injury that came after that. So I understand the hesitancy to injured players, but that type of approach in terms of getting that day one guard that can play tackle long term, I think there's a lot of value there. Tyler Booker, I like as a player. I liked his player evaluation a lot more than I like his fit on the Ravens, and I say that because I see him as that downhill power gap guard. Would have been if this was Greg Roman's scheme, I'd feel a lot different. But he struggled a little bit in space. I think he really struggled to reach his marks. And when he struggled in zone to get out in space, a lot of holding penalties. It didn't seem like processing to me. It just seemed like landing his hands wide. So he's going to have to really clean up that run blocking technique. So I get a little bit worried about that type of stuff when I look at his tape, but a lot of buzz from folks I've talked to that the Ravens have a lot of interest in him. So I do think that's a very realistic option.
Hey, they're going to need a run on quarterbacks to kind of start here. Because, as you were giving us a bunch of great insight there, Georgia edge rushers off the board. Michael Williams. He's going to San Francisco. So 16 picks out from Baltimore. There's one quarterback off the board. There's one tight end off the board. There's one running back off the board. Dallas is on the clock now at 12, but Cole, they got to get that run going. And I don't know when that's going to happen. I mean, is it going to be?
I think it could be in the 20s, like around where the Steelers are, and then people know that the Steelers are interested in a quarterback. So if people are going to trade back in or try to jump the Steelers, so I think late teens, early 20s, I think right around there it could maybe start.
I could see it starting. Seattle's happy with Sam Darnold, though. Maybe not after the first. Maybe they don't want to like guarantee that they're going to have to be happy with him. Maybe they want to bring more talent in the building. But then, yeah, to your point, early 20s, right, with Pittsburgh, and then maybe the Rams, who are picking right before the Ravens at 26, want Stafford's successor potentially in their building, and then maybe Cleveland's like, hey, we're gonna go do the Ravens in 2018 thing and jump in. How do you see this shaking out right now, Cole? Real time.
Yeah, I get worried about hoping for a QB run as the round goes on, because you're starting to get into teams that are playoff teams that usually have a quarterback. Obviously, exceptions exist, like Pittsburgh. That seems like one of the really only threats I see to take a quarterback. When you kind of look through the teams, it's pretty well. A lot of them are pretty well covered, and then you get into teams that are playoff teams that are just trying to supplement the rest of their roster, and you're starting to get some names slipping, like Shahade Barron, a guy that was seen as a top 10 pick. So those names become very tantalizing, right? So when you look down the list, would the Colts do it? Probably not. I don't really see a name like Pittsburgh, Colts, maybe, but no. That's it. Like there's just no teams out there that really need. There's a lot of quarterback talent in the league right now. So I think that's where, especially after last year, when you think about it, how many quarterbacks went in the first round? 6. So that's 6 teams that are probably not going to turn around and take a quarterback the next year, because you're trying to, develop your guys. So you got 6 teams doing that. You got 10 teams, in the playoffs. It's just, I don't know. It's tough to get that run going.
Nate Thomas showing you some love here from Green Bay. Cole, I absolutely loved your draft. I'm currently at the draft right now. Loved all your picks and all your mocks. Nate, give us some perspective on what the heck's going on out there. There is just a sea of people. I saw a tweet that they actually had to pause entry at one point because it's that flooded in Green Bay. This is the smallest market, by the way, league-wide, and yet the place is jumping, which kind of gives you hope that maybe a future draft could be coming to Baltimore. Who knows?
Let's hope. I want to.
And I know your arse is coming down for that if that's the case. I know that.
Flyer to Baltimore now. I love it.
I know that. By the way, mark your calendars. I don't know why this is being released right now, but the schedule release May 14th. So we'll have a show then. Looking forward to that. Hopefully they'll have an international game selfishly so we can travel coming up this fall on their schedule. Sarah, where to next?
Well, yeah, I'm still hoping that I'm still on the quarterback question. I'm hoping that is that a team like the Browns or like the Giants are afraid that the Steelers could take the quarterback that they desire, right? So if they want like a Jackson Dart, then maybe they're going to feel like they got to jump them to go get them. So that's really our only hope for a quarterback run to go. But so I wanted to go back. Obviously, the offensive line. I think we wanted to have you on a couple times, Cole. We just haven't been able to make it happen. Tell us your thoughts on Daniel Fa'alele and his
the poor guy. Oh man. Hopefully he's got
his week 1 to week 17 plus playoffs. What did you see? Was there a progression? There definitely was, how big of a progression and what kind of confidence do you have in him going into 2025? Because we know the Ravens' confidence seems to be very high.
Yes, and I definitely that's one of the. I want to preface this, like a lot of my thoughts definitely seem to disagree with what the Ravens view, and I completely acknowledge that. So this is more just based on my analysis, my film watching, and no doubt about it, he improved as the season went on. I did a couple videos on it throughout the year, and he definitely upped his play. His pass protection got a lot better, I'd say, from a starting point. My fundamental issue with Falele is that we are implementing a scheme post Greg Roman that prioritizes the zone run game. That is where, like, every team, whether you're a zone dominant or you're a gap dominant, you're always going to run a little bit of everything. Greg Roman, hardcore gap guy, still ran zone. So it's not that you're only doing one concept, but Todd Monken's base has always been the zone run scheme. And that's what Derrick Henry on the Titans excelled at. And that's where we saw a lot of the success this year from some of those big Derrick Henry runs. It was outside zone, and it was also the tosses getting the ball outside. So they want to get their offensive linemen out in space and moving bodies. That is the one thing that Daniel Falele did not show enough progression in, is getting out in space. You saw it on screens. You saw it on outside zone. He'd run down the field. He couldn't find anybody. It's not just foot speed with him. It's processing. So that to me is the fundamental issue. I didn't see enough progression there. So the thing I struggle with Falele is the type of team you want to be, the type of scheme you want to run, he doesn't excel at it. And it just feels like we're forcing him into a scheme that he doesn't fit, where there seems like other ways to kind of upgrade that position. The argument of if his run blocking is the weakness and, how many more yards can the Ravens run for? I get it. We're already one of the best rushing team in the league. I get it, but you want to build the best team to implement the scheme you run. And then they get into some of his pass blocking. The Ravens prioritize under Todd Monken trying to use 5-man protections. We saw a lot of chips when Roger Rosengarten was struggling in the middle of the season before he took off kind of at the end of the year. But they want to be able to ask their guys to just, 5-man protect and be able to be isolated. That, again, takes Falele out of the phone booth and puts him in more space where he struggles. So I just think when you look at what they want to do in pass protection, when you look at what they want to do in the run game, he just doesn't fit the scheme. So if there's an opportunity to upgrade, they absolutely should. So can he get better? Of course he can. Like, he could completely overhaul his body composition. He could finally click, because I don't think it's all athletic. I know a lot of people look there. I think his fundamental issue is his play speed, which is more on his mental processing, because you can see him get out of his blocks not too bad, especially in the run game, but he just looks lost. He doesn't know where to position his body. He doesn't seem to understand leverage both in a one-on-one block and within the broader run scheme. So if you're trying to overtake a block, he really struggles to overtake that inside shoulder. That to me is one of the limiting factors to Tyler Linderbaum. I think a more athletic guard that can overtake some of these blocks can get Tyler out in space a lot quicker, and he can do what he does so well in the second level, where we see him 15 yards downfield blocking a safety and springing a run like we did see against I think that one was against the Cowboys on one of Henry's big runs. So those are kind of my thoughts. I feel like we're trying to put a square peg into a round hole with Daniel Falele, not to take away from, he definitely developed, but I just think there's a way to upgrade and have a better scheme fit.
I had a chance to ask Pat Ricard, from his perspective about Daniel earlier on in the stream. And he kind of gave me that answer that I think any teammate would give, whatever you want to call us, a creator, a broadcaster, whatever it is. And, he stood by Daniel. He referred to how difficult of a transition it was from, Joe D kind of undergoing that tragic illness and then tragically losing his, passing not long after. And then all of a sudden they bring in George Warhop after they promoted whoever the assistant coach. I'm forgetting who the assistant was at the time, assistant offensive line coach. But there was just a lot of turnover. There was a lot of change for a young guy that was already kind of sipping from the fire hose, if you will, Cole. So I think Pat was sort of hanging his hat on that. He showed promise in his mind early on. And you just wonder, like, based on the messaging that we've seen, I guess we'll know more over the course of the next few days. I mean, you just outlined that beautifully. But do you have any confidence that they're not all in on it?
No, they're all. I've been doing this on Twitter. I've been doing this on Twitter all off season, where I'll talk about the team needs, and I almost need to go down two paths. Right? It's what Cole wants to do, and it's what Cole thinks the Ravens will do. And I would move off Falele. I wouldn't even have started him to start the year. Obviously, there's Tyler Booker. Wow.
Already.
Holy. Wow.
Early. For our audio-only audience, we have an early Tyler Booker coming off the board. He's the Alabama guard. Plenty had him mocked to Baltimore. He goes 12 overall at Dallas, Cole.
And this, I want to be very clear. I talked to a few people today that are, pretty well positioned that I've been getting some good stuff from. And I know for a fact the Ravens had a ton of interest in Tyler Booker, a ton of interest. I really think if he falls, that was going to be the pick over guys that I think the fans would have taken, would have went elsewhere. I have that type of confidence in how much they liked him. So, wow, that's early. And again, that's another guy that, we talked about it a little bit, but a guy that doesn't have the athleticism that people want to see, but Dallas likes to get their guys out in space too. So it really shows how the player evaluation's going. Like, teams are seeing him a lot differently than fans are. And that includes me. I had a lot of issues with some of his athleticism and playing in space, but I think Dallas wants to do very similar things to Baltimore, and they have no issue taking him at pick number 12. So there just goes to show the difference in how teams view it and fans.
And Jerry,
Jeff's conceding the race. He says, well, there goes my idea.
Yeah.
The Rebec.
Oh, did he? There goes that idea. Yeah, he said, there goes that idea.
That was his final pick in his mock today.
Oh, was it his final pick? Oh, there you go. Well, what's funny is I was listening to some Jerry Jones clips from, I think it was earlier this week or last week, where he was trying to convince the fans and the media that offensive line was extremely important, because everybody was like, you need to get a running back, you need to get a running back, you need to get a running back. And he does. But he started to go through the history of like, hey, we were able to get late running backs and have them succeed, like Murray, because we had a dominant offensive line. Like, they don't have Zach Martin anymore, right? And so it doesn't surprise me that the Dallas Cowboys went offensive line early, because maybe they see a Pro Bowl guard for the next decade.
Yeah, and they need a Zach Martin replacement as well. So that now brings us to Miami. Not going to have a quarterback coming off the board. If they do, that'd be kind of shocking. So that's 13. So what are we? We're 14 picks out from 27th overall. Still a projection of after 11, I guess, the way this thing's going. Each team gets 10 minutes. So we'll see how.
Got to think Miami is looking at Barron here.
You think so?
I would think. And then the Colts probably looking at Tyler Warren. They're probably licking their chops that Loveland went first. So, right. There's a corner and a tight end maybe coming in the next two. Maybe not for Miami, but, with the Jalen Ramsey trade talk, they're going to have to go back into that well. And, they had a lot of great corners over the years that have kind of faded out. Like Xavier Howard's obviously gone now. So, they may want to go back to that well and get a guy like Barron in there.
How you doing on time, brother?
Yep.
Doing okay on time? Yeah, sorry, okay. Sarah, go ahead.
That's all right. Who was it? Somebody today, was it Daniel Jeremiah, had Miami picking Malachi Starks. There's a part of me that really, really wants Malachi Starks to be there at 27, just so I can see if the Ravens would take him, because he's been such a popular pick.
People it's tough with DJ, because DJ's, I think he's got 3 of the last 5 years. And
yes.
So just to dive in, I'll throw out a little negative thought here. One of the picks that I will be the most upset with is Kenneth Grant. That is a pick that it seems like a classic Ravens pick. And when I saw DJ be the one to mock it, I was like, oh no, because he knows them like the back of his hand. Like, he really does. And they do prioritize stopping the run. They lost Michael Pierce. I understand it, but a nose tackle when you have Travis Jones with no pass rush up, well, not no pass, but limited pass rush upside. That's a tough sell on me. Yeah.
Were you buying what he was selling, saying that he reminds him of Haloti Ngata? Were you buying that?
I don't see the pass rush upside of a Haloti Ngata, but I get what he's thinking when he says it. I'm not sure I see that type of pass rush upside personally.
Yeah.
I wanted to cut to.
Oh man,
I wanted to cut to our friend Jason Smith's positional board here, and it looks like he's so savvy. Why wouldn't he be doing this? But he is literally going pick for pick here and erasing the names that are off the board. So here you have it. Obviously,
gone.
What's that?
All of his greens are going. They're disappearing.
Yeah. Eamon Worry, he's high on Nick. That the top safety on his board is still available out of South Carolina, as is Jihad Campbell there, the linebacker. But a lot of the top guys, including Michael Williams, who just went to San Francisco, just a short while ago. You wonder when that edge rusher run will take place.
Okay, we got spam again. Let me get this.
I got you.
You got it. Okay, back to while we're waiting for the pick of Miami. Cole, we know that both Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum, this is what happens when you absolutely knock out of the park 2 first-round picks. Do you think the Ravens can keep both long-term? Can they keep both Tyler Linderbaum and Hamilton long-term? Because they're both worthy when it's time to become the highest paid at their positions.
Yeah. Like I mean, you look at what Philly's doing right now, they have no issue retaining their top dogs, right? So it's really pushing that money down. They're going to have to backload those deals, push the money down. And I think they'll keep them both for sure. That's just been a Ravens thing. It's very rare that they don't retain a first round pick, especially when they're, even, anyone that's a Pro Bowler. I can't think of anyone they haven't re-signed, right? Like you look at a guy like Owe,
but it was a late Pro Bowl, not early in his
career. And that's actually a great point. And like even if you look at Owe, who double-digit sacks, was not in the Pro Bowl conversation, but is trending up, I guess, in terms of that pass rush ability. And we haven't seen a deal there. In fact, we kind of saw the opposite, right? We saw him obviously upset with whatever the offer he did receive was. So I'm not expecting him to be around long-term either, but I think that's because they're putting the money into the guys that have already hit that Pro Bowl status, right? So you can't pay everybody, unfortunately. And I think one thing the Ravens have done well is forecast that kind of future need. So I don't see a scenario where both Hamilton and Linderbaum aren't the highest paid at their position. One advantage, I guess, of picking quote unquote devalued positions is their top dollar isn't the same as some of the other positions' top dollar that they'd have to pay if they had the top wide receiver, the top corner, that sort of thing. So I think that they're going to get some nice little cap relief, that the TV contract's going to explode and get the cap up. So I think they're going to do it, but I think it's really putting stress on that kind of 2027, 2028, 2029 years, where I think I saw a thing where if you look at the way the Eagles have constructed their contracts, 2029 is a year of like what's going to be going on, because a lot of that money on the big deals they've signed is in 2029. So, very interesting how that's going to go, but no way am I letting Linderbaum and Hamilton go. No way.
You called this one. Indy's going after Tyler Warren. So I guess the surprise here is that Loveland.
I thought it'd be Loveland. Like that seemed like I thought Warren goes first and Loveland goes second, but just inverse them. But Colts needed a tight end bad, so I think they got to be smiling, because I think Tyler Warren's far superior to Colston Loveland.
Yeah. So just to catch everybody up to speed, 2 players prior to Warren here that have been mocked to Baltimore are off the board in the top 15. That's Tyler Booker, the guard out of Bama, who goes to Dallas. And Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle out of Michigan, goes to Miami. And remember, that was DJ's final pick, 27th overall in his mock. So he goes way earlier than Daniel Jeremiah had him projected at, which was 27. He goes 13 to Miami. Colts take Warren, and that puts Atlanta on the clock at 15.
Kenneth Grant off way before DJ had that.
We love it, though. We love it because we didn't want that, folks.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't want it.
You know what? He's going to end up being an all-pro. Someone's going to clip this, and I'm going to get
I was going to say, seeing him go this early doesn't make you, sway you at all, Cole?
It's not Go back to my Tyler Booker comments. It's not so much the player value, it's the fit on what the Ravens like. You're rotating Jones and Kenneth Grant all the time. You're not getting both on the field. You know what I mean? Like it's so. That was one of the things I wanted Pierce back for another year, not just because I needed another thick six out of him, but I wanted that kind of healthy nose tackle rotation that was cheap. But they are going to have to take a nose at some point. I just didn't want it at 27.
Yep.
Is Jordan Schultz super way ahead, Bobby?
Schultz is just cooking tonight. I think he's making a case to be in that upper echelon of insiders with Schefter and Rappaport and everybody. So yeah, he's definitely up there. So Atlanta's on the clock. Cole, how long do you want to crash with us?
Yeah, so Sens are playing the Leafs right now, and they're going into overtime, and I have tickets for game 4. So the optics for me going into game 4, down 3-0 or 2-1, going to tie the series is going to be, they're very different. Like I might sell my ticket or I'm going to the game and it's going to be a night. So I got a couple buddies coming down from Toronto that I haven't seen in a while. So it's supposed to be a big event, but we've started this series real bad, and you know how much we crave hockey up here in Canada. So yeah, I'm definitely catching that overtime.
Dude, you've been all in. I've been watching your IG stories. You're all in on this.
Yeah. So, it's been a while. It's been 8 years. That's why it hasn't impacted my draft stuff lately, but the Sens are finally back in the playoffs. So
Bobby was just here in Columbus. Turns out, I didn't even know it. There's like 6 different hockey players for the Columbus team here that live like in my neighborhood.
Oh,
and
no
one
way.
is one is literally right across the street. So you got to come visit. You can come meet all the hockey players.
Yeah, one of the guys I grew up with, I actually lived like 3 houses away when I used to live in Ottawa. Erica Branson, he plays in Columbus right now, so maybe he's one of them. Great guy.
Could be. All right, one last prediction before you go, Cole.
Okay, so I gotta think. Let's pick number 27 here. So based on the way I see the board falling, this has gone weird, and I think everyone expected this draft to be very hard to nail down. Again, we're talking about that disparity of talent. I think between pick 20 and pick 50, I don't think the delta is very big compared to other years. So it's really predicting this draft felt very, very difficult. I think when it comes down to it, the 2 names that stand out to me the most that I think will be there, that I think could be there, one is Malachi Starks. I think he's been talked to death. I won't avow him to you guys because he's been talked to death. I think the other that fans are going to hate, so I'm going to kind of do one of those poof moments where I say, I'm going to give you guys a little rage bait and then get out of here. I think if he's there, the Ravens will take a shot on a guy that had 4.5 sacks in the last 3 years in Shamar Stewart. And it's going to haunt everyone's dreams, but Eric DaCosta is, when he looks at edge rushers, he wants that explosive athleticism. It seems to be the biggest. If you look at draft trends with the Ravens at certain positions, athleticism with their pass rushers, their edge rushers specifically, has been the one constant. That pick scares the crap out of me. Again, it's just how are you that? Lance Zierlein had it in the first line of his NFL.com draft profile. It said under weaknesses, it was like traits doesn't match the production or something like that. I'm trying to, where is it? Puzzling lack of career production relative to his traits. It's one of those things where you watch him play, you watch how explosive it is. It makes no sense that he had 3.5 sacks in 4 years or 3 years. Sorry. But I do think the Ravens will prioritize that explosive athleticism. And you look at it right there, even at the scores, 25th ranked in production, 4th ranked in athleticism. That's something the Ravens have shown. They don't seem to care as much about production when it comes to edge rushers. They really look at the traits. So this is a guy that reminds me a lot of Travon Walker in terms of not having the trait or the production to back it up, but he was big. He was fast, he was long, and they thought they could develop him, and the Jags have done a nice job of that. I think the Ravens will see a lot of what they saw in Oweh. Again, I'm about to leave, so you guys can get mad in the comments.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got some tomatoes being thrown at you by the chat.
That's fine. I knew it. So I'm saying Malachi Starks or Shamar Stewart.
All right.
Okay.
There you go.
Cole, two things. One, Chris Sims told me in Indy that he loves this guy because of the F the play up stat. That's his like personal label for why Shamar.
Are we about to talk Derek Harmon?
No.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it was mostly just unless he just came off the board. Let me just make sure we're fully caught up to speed. No, he didn't. Sims loves him for the F the play up stat and thinks that 4.5 number over 3 years at Texas A&M isn't representative of what he might translate to at the NFL level. And obviously, Chuck Smith might be kind of foaming at the mouth here to get him in there in his system and try and take all that upside and untapped potential and run with it. And then second, what do you have coming up on Road Graders over the weekend? And everybody's wondering.
Yeah, I'm actually going to kick off Monday. I did this last year where I kind of let the weekend happen and just, we got you folks out here doing the kind of day to day. We don't need me kind of doing news reports. It's not my strength. I did this last year. I spent the weekend. I really dove into the film. And for the next 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, I guess it depends on how many picks we go. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, film room, going through every single prospect the Ravens pick. It was a really solid stream of content last year. Actually, my most viewed video was Rasheen Ali, which kind of surprised me. It was also one of the only videos I had to use YouTube because you couldn't get all 22 on some of Marshall's games. So that'll be my approach. So Monday, film room on pick 27, or if a trade back their first pick, and then we roll them out every 2 days, and I'll be doing that in partnership with Russell Street Report.
Here it is, guys. Road Graders with Cole Jackson. Let's get him to 8,000 subscriptions by the end of the weekend. You're crushing it, dude. You got kids at home. You got a full-time job in government, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't sleep.
And I feel like your kids are sick every other week, and you're just rolling, man. So we appreciate your time tonight. I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. The hockey playoffs obviously alive and well, and we hope to do it again in the coming weeks so we can get your thoughts on evaluation post-draft.
Thanks a lot, guys, and go Ravens go, but also go Sens go. Let's go get this one against the Leafs so I can go on Saturday and be happy.
A lot of Caps fans in this chat right now. You're talking.
Hey, respect to Ovi. Respect to Ovi.
Heck yeah. Thanks,
all
brother.
Right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate
Take
it,
care.
Cole.
Talk to you, dude. Cole Jackson, kind enough to spend some time with us. And over 3,100 of you are kind enough to be spending some time with us right now in real time on opening night of the draft. This is our MegaCast partner. I feel like I haven't even had any one-on-one time with you because of our crazy guest list, which has been awesome and should get even better 17 minutes from now. Hint, hint, we will be joined by a current Raven if he ends up clearing his schedule, which he has verbally told us he will do coming up.
Not
in
verbally, written. He has writtenly told us.
Sure. In written form. In written form. Let's get everybody caught up to speed. Let's get some super chats in here and make sure that we're also multitasking. Right now, Atlanta's on the clock. So at 15, coming up on that 12-ish slots away from when the Ravens are selected to pick at 27th overall. Jeff Zarebek tweeting just a schedule release thing a little bit late, so nothing there. And I want to let everybody know, too, that we're doing multiple giveaways tonight, okay? All of which can be found on my Instagram page at Bobby Baltimore. Lucky enough to be working with Stuggies, who sponsored our opening hour, and we're going to be doing some Orioles ticket giveaways. There's also some food giveaways in that as well. And also on top of that, Preston Automotive Group is giving away a Kyle Hamilton signed helmet. That's just 2 of the 3 giveaways that we're going to be randomly selecting and announcing at the end of the show. Sarah, by the way, I can actually let everybody know how many entries we have right now. We only have 39 entries. Guys, there's a Kyle Hamilton signed football in there for the taking. There is 2 Orioles tickets combined with Stuggies food, and there's a Manta sleep mask, all of which are going to be separate giveaways at the end of the show. You have to use the hashtag Vault in the comment section, and you have to go to my Instagram here and just follow the instructions of my latest 2 posts. It's super simple. That'll get you in and ultimately put yourself in the running here for 3 different giveaways. So hopefully you guys will do that. We appreciate our sponsors for supporting us tonight, and we appreciate all of you guys for being here. Should we get to some super chats?
Yeah, I was going to say, should we read, for now, 10 and above, 5 and above, stuff like that?
Most of them have been covered. Most of it has been covered, so I can actually help you going back. I'll guide you here. Why don't you get us started with Catherine?
Catherine, she says, I have learned so much from you two. I strive to be able to speak about football as Sarah does. Appreciate that, Catherine. I strive to be better at it too.
We all certainly. It's such a complex game. You and me both. Justin Holt writes, biggest need is inside linebacker. Roquan needs help. Go Ravens. #Vault. Brian making sure that he is in for the #Vault giveaway. Thank you, Brian. Truth Bearer, Sarah, this was earlier on when we had Charlie on.
Yeah. He said Travis Kelce ran a 4.6140. Charlie Kolar 4.62. Woo! Basically saying Charlie's like a undercover future Hall of Famer.
We really appreciate Charlie for joining us. It was awesome to overlap him with Pat. They're clearly buddies because of the overlap with fullback and tight end. And I hope we get Charlie on solo again because
when you know each other's, if you know each other's dentist appointments, you know you're pretty good friends.
Couldn't you tell there was a group message for sure that was talking about that? That was hysterical. Yeah. What I Say Junior says, can we get Charlie on weekly? LMAO. He was awesome. C King, Sarah. This was actually beef between him and Meltrap. I'm just not going to go there, dude. I'm sorry. A couple different beef super chats. We appreciate them, but just for timing, we're just not going to read them. Atlanta is here's the edge rusher run, Sarah, that might be starting after Michael Williams obviously went to San Francisco. Georgia's Jalen Walker is off the board at 15. He is going to the Atlanta Falcons. So the run perhaps has started there at edge.
Well, can we go back to tight ends? Can they take more tight ends? I was happy to see 2 tight ends go.
For real.
I'm like, the Ravens are pretty good in that room. Let's keep having a run on that.
For real.
Yeah.
Clinton was chiming in earlier on, just saying, congrats, Charlie. Let's go to his engagement. And C King, we can read this one.
So, bro, we should trade up with our Dragons horde of picks. Get a top lineman. Please, EDC. Protect Lamar and get after them QBs. He didn't say, so saith I, the Sea King.
He did on the other ones. Not a fan. He's been dropping them all in. We love you. We love you, Sea King, as always. Not a fan says, Charlie looks like the oldest 14-year-old I've ever seen. We appreciate you for joining, bro. Truth Bearer chiming in.
He says, Pat was looking forward to, is that a pancake? Pancaking Travis two times year on toss. I'm so confused. Truth Bearer, I'm sorry.
Travis Jones?
Pat was looking forward to pancake Travis 2 times this year on toss. It can't be Travis
He's
Jones.
talking about, we were talking about the King with toss plays and how that's a big part of the scheme.
Yeah.
But isn't he going to have a chance to? Travis Jones is going to be the shoe-in starter here now that Michael has retired. So why isn't he going to have to look forward to this? Why is it in past tense? Maybe I'm just mush at this point, but let us know.
Travis Hunter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Travis Hunter in Cleveland. Duh. Okay. Yeah, because it's hard to pancake Travis Jones. Can we all agree on that? Yes. Okay. Because earlier on in the week and really in the months leading up, there was this universal thought that Travis Hunter was going to go to Cleveland at 2, and then Jacksonville decided to shake up the entire draft. That was insane. I got you. We're a little slow right now. There's multitasking going on in here. All right, C King, I already threw in that one. David
more
said
energy drinks.
It could be that. I'm definitely wired. There's a lot of murmuring going on here. David says, all pro Pat, love my fellow masshole. C King says, pancake Pat.
They call him?
Oh yeah. As a Northeast boy, I've known that phrase forever.
What's funny is my in-laws live in. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. My husband grew up for part of his high school years. He was in Massachusetts, so I don't know why I've never heard that.
It's all good. Well, I said this one from C King. I said this one from Not a Fan. Alec, way earlier on, was telling us not to tip picks. We appreciate Alec. He gave me some cocktail sauce on the house when I was in Indianapolis. Works at an awesome steakhouse in downtown Indy for the Combine. Rossi Clark.
Did 8 and 22 get you the same gifts they gave our offensive line? Sorry, we didn't get that question while they were here.
Sorry, Rossi. We'll have to have him on again. David Scott says, thanks for all you do, Project Pat. Glad you want to be a forever Raven. And I think we are fully caught up here. For the most part, let's get Park Heights Profit in here. I haven't displayed this one.
Oh, yeah. Park Heights giving us love today. He gave us a 50 burger earlier today. He said, please let the bald head wonder cook tonight. Oh, he's talking about EDC. Please let the bald head wonder cook tonight. In EDC, we trust. If Baltimore gets the draft, Johnny Walker Blue and cigars on me.
Oh, wait. Did someone say cigars?
They sure did. That's definitely for you. He is talking to you.
Let's go, Park Heights. Azariah Sear has become our newest channel member. We have over 70 strong. We would love for you guys to become a Voltron. You can do so by clicking on the link that's included in the show notes. Rave Kingdom, of course, is locked in with the hashtag Ben Cleveland. And Sarah, the Kid Gowie joined me in the second half of the opening hour.
Oh, I did not know that. That's wonderful. He says, shout out Gowie. Dude stays repping.
And he wanted to show you some love as well. He sends you his best. D-Wiz writes, if I'm trading up, I have to figure out how to get Jalen Walker in the building. Dude got versatility, high motor, and next level leader ability. I believe he's off the board if memory serves. Yes, he is. He's going to Atlanta, the linebacker out of Georgia. So a couple of Georgia boys are off the board. The other one is Mykel Williams, who's going to San Francisco. That puts Arizona on the board. We'll be watching that. Should be coming in any minute for the Cardinals. Sarah, how about this? I didn't display this. Catherine's crushing it for us today. We appreciate her. Shallow Water Hunter says, I'm sorry. I thought I got to a lot more of these. I told you I did. Shallow Water Hunter says, day one viewer here. Happy draft day. Let's get better today. And our newest channel member is Pop Punk Cowboy. Thank you all for being here. We've got over 3,100 concurrents. We'll get back to super chats in just a bit. You are giving me body language like you want to go in a certain direction. Where do you want to go?
I am not giving you that body language. Oh. I'm trying to figure out.
I thought I knew my partner.
No.
Oh, here we go. Cardinals. That's where we can go. Cardinals. Ooh, you're not going to like this. You're not going to like this.
Walter Nolan.
You're not going to like this one bit. Yep.
Why wouldn't I like it?
Well, I thought at one point that.
I'm more Harmon.
Okay.
But earlier today, I said I was surprised that Daniel Jeremiah didn't have Walter Nolan taken in the first round.
Yeah.
And Arizona Cardinals made that a real thing today, just a few moments ago.
Yes.
So, yeah. Okay, so that's 2 defensive tackles, or more actually, but 2 that some were wondering if the Ravens could get with Walter Nolan and with Grant out of Michigan. So that's 2 gone. But I believe Harmon, he's still out there, correct?
Harmon is on the board. Azaraku is on the board. You still got a lot of talent out there, but there is just not. That quarterback run doesn't appear to be coming until early 20s, like you were saying earlier on when we had Cole here.
Yeah.
So let's go to Jason's board. Let's do that right now because Cincinnati's on the clock, Sarah. Daniel Jeremiah had them picking Ezuraku in his final mock. He is available right now. Shamar Stewart is available.
Wait, it's not showing again. StreamYard's killing us.
I just haven't done it yet.
Oh, you haven't done it yet?
Yeah, getting there.
Show us the board.
Getting there in just a second. Teal is chiming in. We have over 3,200 concurrents. Super chats are flying in. What I Say Junior wants to know, do I have to have an Instagram for the giveaway? #Vault. Technically, no. You need it for 2 of the 3. So What I Say Junior, you are now eligible for the sleep mask. The other 2, you have to have an Instagram, unfortunately. Let's go to our guy, Huddle It Up Films big board. He's got a positional breakdown. That's Jason Smith. We had him on the show within the last couple weeks, and he's been updating this thing like no tomorrow. There's Derek Harmon, Sarah. He's still on the board in the green, but as you can see, not a lot of greens left.
Well, which is why people were thinking like safety, right? Because the top safeties, because the league doesn't see the positional value in it. It's probably why so many people kept having a safety to the Ravens. Did he not get Green off there yet? Has Mike Green been taken?
Green is available.
He is available. Okay. So we got I'm not looking at the wide receivers. I don't think the Ravens are going to take a receiver. We still got Simmons there, right? Josh Simmons at tackle. We got Mike Green at edge. Then we're getting into that. What color is that? Is that like a tan color, a little sand color? Ezraku's there, as you mentioned. Shamar Stewart, James Pierce, who I took based off of the board that was given to me when I was representing the Ravens in Las Vegas radio. Harmon and Green. Jihad Campbell, probably because of his injuries that he's still around. Then we got some Will Johnson at cornerback. Barron's there, and then Eamon Wari and Starks. All those guys are still in green.
Yep.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in green. How many picks away are we?
We are 10 once Cincinnati finishes up. Well, we're 10 right now. It'll be inside 10 when Cincy goes. Their pick is in, but we're just waiting on it. Clearly, if the Bengals, well, how about this? After what we watched last year in Cincy, if they don't spend their first round draft capital defensively, color me just surprised over here. Like, what are we doing if they don't go defense?
Oh, if they don't go defense? Oh, I know, that'd be crazy. But Bobby, they could also use offensive linemen.
Yeah, they could. You got to protect Burrow at all times.
You got to protect Burrow. Like, they're not totally set there.
Here we go.
So
Sarah.
They're on the clock.
Sarah,
you got it already?
They're going the project. Who are they going with? They're going with
Shamar Stewart.
They're going with the ultimate project in the opening round. Jordan Schultz has it. He's on a heater. And here you go. Shamar Stewart, the Texas A&M pass rusher, is heading to Cincinnati at 17 overall. He had 4.5 sacks over 3 years, Sarah, as well documented. We spent a lot of time discussing him. DJ had him going top 15. He ends up going top 17. He's going to Cincinnati.
There we go. Now, hey, I can listen. Just be quiet for a second. Do you hear that? That is Baltimore Ravens fans breathing a sigh of relief. Because nobody wanted to see Shamar Stewart here, thanks to Odafe Owe and how long it took for him to develop into his double-digit sack season. So instead of him being in Baltimore, he can go to the Bengals in Cincinnati and try to have them develop. Watch him all of a sudden figure it out. Watch him figure it out now that he's in the division. So, no, I think Baltimore Ravens fans are absolutely breathing a sigh of relief knowing that the Ravens won't do that. I kind of liked him, though. I liked him in that interview on NFL Network. And remember he said of the quarterback he wanted the most sack, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. He's going to get plenty of opportunities being in Cincinnati now. And I cannot wait for Lamar Jackson to juke him.
Yeah, he's going to get what he asked for, right? Or at least he's going to get the chance to do so. So
yeah,
he joins the AFC North. Shamar Stewart is a Cincinnati Bengal. He's a freakish athlete, 6'5", 267, 40-inch vertical, 10'11" broad, a 4.59 40 with those. I mean, at that weight, at that height, they're going to take a chance on him, much like I'm sure a lot of teams were willing to do if he was available in the second half of the draft, meaning the second half of the first round. But he goes to Cincy. So Ravens are 10 picks away. You still got a lot of talent on the board. Names like you just, we ripped off a few of them, right? Simmons out of OSU, Green out of Marshall, Jihad Campbell out of Bama, Derek Harmon out of Oregon. You still got the talented corner, Jahdae Barron out of Texas. I mean, we could go on and on and on, and we'll go to Jason's board in just a second here, but maybe we should continue with the super chats while we're at it.
Yeah, we got just a couple more in, and then we do have a friend in the waiting room here, so we'll finish up with some super chats.
Oh, in that case, we'll lean away from super chats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was impeccable with the timing.
Yes, he was.
10 p.m. on the dot.
Yep, and let's give him his due here too, because for the second time tonight, we have a former undrafted rookie who is joining the show out of East Carolina. Somebody who took the Ravens and the NFL by storm within the last couple of years, went through a brutal ACL injury, and now, as we all are highly anticipating, is building himself back up to become a fixture again in this Ravens offense. And that is one Katon Mitchell, who, of course, joined the Ravens family a couple of years ago. Your father won a Super Bowl in Baltimore, which was just a full circle moment, Katon. We've been trying to get you on here for a while, and we're so glad that you carved out some time for us.
Yes, sir. Nah, I appreciate y'all for having me.
It's good to see you. Well, listen, let's get your reaction with what just happened. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. They just announced it. They're taking edge rusher out of Texas A&M, Shamar Stewart. Not a lot of production in college, but a whole lot of athleticism. Did you follow him at all? What are your thoughts over here on the Bengals and AFC North rival?
Nah, I don't really be too much in or deep into the people in the draft. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just waiting for my homeboy to get drafted, a corner out of East Carolina. But nah, anybody. I feel like a lot of people that's not really looked at. They got a lot of hunger built up, so anybody can like prove everybody wrong. Like them underdogs can shock a lot of people. You know, I'm on the underdog side.
Yeah.
Clearly, he not too much of an underdog because he drafted round 1. But we gonna see.
There's levels to underdogs here.
Yeah, facts. Facts.
Hey, we're go ahead, Sarah.
I was gonna say the Ravens offseason training program just begun. Where I assume you were one of the people there. How was that seeing everybody in the building again?
Yeah, no, it was fun. Getting back grinding with the guys. Everybody coming ready to work. You know, after my rookie season, my off season wasn't a real off season. I was up here every day grinding. Didn't really get a real off season, but now that I got a real off season, this off season is extremely long. Like it's crazy. But now everybody was glad to be back working out and competing. So that's fun.
Hey, Katon, you're just jogging my memory here. Do you remember when you were lurking in our live chat like a year ago?
Yeah, yeah, I remember.
We were like, who's this dude with the profile photo? Because, you know, a lot of fans will have the profile photos of their favorite players.
Nah, that was me.
And Sarah and I are thinking, are we getting punked here? But no, keep in the house. And dude, I gotta wonder how your last year has been. You fought through some adversity. You're busting your butt to get back. You now have a backfield that consists of a future first ballot Hall of Famer who I'm sure you've watched since you were young.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right. And Justice, who's just like the ultimate professional from the outside looking in, that hung around for multiple contracts now. He does it all. He's a blitz pick-upper. He's a pass catcher, and he's obviously a reliable running back, not to mention a special teams guru as well. How have you handled going from a great opportunity you got your rookie year and you just took it and ran to then kind of really being dealt with your first dose of adversity as a pro?
Oh yeah. This a game of football, anything can happen. This game like build character. So when that happened, it was automatically like, all right, first adversity. Now what you gonna do with it? You either gonna make a story to where it's a comeback story, or it's gonna be a story to where your career is over with. And I want this story to where it's comeback. He didn't lose a step, and he back to his normal self. And it took a lot going through what I went through. I'm way better now, ready to work, back to my old self. So we gonna see.
Yeah. I mean, talk about an underdog story, not only undrafted, but then to be dealt that injury, and then all of a sudden King Henry's in the building. And so it's just like you have to have like just a mind of steel to be able to just keep grinding every single day. How are you feeling? Like, how were you feeling when you first came back? They brought you back mid-season last year. So how are you feeling then? And then do you feel even better now? Like what percent would you give yourself when you first came back, and where do you think you're at now?
Yeah, a lot of people ask me what percent that I feel. I mean, I don't really know the exact percentage, but when I first came back, I felt good. I was came back practicing. Um, I was actually like doing real good in practice, like crazy, like feeling good. Um, breaking a couple runs. So they threw me out there on kickoff return. I guess they didn't want me to rush back and just give me the load. Obviously, you got Derrick Henry and Justice Hill, great running backs. So it wasn't really no need to rush me back, but they thought I could make a difference on special teams. So came back and tried to do that, did the best I could do. But now I got some time off to be able to really take care of my knee and do the things to get back to my normal self. Now I feel 100% back to my old self, running with the guys, full speed. It's gonna be a movie this year for sure.
Heck yeah, Keaton at 5'8", you inspire sub 6 foot men like myself throughout the country. So thank you for doing what you do at 5'8". I know Sarah loves this, or she hates this probably. I'm 5'8" on a good day with Skechers on. I need the proper Skechers shoes.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's not in your wardrobe. I'm probably an old man, but they work for me to get to that 5'8" number. Can you please give us some perspective on your vision at 5'8" and how you find the holes that you consistently exploit when you seemingly just you have eyes everywhere on the field. It's such a joy to watch you run.
Yeah, I mean, 5'8", one, is hard for the defense to see you, the linebackers to see you. Two, you just gotta have the feel, trusting your teammate, trusting your O-line, trusting the scheme, and just be able to hit the holes when it's presented to you. That was the biggest difference from college to NFL. Cause you be too patient, the hole gonna close. You just gotta get that feel. And I'm thankful to be blessed to have the acceleration that I have to be able to hit them holes and be able to make a difference when I hit the holes. So now you just gotta trust the scheme, trusting your teammates, and yeah, that's about it.
Keaton, have you always been running back? You go all the way back to Pop Warner, Pee Wee, all that kind of stuff. Has it always been running back?
Yeah, running back and corner.
And corner. Okay.
Yeah, play D.
So in a pinch, because they always say you can never have enough corners. In a pinch, you could get out there?
Yeah, I can get out there for sure. For sure.
So what do you guys talk about this year? If last year they felt like they didn't need to rush you back off of injury, which in the long run will be a good thing. I remember when I was working at the Ravens, we had Willis McGahee there, and he loved that there was a ton of running backs. He's like, all you guys are doing is extending my career, so this is great for me. So it is good for you long term. It's probably not fun short term, but good to not rush you back. Have you had conversations of where your role will be on offense heading into 2025?
We haven't sat down and talked about it, but I'm at the point where it's like with my mindset right now, it's like just to help myself out. It's like, okay, let's start all over. You're a rookie coming in as a rookie. Go get on special teams and go earn it. When you get that opportunity at running back, just make the best of it like you did when you first came in. So that's the kind of approach that I'm taking to this season. So hopefully I can make it count like I did my rookie year.
Appreciate you guys for being with us tonight. We got Katon Mitchell, Ravens running back, in the building. Hey, Keaton, it's the Ravens have been well represented tonight. Pat Ricard and Charlie Kohler were both on earlier, and so
Charlie is a trip, by the way.
yeah. And by the way, we have a wide receiver that's just come off the board here. So thanks for your patience, Keaton. We're trying to multitask as much as possible.
Oh yeah, no, it's good.
Tampa is selecting Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. So at 19 overall, that now brings the Ravens within 7 picks of being on the board. There's still a lot of talented players out there. Before we get back to you, do you have any kind of gut? We've asked every player that's come on here tonight, and I know you said off the top that this isn't your thing. You're just working on yourself and working on getting back to form and whatnot. Do you have any kind of gut feel if you were to be a betting man here where DaCosta might go?
If I had a gut feeling,
even just position wise, doesn't even have to be a specific player.
I say defense. I say either D line or DB.
Yeah,
D-line or DB. One of those. If I had to guess.
All right.
That's been the theme. That's been the theme. Pat Ricard was like DB. He felt like safety, that type of thing. He's been hearing a lot.
I go DB, and then if not a DB, probably a D line.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what's interesting to me is for some reason there's been some national pundits saying, the Ravens should get a safety, which is true. But they were saying because they want to keep Kyle Hamilton as the deep safety. But I'm like, wait a minute. Don't the Ravens want Kyle Hamilton all over the field? Like, isn't that the point of using him is to move him around? Now, I know you're on the offensive side, but am I crazy here? Don't they want to move him around and use him as a Swiss Army knife?
Yeah, nah, he can do everything on the field. But if I had to say, yeah, we want him everywhere, but we don't want him doing too much.
Okay.
Yeah. So
you think maybe keep him deep safety and then just once in a while move him around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Okay.
Let's get some,
deeper than that.
Hey, I wanted to I dropped a note in the chat, Keaton, just give our audience a chance to ask you a question or two if you don't mind. And Clinton here writes, what have you learned most from the running back room?
I look at the chat comments.
Yeah, comments.
We'll display it for you here, but Clinton says,
okay.
Yeah, what have you learned most from the running back room?
What I learned most, I go with off the field, some off the field stuff, how to take care of my body. Also watch film, what to look at. Just watching film with Derek, what he look at, some tips he gave us. That's about it for real. Off the field, just some tips from Derek, what he look at and how he approach the game.
Hey, Sarah,
He's starting to eat like him too, which is basically nothing. It sounds like
No. He come in with a box of lettuce, tub of lettuce, or spinach. No toppings, no dressing.
Nothing.
I'm not doing that. Nah.
Are you on a dietary plan with Sarah? I can't remember her last name.
I'm not on the plan. I'm not on the plan. But I am I have tried to stop eating fried food.
Oh, that's tough. That's a
and
tough
candy. Candy my hardest thing to put down.
Dude, that's tough too in Owings Mills. You got all kinds of fast food restaurants that are available at the table.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Pat Ricard earlier on was talking about early when he was playing with Derek last year. He actually got bowled over a couple of times because he underestimated, or maybe he put Ricard on his arse, and Pat was crazy. I mean, he was willing. He had enough, I guess, confidence or humility to share this with us on the stream earlier. And so I wonder, one, have you had a front row seat to this? Like, have you watched that happen? And two, if you were to describe in layman's terms what Derek has brought and how he actually uses his traits and his God-gifted ability to be the Hall of Fame caliber running back that he is, how would you say that?
Yeah, I do remember that because Derek, like when he first got here, he'd just get in, just go full speed, like down the hole. But I remember that he ran into Pat because Pat, was trying to like be patient and wait and stuff like that. But Derek wasn't waiting; he was trying to go right now. But Derek worked on being patient and how we run our scheme and stuff, and obviously it worked. But can you repeat the second part of that question?
Yeah, it's mostly just like observations of Derek and how he's still doing it at 31 and how he fits so seamlessly, it seems, from the outside looking into the scheme, right? And like how at somehow, some way, with all the miles on his tires, he's still at 31. Like I always call him an ascending player. I mean, how do you view that from just your running back perspective?
Oh yeah, nah, just the way he eats and how he take care of his body and the amount of work he put into his body, like his body is his main goal, main thing. That's how he is able to keep on doing it, and how he fit into the scheme. He a guy that willing to learn and from the coaches and not being knowing the running back type of running back he is, and he just willing to learn just like everybody else. Yeah, he give his tips here and there, but he wanna do exactly what the coach says and just learn from the coach.
Hey, another question from the chat. This is from Manuel's COD channel, COD channel. He says, "Who's faster?" I'm sure you've never gotten this one before. Who's faster, you or Lamar Jackson?
I don't know. We got to race. Hey. We got to race, but we never gonna race.
He'll never do it,
baby. Lace him up.
He fast though. He fast.
He'll
say me. I say him.
See, I told you, Bobby. That's how Jalen Milroe should be answering that kind of stuff. I don't know if you've seen any of that Jalen Milroe stuff about, him being faster and this and that. Did you see it?
I didn't see it. No.
Oh, come on now. See, I told you, Bobby. That's how Lamar would have answered it. Okay, the fastest recorded time that we're aware of is maybe at some Louisville pro day back in the day where he ran a 4.34. What's been your fastest 40?
My fastest 40 was a 4.29.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it was
training. It was training. I had lasers up with my pops.
Serious?
Yeah.
You hit a 4.29 with your dad?
I don't really talk about it. Like, so the week before I went up to the draft, I was doing like some ankle like adjustments and like slant board balancing and stuff. And I actually rolled my ankle, but I don't really talk about it. But nah,
I'm kind of flabbergasted right now. That is absolutely absurd. And I think Sea King's probably feeling good about his prediction right here. He says Keaton beats Lamar in straight line on God. So there you go. That is insane, dude.
I need to see you two in the backfield again together. I need this in my life. I know you need it in your life too, but like,
for sure.
Just like, what are defenders supposed to do when they're trying to figure it out between you two? Like, there's just too much speed.
Me, Derek, Lamar, Justice. That's a dangerous backfield with Rasheen Ali. Get dangerous back there.
How is Rasheen Ali doing? We haven't seen him for a minute. I think he was on the practice squad, right?
Yeah, it was like back and forth. But he low key, he out the way, quiet. Good.
But is he looking good? Is he looking good?
Oh yeah, he up here. He up here right now, working.
Okay.
Nice.
We all grinding up here right now.
Yeah, he was a 5th rounder out of Marshall last year.
Yeah, I actually played him in college.
Oh yeah, did you?
Yeah.
That's right, because you were ECU, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's a corner off the board. Sarah, it's Texas corner, Jahdae Barron. He goes to Denver.
Oh, there goes Barron.
That was a compelling pick right there.
Okay, wait. You know that what that means. The Steelers are on the clock.
That's correct, and that means that the Ravens are 6 picks away. Now, Keaton, we got to ask you, be respectful of your time here. Do you want to stay with us up until 27, or you got to jump?
I mean, I ain't got nothing to do.
I
got nothing to do.
I want to get your reaction to the Steelers. That might still be another 10 minutes away, but there's a lot of talk about the Steelers taking Shedeur Sanders. What I'm kind of upset about, because we needed Keaton a run on quarterbacks, because then other quality players at other positions that the Ravens don't need will fall to them. And I was hoping maybe some teams would trade back in, like the Browns or something, to try to jump the Steelers to get their quarterback. So the question is the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21 with only one quarterback taken so far, which is almost unheard of. In the top 20 picks, only one quarterback has been taken. That was number 1 overall, Cam Ward. Will the Steelers get their quarterback of the future? That's who we need to find out. What do you think of Shedeur Sanders? Have you watched him at all?
Yeah, I watched him play.
What do you think of him?
Pretty good player. It's just different in the NFL than college. I feel like, I mean, he got a lot of knowledge, people to go to for help. So I feel like he'll be fine. I feel like he'll do pretty good in the league. Just the right team got to draft him. If he go to the Steelers, he'll be fine. I don't know. They got to play us twice.
Yes, they do.
There we go.
They do.
That's the talk. Hey, Sarah, should we go to the board just to kind of update everybody on who is available? So this is Jason Smith's board, positional breakdowns.
Huddle it up, film.
Everything, yeah.
Here
Huddle
go
it up,
the
film. What's that, Keaton?
I said, here go the chat. I can see the chat.
Oh, the chat's like the chat's peppering you with questions.
My favorite food?
Yeah, get your favorite food.
It used to be crab legs.
Ooh.
Oh.
But I'm up in Maryland. My first time up here, I didn't know they eat the whole crab. I thought they just eat the crab legs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you gotta dig in.
Yeah.
Wait. What years was your dad in Baltimore?
2000 to 02, I think.
Oh, wait a second.
2000 to 02.
Not to interrupt our train of thought here. I'm sorry to interject, but Pittsburgh's pick is out there, and let me just make sure this is the right guy. He's a Steelers beat reporter.
One of my guys.
Yeah, here it is, Derek Harmon. So they're not going QB, which means kind of makes
and
you
look,
think.
The camera's cut to Shedeur Sanders to get his reaction. Oh,
Well, it kind of makes you think that Shedeur is in serious danger of dropping out of the first round. Pittsburgh goes 21. They're taking Oregon defensive tackle Derek Harmon. That's according to Nick Farabaugh, and he's a Steelers beat reporter for Penn Live. So we'll wait for the insiders, but he jumps the insiders, and that'd be a big one, Sarah, right there. Defense for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, no, you were thinking that Walter Nolan was my guy. I mean, I have a few guys, but of the defensive tackles, I did like Harmon. So now you've got wait, who did the Bengals take again?
They went with
didn't they take Nolan?
Since he went with Shamar Stewart.
Oh yeah, they were Shamar Stewart. Okay. Shamar Stewart. Okay. Well, you got a lot of guys who are going to be coming after Lamar. I'll just put it that way. Keaton, you guys got to protect.
Oh no, them guys ready. Our whole O-line is up here. I don't think our whole O-line really took any breaks for it. They've been up here a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
oh,
that's
you
good.
mean working out in Baltimore?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Andrew Voorhees starting? Will he be ready?
Oh yeah, for sure.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Okay.
No doubt, he ready.
Because we got now Derek Harmon, nasty defensive tackle, going to the Steelers. We got Shamar Stewart, edge rusher, going to the Bengals. And who did the Browns take again, Bobby?
Cleveland took at 5 with that whole Jacksonville swap. They took also a defensive tackle that the Ravens are going to have to handle. Yeah, Mason Graham out of Michigan. So
yeah.
Keaton, did you see that at the top of the draft? It was like a blockbuster right out of the gates. Like Jacksonville gave up an insane amount of capital to go get Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I was actually getting my hair done when I seen that.
Were you? What do you make of Travis's game?
It's different. He's a freak athlete. Don't know if he'll be able to go both sides as much as he plans on it, but I feel like he'll have some packages here and there.
Yeah.
I like him at receiver though. He got great.
You like him better at wide receiver than corner?
Yeah.
Do you think that he could play both ways?
Yeah, just not a lot. Like I feel like if he start on defense, he can have a couple of offensive plays, but not like drive after drive. No way.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, why do you say no way? It's just too much to learn, or too much on the body, or both?
Both. And then matchups, like I thought he was gonna go to Cleveland. if he would have went to Cleveland, he would have had to guard Zay Flowers, Bate, and then go back and try to get open on Marlon and Nate. And I say impossible. You're not guarding them and then trying to get open. And then you got to take hits from Roquan. And then you got to tackle Derek. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No way.
Not happening. Not happening. Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, I don't think this quarterback run is coming.
It's happening. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, I could see the Rams maybe wanting to but then again, if the run never happens, why would they start? Why would they start it if they don't necessarily need it? You got Stafford, obviously, for the short term. He's probably on the back nine of his career at this point, still playing at a high level. But Keaton, they needed that quarterback run, and I don't think it's coming. So we'll see what kind of player is there in a few picks from now.
I wonder who we gonna get.
Yeah. At this point, Bobby, do you have Jason Smith's board again?
Yeah, let's
Sorry.
go back. Let's go back to the board.
And we'll go back to the chat for questions for Keaton after this.
Keaton, thank you, dude. Appreciate you for being so generous with your time tonight. Yeah,
no problem.
Let's see. So Jahad Campbell there is at linebacker. He's in the green. And Keaton, this is all color-coded by our friend Jason, who's just a draft nut. And obviously the light green or the darker green is the highest of his sort of rubric here. And then he's got, a lighter shade green for sort of his predicted first-round guys that could fall, potentially on day 2. But Sarah, Mike Green's out there. Azaraku's out there at edge. A lot of guys have fallen, though, in the last 10 picks or so. You've got Jahad Campbell and Schlesinger available at linebacker. Will Johnson's the corner. Jahdae Barron's obviously gone. And they could have their picks at safety if they were to choose now, which they don't.
Keaton, let me ask you. I mean, I do we both love Azaraku. I know that. Mike Green would be great. Pierce wouldn't be bad. But Keaton, what would you think of the Ravens taking an inside linebacker at 27? A couple people had Schlesinger out of UCLA. Jahad Campbell, he's talented. He just has that injury. What would you think of an inside linebacker?
First round, no.
Not feeling that.
Nah.
Why?
No, I'm not. Because I feel like Trenton Simpson, I feel like you wouldn't draft the first round. Maybe, I don't know. Not first round. First round don't add up to me.
Yeah.
If they do, sheesh, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked.
Do you feel like watching him? Trenton Simpson, he originally had won the starting job at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Kind of lost it after a while. Do you feel like he's ready? Like it'll be his third year. Look, like Patrick Queen, it took a second for everybody to click, right? And then it did click. He went to the Pro Bowl. He got paid. He got paid by the Steelers, but he got paid. Do you feel like Trenton Simpson's like ready for it in this third year?
I feel like, his rookie year, he didn't really play that much. So I feel like last year was like a look of his rookie year, his first time really being out there. So hopefully this year he learns from his mistakes and be able to hold it down with Roquan.
Hey, I tell you what, we got a former Raven in the waiting room. And so I think we bring in another quad look at the stream tonight. Keaton, have you ever had a chance to meet the Super Bowl champion himself, Jimmy Smith?
Jimmy Smith? I don't think so.
Oh, you're about to right now. The OG's in the house, man. What's up, brother?
What's good with you?
I have met him.
What's going on?
What's up,
I met
dog?
you. How you doing, man?
I'm good.
That's what's up.
Jimmy, appreciate you, dude. I thought you were on East Coast time, so I was a little confused with the whole timing, but
I don't move back. I moved back actually in the beginning of June, so I will be on East Coast time soon.
Oh, good.
Oh, you're
we
coming
got
back
the
to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
good for you.
Yeah. You're gonna have absolutely zero excuse not to make every single tailgate, every home game tailgate.
Oh, we'll be in there.
Hey, what do you make of this young man's game so far, Jimmy?
Man, I'm so sad. Was it 2 years or a year ago when he got hurt? You're talking about Keaton, right?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Man, being a big fan now, watching him go down, that sucked. But proud of him coming back this year.
Yes,
I know
sir.
I've been through a lot of injuries and having to come back, and I know coming back in the middle of the season is very difficult. So I know you
Oh,
got
yeah,
back
for
out there.
sure.
It ain't. You don't be
Yeah.
clicking the way you wanted to click all the way, but I'm excited for year three
Yes,
for
sir.
you,
Yes, sir. I
especially.
appreciate it. I appreciate
Oh,
it.
yeah. I mean, we don't got no excuse not to win it this year.
Oh yeah, facts. We got to. You heard you seen the little clip of him saying we gotta win this year. He wanna win now.
We don't have no choice.
Yeah.
We got to get a defensive end that goes crazy. We might have to spend some money on him because I didn't get to watch any of the draft. I was just going through right now to figure out where everybody went.
Yeah.
And I seen that Pittsburgh just passed up on Shador.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What'd you think of that, Jimmy? They didn't get a quarterback.
I mean, I just can't. I think they're gonna bank out on Aaron Rodgers. There's just no way they don't have a plan. I don't think they're gonna.
Can't be Mason Rudolph, right?
About to say
It can't
Mason
be.
Rudolph ain't doing it, so they either already know that they got Aaron Rodgers back then, or to pass up on Shador, he's the next best quarterback after Cam Ward. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Let's catch everybody up to speed here on what's going on because we're closing in on the pick. Keaton, feel free to. We've had you for over a half an hour. We'd love to have you for the pick with Jimmy. If you also want to jump, go right ahead. You could, whatever you need to do.
Yes, sir.
Chargers are on the clock at 22. Their allotted time just ran up, so the pick is in momentarily here. Jimmy, we've been talking about the last half an hour. When the heck is the quarterback run going to come? And that's kind of, I think, what you were just alluding to. Was it going to come in the early 20s and Pittsburgh goes defense? Which, if you think about what Derrick Henry did to the Steelers, what your running back room, Keaton, did collectively to the Steelers last year, of course they got to do something to try and fix that.
Oh yeah, facts.
All right, so
I mean,
Jimmy,
you got to put pressure on Lamar. I mean, of course you got to go defense.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Aaron Rodgers watch. I bet you.
I don't know. Aaron Rodgers sounded like to me that he might retire. You didn't get that vibe? Did you watch him on McAfee?
I mean, yeah, I do, but I also don't believe him.
Yeah.
Like he's just too good still in his mind to try to retire. I think it's more of like, I don't know, give me attention. Like go over there and play for the Steelers. You know you want to.
Yeah.
Jimmy, was it kind of like, in my mind, as I'm watching that McAfee interview, I was kind of interpreting it like, hey, let me go see what Minnesota and Pittsburgh does on draft weekend, and then I'm going to make my decision.
Right,
You
right.
know? Like,
how much do they really want me? Like,
yeah.
But I mean, I think the fact that, like, I don't know if that's a sign or not. You pass on Shador to let Aaron Rodgers know, hey, we're banking on you now. We're going defense. We're putting all the cards in for you. And unless he says I'm retiring, I don't believe Aaron Rodgers is going to retire. He had every intention of playing for the Jets. So
yeah.
I also have a hard time thinking that, like, even if you sign Aaron Rodgers, it's really for 1 year, maybe 2 tops. And so would you pass up a first rounder just for Aaron, or is it because you just don't believe in the quarterbacks that are sitting there?
I would have to say probably you don't believe in the quarterbacks. I don't think you pass up a franchise quarterback, whoever is sitting in wait for you, if you have somebody that's going to be your quarterback for the next 12 to 15 years.
Right.
But obviously they don't feel that way about Shador. So they're passing on him.
All right.
I think the Browns might try to slip and get him in the second round. Try to pair him back up with Travis.
Keaton, you ready for your position to come off the board here? For just the second time tonight, a running back's name has been called. Remember, Ashton Genty got it started.
I knew he was going to be the second one off the board.
Ashton was first to Vegas, if memory serves. At
what
6.
number? At 6.
And now you got O'Marion Hampton going to, of course, the Los Angeles Chargers. Of course they go Hampton, guys.
Yeah.
Now, you said you knew he'd go second. What do you know about him, Keaton?
Nah, just watching his game, I feel like he's a good running back. He got all the attributes to be a great running back in this league. Break tackles, know how to get in the end zone.
Sarah, our friend Cole, who was just on the show a minute ago, tweeted out Greg Roman sprinted to get that card in.
I'm about to say, if this Greg Roman offense, this guy's about to get the rock. He's about to get the ball all the time.
Right.
One of my favorite things on Twitter is listening to Chargers fan go figure out who Greg Roman is. And Ravens fans are like, we've been trying to tell you. We've been trying to tell you. It's like,
but they have 4,000 rushing yards this year.
That's right. That's right. You guys will run. You'll be able to run. But if you were hoping that there'd be a passing game with it, it's just fun to see them kind of come to light. Okay. Here, Jimmy, you had mentioned briefly that you feel like, okay, this has got to be the year, and they need to get an edge.
Yeah.
What else do you think? First of all, can you expand on that? And what else do you think? Katon Mitchell and the 2025 Ravens. What do they got to do to get over this hump? I
think our offense was really good last year. I think it'd be better even in another year. Our guard situation, somehow we figure out how to get our O linemen working. So. Losing McCary was a huge loss because he was such a floater along the line and could play every position. But I think that the young guys, watching the beginning of the season, I was scared last year. Like, just not scared. I would say scared. I was like, whoa, they're gelling. They're nervous. And they're not doing so hot. And then as the season progressed, that became like almost a strength for us as our O-line. So I believe that we're good. I think that we'll figure out a new guard and we'll be fine in the offense. But defensively, I feel like we need like a real dog. I'm not saying we don't got real dog. We do got real dog. I mean, we need like a all-pro pass rusher coming off that edge, screaming, like making it a tough game every game. Like we need one of those. It's been a while since like Sis that we had like a true all-pro pass rusher over there. And I think that'll be the huge difference in our defense.
That check out for you.
The question is, go ahead, Bobby.
That check out for you too, Keaton.
Yep. I agree.
The question is,
game changer.
Does the draft provide that? Maybe that's why you mentioned that they might have to go pay for one, but obviously nobody's letting these guys go from other teams.
Yeah, they're not letting those Greyhounds go. No, I don't know. I think in this position you have to trade for one. If one is not already, I mean, unless the Ravens already have somebody that we don't know that it's kind of like a hidden gem. But I know the Abdul Carter kid already got picked. The other kid got picked. Harmon's got picked. Like all the guys they get swallowed up pretty quickly. So
yeah, we're going
to go value pick for sure.
Yeah. What did you say, Keaton?
We're going DB at pick 27 for sure.
Did either of the safeties come off the board yet?
Nope.
Malachi Starks or Enormo? I can't think of his
name.
Worry.
Tell you what.
Neither one of them came off?
Not yet.
Let's go to our board. We'll answer your question for you here. So Jason Smith, our friend of the show, he's a draft nut. Huddle It Up Films on YouTube put this together for us. And he's going pick for pick, removing players that are off the board. So, Nick Eamon-Worry is who you were referring to there. He's the South Carolina sort of rangy safety. He's available. Malachi Starks out of Georgia. He's available. Xavier Watts, who's probably looked at as a day 2 guy, could be available for the Ravens at 59 in the second round. He's available. And but it's starting to get slim pickings.
Yeah.
Here, I don't know if you guys have been following these guys very much. I mean, we kind of do surface level stuff. We're obviously no draft gurus, but Ezaraku is out of Boston College, and he's had 17 sacks over the last 2 years, Bobby?
He's had a lot of production. I know that.
We got to look it up. Now, the knock on him is that he's kind of got like a smaller stature. A lot of people compare him to like Doomerville, like kind of his size, but he's long. He's long and he's producing.
Doomerville had 22 sacks.
yeah, exactly.
Doomerville had 22 sacks.
He had a lot. So let me look up Donovan. But he's one, and then Mike Green is one, but I think he's got but people did this to you too, Jimmy. The whole character concerns off the field. So that might be why he's fallen a little bit.
I mean, if that's the case, then we should definitely snag him. We have the locker room to mold character concerns. Trust.
Hey, wait a
Yeah.
second now. Josina Anderson says the Giants are trying to get back into the first round. Look out.
To get Shador?
I don't know.
It's
Probably
got to be a
though,
quarterback.
right?
There
Yeah.
has to be. I mean, no
Yeah.
disrespect to Daniel Jones, but the Daniel Jones experiment, I think, is done.
Well, he ain't even there anymore. He's
Right.
he's in
Oh
is
yeah,
it
he's
Minnesota?
yeah, that's right. So it was Danny DeVito, or no, not Danny DeVito. Somebody DeVito.
Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy DeVito.
But right now, Jimmy, they got Jameis Winston as the backup and Russ as the starter. So this is definitely okay.
I forgot they had them.
Yeah. So right now, the Eagles were discussing a moving up potentially from 32 to Green Bay, which is why this pick is taking a little extra time on 23, but they stayed put. So the Packers are about to pick. It's going to come in here shortly. But it looks like the Giants are kind of putting some feelers out there, potentially going to get their guy. But can you imagine, Keaton, can you imagine the personality dynamic in the New York Giants quarterback room if you're looking at Russ, Jameis, and Shador?
Yeah, no, that'd be crazy.
I was just thinking that too. That's a lot of personality.
Yeah, no, facts.
Yeah.
A lot of personality.
Here it is, guys. Here's the latest. Let's go ahead and throw this in at real time. Another wide receiver's coming off the board. So Green Bay, after reportedly chatting it up with Philadelphia about moving, decided to stay put, and they're going with the top-ranked wide receiver that at least was available right now, and that is Matthew Golden out of Texas.
That is pretty.
It's good for the Ravens.
Receiver
right?
came off at 23, 24.
Was it? Did I get that wrong? Yeah.
No, it got to be the second receiver, right?
Oh, yes, because McMillan went.
yeah.
McMillan went to Tedero, and McMillan went top 10 to Carolina at 8.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad to hear that they didn't make a trade with the Eagles, because it would not surprise me if the Eagles were trying to jump the Ravens for somebody. You know what I mean? Howie and EDC sometimes think a lot alike.
I mean, who are the top edge players left? If you're going value, if we're going to value pick, wouldn't we have to pick the number one safety?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be safety. But by the way, I misspoke on Donovan when I said he had 17 over the last 2 seasons. He had 16 and a half last season. 16 and a half sacks last season.
And I misspoke as well. That's the third wide receiver taken because Emeka Egbuka went to Tampa Bay. So you had McMillan go to Carolina, top 10. You had Egbuka go to Tampa, 19. And then Matthew Golden goes to Green Bay, 23, just so we're being thorough.
All right. And then 2 corners have been taken, Travis Hunter and the kid from Texas.
Correct. Jade Barron. So here you have it, guys. I mean, I think, Jimmy, you're onto something there with the value, which is what Eric DaCosta and company are going to hang their hat on at the end of the day. So is this shaping up like so many have believed Starks or even Worry,
Yeah, I mean, having a safety like Eamon Worry's size paired with Kyle Hamilton, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty scary back there. I think Owuzie went to Colorado. See you. He went to he's a good corner. I think that he'll be fine. So if he didn't draft a corner, I think it would be fine with. I mean, we need depth at that position, but I think it would be fine saying everybody stays healthy at that position. I think can't think of his name right now. Washington.
Ardarius
is balling. I think Ardarius is a baller. I think that he's shown that he can play.
Yeah, he a dog.
So he is. I mean, he has to go out there and lose the job, but value pick. If you can't draft a safety number 1 overall and not play him though.
Yeah, no,
Keaton, I imagine you got a lot of love for a fellow undraftee in Ardarius.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's a baller though.
Yeah, he a dog. He different.
He came in last year.
Hungry as an undrafted.
Yeah. He came in and solidified the defense last year. It's just like put Marlon back in the slot, having him back at safety and Hamilton at safety, and just made our defense calm down and settled and just look like they're playing normal. So I think swapping Awuzie and Brandon Stevens is a pretty fair trade.
Yeah, and hey, Jimmy, I think a lot of people. Sorry, Sarah. I think a lot of people appreciated some of your insights during our pregame shows last year, just evaluating some of Brandon's struggles last year, prior to Eddie's release, what you were evaluating of him. And I think maybe the whole want to or lack thereof with Marcus that you were alluding to, and some of that panic when the ball is in the air, when it comes to the awareness level of Brandon. Like, you were never going to question his stride for stride ability to be sticky with you.
Right.
It was just some of those ball skills that ultimately allowed him to kind of spoil a breakout season the year prior, which was a bummer for a guy in the middle of a contract year.
Right. I mean, he still got pretty good money. Pretty good money.
Yeah, Keaton, how about that? Brent, your former teammate gets to go and line up opposite Sauce Gardner in New York. That's going to be pretty darn good.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people were talking about that this offseason. He did get that bag.
Yeah, corner's a hard position to come by. So, I mean, you got a guy that go out there and tackle. He can play man-to-man, ain't scared. You're gonna cut a little job out here. Because you got to keep the ball from going over your head. And Brandon, that was his struggle. It was like, he can get out there and be targeted sometimes. Some games he's just always in the right position, but just gets edged out.
Hey, we have a question for you, Jimmy, on the screen, and I kind of want to add onto it. So he said, for Jimmy, what DBs will fit best with the defense? I kind of wanted to ask you a similar question, which was, of the two safeties that are there, there's Nick Emanwari, who really is size-wise like another Kyle Hamilton. He's 6'3", 227.
Yeah.
And then you got Starks. He can also be versatile, but it's a little bit different. Is there one that you feel like of those two that would fit better? Like, would you want another Kyle Hamilton? Or like, couldn't you use two Kyle Hamiltons?
I'm not sure on all of. I didn't break down Starks and Malachi's or Starks and Emanwari. I didn't break down their film. I just watched the highlights that they showed. But just looking at our defense, I feel like the Malachi Starks guy would probably be a better fit for us. He's a little more polished from what I've seen, and he's a very smart player, heady player, gets turnovers. He's not as big as the other guy, and we love size and speed, but I think that he's probably I don't know. Just watching like I said, I just think that he's probably more of a heady player. It seemed like the other guy was more like coming into his own.
Let's see.
And when you have a first-round draft pick, that's kind of what you want. You want somebody who's polished and ready to go.
Yeah, you draft on potential as well as some size like that. To have a safety that 6'3" hits, can run, can cover. But if he's a straight line, he can't. If he's, I don't want two of the same mold. To me, I just don't want two big safeties back there and they play similar. I would rather have one big safety and one guy that's more of a heady player, or a guy that's getting people lined up. And I know Kyle's doing that. I'm pretty sure he's a pretty smart player. I know he can probably get everybody lined up and all that. So if the other guy's out there to be an enforcer, but you have two big, strong safety type players out there.
Hey guys, here comes Howie. Here comes
did
Howie
he trade up?
Not yet, but there's some thoughts here that probably the most aggressive GM in the entire league, and Eric DeCosta is probably up there in that conversation too. Howie Roseman in Philly working the phones according to Rap Sheet. He's trying to trade up. So buckle up, gentlemen. Here we go. We appreciate you guys for being with us.
Who is he trying to get? And who
they lost? They lost their safety. No, they got their safety.
They lost. Gardner,
CJ Gardner, right?
I'm thinking of Darius Slay. They lost Darius Slay.
They lost Darius Slay.
Oh yeah, sure did.
But didn't they also give up? They didn't re-sign their edge, the guy who had like 3 sacks on Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Milton.
Oh, that's what? No.
Milton.
Milton
Williams, right? Didn't he go elsewhere?
Yeah.
I think he got the bag from New England. So, anyway, we'll follow that closely.
Josh Sweat. Thank you, chat. It was Josh Sweat.
Sweat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So they lost some talent.
Sweat was good too.
Yeah.
He was killing
especially in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's trying to get an edge.
Smitty's got it for us. Slay Sweat.
Who's the last? I don't know the whole list. I can't see it though.
But right here, Smitty's got it. So Darius Slay, Josh Sweat, CJ Gardner Johnson, and then you got to add on Milton Williams.
Right. So they lost a corner, a safety, and a D end.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they could go safety. They could go.
Here come the Giants, guys. Here we go.
Oh, the Giants came in. Oh,
Here we
please
go.
take a quarterback.
Here we go. They're coming to get their player.
Or is it Dart?
The Giants are coming up. The Rams are trading, and the Giants are on the clock right now. So let's just see how things go. All right, nothing yet. So, hey, we just got to quickly get a little announcement in, guys. We appreciate your patience. Haven't said anything this hour. We are doing, courtesy of Preston Automotive Group, a Kyle Hamilton signed helmet. Keaton, it's your teammate here. I mean, technically, you could enter in if you want, but here it is. All you got to do is what you see on the screen here. Follow Preston Automotive Group on Instagram. Follow me. Click on that link that's included in the pinned comment. That's a live chat. We'll randomly select the winners, not only for the Orioles tickets that we're giving away, courtesy of Stuggies at the end of the show, but the Kyle Hamilton mini helmet will be up for grabs, as well as a Manta sleep mask. So we appreciate you guys for being with us tonight. We are coming up on 6,000 concurrents. And I'm glad everybody showed up for you two. One current, one former. Thank you guys for being here. Keaton's almost been with us for an hour, so we appreciate you, dude.
Oh yeah. This need to hurry up.
Yeah, it does need to hurry up.
I don't know. I
Thursday. It's Thursday. They ain't got no Friday workouts. I know the schedule.
No. We
good.
We about
chilling.
died today.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Oh, wait. Field Yates had something that the Giants are trading, but then he edited the tweet. So let's just Pat Leonard, who I know is a reliable, trusted Giant source, says that they're trading up with the Houston Texans, 34, 99, and a future third. So it looks like we just got to get this in real time. We got to.
See, Chad is saying don't spoil it. I say spoil it as soon as we know.
Hold on a second here.
Because you're going to want it.
All right, here it is. The Giants are on the clock. They have traded for the number 25 overall pick, first round, and they're giving up the following to Houston. Houston gets 34 overall, so that'll be what? That'll be second on day 2. It'll be number 99 overall. What's that?
The 12 picks from now, 8 picks from now.
Yeah, and a 2026 third rounder. So New York, it's just okay. Who they getting? Jackson, or are they getting Shador? What do you guys think?
I think they have to go Shador.
I say Dart.
I think so too, Keaton. Here it is. It's Dart.
It's
Shut up.
There it is, guys.
Hey, this is getting pretty.
Yes, it is.
Pretty crazy from my guys. My CU guy.
Right? Hey, Jimmy, I was actually visiting my sister in Denver this past weekend.
Uh-huh.
And I had a good friend it's a professor at CU Boulder. And I actually had a chance to tour the campus. The spring game was going on. They retired Shador and Travis's number, which was a pretty cool experience to be there. Yeah. So let me make sure I get this up for us just so we can all react to it again. Jackson Dart becomes just the second quarterback, guys, to come off the board tonight. And he goes to New York at 25th overall, and he's going to join a quarterback room. Listen to this. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito.
So wait, so do you think, because obviously from them to jump in right there, they're trying to jump ahead. Do you think they were trying to get ahead of LA Rams? Do you think Rams were going to try to take Dart?
Yes.
Okay. Because they have Matthew Stafford now, but they've been flirting, from moving on from him. They just did that this offseason. So, but Jimmy, you've been watching Shador Sanders because he was with Buffalo. Do you think that the league is undervaluing him right now?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think he's very accurate. He's not the most fastest guy in the world, but neither is Patrick Mahomes. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, though, but I think he has a strong arm. He's accurate. I think a lot of the fluff comes from obviously his father, and he's kind of brash, kind of arrogant a little bit. But I mean, that comes, a lot of players are like that. I don't think that should be such a knock, because Baker Mayfield was like that. He went over number 1.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, being at Colorado, not having linemen, not having a run game, the type of game he had to play, a lot of dink and dunk type passes like Tom Brady was doing back in the day because they had no run game. So I think that affected him because he, kind of got knocked for not throwing the ball down the field as much, but I don't think he had the time to or necessarily all the weapons to. But I think he's going to be a heck of a player. But I thought kind of before the draft, just reading and hearing stuff that if he didn't go to Pittsburgh, I thought he might probably slip out the first round.
Yeah.
You know what's not a surprise to me, Sarah, at all is if you think about what's going on in New York right now. Yeah, you probably have Russ as your bridge, right, guys? Like he'll be your bridge over the next year or two. But if I'm Brian Dable, who seemingly was hanging on by a thread this year for job security wise, because he's been there for a little while, this is him and the GM's first shot since they were both brought in from Buffalo to draft who they feel is their franchise quarterback. Because Jimmy, to your point earlier on, they inherited Daniel Jones and it didn't work out. That was the previous regime. So they get their guy, they're trading up to go get him. And now wait a second now. This is insane.
I'm
glad you guys are with us. Keaton's going to have to invoice us for an hour plus long of content. The Falcons are moving back into the first round to the Rams spot, Sarah.
Oh.
Wait a second.
Rams are probably like, well, our guy's gone. Might as well go back.
Right? So Sarah, what you were kind of theorizing a minute ago, that certainly feels like it was the case. They wanted Dart. And now they're saying, hey, we're out. We're going to go. We'll see you guys on day 2 later. And
so now the Falcons are jumping the Ravens, though.
Atlanta's jumping the Ravens. The Rams are saying we're out. And now the Ravens are 1 pick away.
Atlanta has a quarterback. Atlanta has a running back. They have receivers. Right. So
they might be going after a defensive back they think the Ravens are going to take. Or
who's the third best corner? Will Johnson from Michigan.
Siobhan Revel.
Who Keaton?
Siobhan Revel.
Is that your boy?
Yeah.
Where he at?
East Carolina.
East Carolina.
Will Johnson's there. He's got the medical. We don't know how serious.
Yeah, so I heard he hit the knock on his speed, but I watched him play and I thought he could play.
Okay.
They made Dart official on TV. We're way ahead of them.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm like, wow, I'm on pick 25 right now.
Hey, who does Atlanta want, guys? Keaton, who does Atlanta want right now?
Who's left?
Do they need an edge?
All right. There's the edge, Green, and Squirton, JT Tamaluau.
Sheesh, I don't know.
Malachi Starks is way down there. Whoa, he's not getting picked by us.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that in the chat right now that, and I see some of that sentiment being echoed on X right now that they're going after Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta's going after Malachi.
Yeah,
imagine, right? 1 pick before leapfrogging the Ravens to go get the most popular pick.
We had it on the show today. How many times had Malachi been mocked to the Ravens, Bobby?
It was 28 of 43 that Jonas looked at mocks.
28 mocks of 43 had Malachi to Baltimore.
Yep.
Well, the top 3 edges we weren't going to get close to.
Yeah, right. You knew that all along, unless you were moving up, which you're not doing.
All right.
Oh man, the chat wants Mike Green.
Let's see. Atlanta has moved up into 26th position. The Rams are saying peace to the first round, and we're just waiting on who is the player of their choosing. Last year's shocker, right, guys, in the first round, going to get Penix just after they paid a massive sum to Kirk Cousins. He started the first chunk of the games, then he's benched. Penix takes over. I'm pretty sure they picked up a big roster bonus for Kirk this offseason. I don't know if that takes them out of potentially sending him elsewhere in the coming weeks to be a bridge
Kirk's
quarterback
done.
somewhere, right?
Kirk is done.
What's that?
Kirk got to be out of there.
Right, that's you would think, right?
Yeah,
He's still got good years left in him.
Oh, he's my age.
Hey, real quick, I wanted to say, and because Bobby, you kind of mentioned this earlier on our show during lunchtime. but I never said this. But speaking of Shador, when you talk about the confidence, some say arrogance, this and that. I was with the Ravens when Dion was there in 2005. And he was everything that you saw on camera, but he was so much more. He was one of the most down-to-earth, cool people ever. Like, he was one of those guys that would talk to everybody. Like, you guys know how it is in the lunchroom. Sometimes some of, like, the other Ravens, business side would kind of be in there, and some players didn't want anything to do with the business side, and then other players would just talk to anybody and everybody. And Deion Sanders, I had some of the best conversations ever with him. And it's just something I never would have thought of, knowing how he kind of was on camera, which was just like putting forth like all this confidence, maybe even arrogance. And so that kind of, ever since 2005, I've been like, you know what? Just because somebody's arrogant doesn't mean they have an ego and don't, you know what I mean? And can't be a team player and all that kind of stuff. And I just wonder if like Shador's like that also, because I think his dad is one of the easiest people to talk to of any football player I've ever met. And we lost Jimmy.
He'll be back in a second here. There's some rumblings, not to like completely go off a different.
No, but I mean, we're almost up. I know.
Yeah, I was listening to that for sure. And Dion is that's your experience. And I think a lot of people feel that way. Obviously, when it comes to the sideshow that comes with Dion, that's something I think probably teams had maybe as a factor when bringing in Shador. James Pierce Jr. There's rumblings, but no insiders come forth with it yet, Keaton, that James Pierce Jr. is going to Atlanta. Can you imagine if Atlanta traded up 20 spots just to get? It's not
James
to diminish. It's not to diminish. Okay, they did. So they traded.
Who
Wait a
that?
second here. Hold on a
Who is
second.
Pierce Jr.? What position he play?
He's edge.
He's an edge.
Edge.
I'm just color me confused on this one. So the Falcons just jumped up 20 spots and gave up draft capital to get James Pierce Jr.
Did they think the Ravens were going to take him? That's who I took when I was on a national radio show where I had to represent the Ravens, and that's who I took was James Pierce Jr. based off of the board that was presented to me. So I like him, but I don't know that I would trade up 20 spots for him.
I'm confused, guys. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, they're not even showing. They're not showing his highlights yet. I don't even know who this guy is.
Well, let me put it this way, guys, and we'll bring this up on the screen.
They keep showing.
Yeah, he's available. They're going to have their pick at safety if they want it. But essentially, what just happened is the Falcons just gave up a future. Let me make sure I get this right because it's on the screen right now. So the Falcons received the 26th overall pick and a 2025 third rounder. They're using that 26th overall on James Pierce Jr. and edge rusher. The Rams, in exchange, received a 2025 second, a 2025 seventh, and a 2026 first. The Falcons just gave up a future first rounder to go get an edge rusher who, by all accounts, is an impact player, but not a top rated one. I'm surprised, guys. How about you?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
You think? I don't know who Pierce is. I'm not gonna act like I do. I only really looked at the other three guys.
Wow.
And they're not playing his highlights on the draft thing right now either. So
on NFL Network, they just showed it. They had it going there. Are you watching ESPN?
yeah.
They probably weren't ready for it.
I just don't quite get the.
Oh yeah, 2026. That's so they gave up a second rounder and a first rounder to move up. How many spots?
20.
I mean, Atlanta though, right?
Keaton, where are you at? Where are you at on that, Keaton?
I don't know who Brad.
Foreigners.
Here he is, Jimmy. Let's get you some notes here. 6'5", 245, Tennessee edge rusher, 32 and 3/4 inch arms, 10-inch hands, athleticism score, top 20, 4.47 in the 40.
Oh, he can run.
So there you go.
He can run. There, that's why. Here you go. 4.47.
Yeah, probably top.
Small. All right, there you go. He's on TV now. All right.
Well, guys, you know what that means.
Who we get?
Ravens are on the clock.
Ravens
Let's go to the
up.
board, shall we?
Let's go to the board and let's all make a pick based off of who we see on the board here.
I'm going Starks. I'll just tell you guys that right now.
Yeah, I chose Starks. I'm not gonna act like even more. He's probably the physical mold that the Ravens would love.
Yeah. I mean, my goodness, when you look at now, Mike Green out of Marshall also had 17 sacks last year. And according to our friend Jason Smith, first round talent. So
7.5 sacks.
Go ahead.
He's had plus 7.5 sacks in each of the last seasons and 13 TFLs in each of the last 2 seasons. James Pierce.
Hey, live chat, tell us who your pick is. We've got over 6,800 concurrents right now joining us for our star-studded guests, Jimmy Smith and Katon Mitchell. We really appreciate you guys and your time. The pick is in at 27. Jeff Zarebek says as much, but there's no player yet. We'll let you know in a matter of seconds, I'm sure, but I still can't believe the gross overpay that Atlanta just did to go and get James Pierce Jr. Guys, I'm sorry to keep reiterating that, but that's stunning to me.
It's a lot.
Their scouts must have seen something.
It's a lot, and I just don't know that the Ravens were going for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't know that for sure, and I'm sure they'll ask. EDC will be asked
for sure.
After this pick, because they're going to go down and do their press conference.
The pick is in, guys, and the live chat. If you don't want it to be spoiled, then just mute us and go to the TV. I mean, because we're just going to do it in real time. You already got it, Jimmy?
Malachi.
I'm
just guessing.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I thought he was reading it somewhere.
I'm watching Tubi. It
ain't. Well, what we know is this, guys. The pick is in, so they're staying put. That's what we know right now.
Yeah, they're not trading out.
Can you imagine if it's the most popular pick of it all? Of course, they go to commercial. Lacey DaCosta says, of course, they go to commercial.
Mel Kiper will be doing cartwheels because he picked Starks. He started this whole thing. He picked Starks early in the process, and every time he came up with an updated mock draft, it was always him.
Yeah, and that could be just his opinion. That could not even be the Ravens at all.
It's in, guys. Yeah. It's in. You ready for it?
Yeah, we're ready for it.
There's going to be a lot of people that feel like they can go to Vegas because Malachi Starks is coming to Baltimore.
Woo!
Yes, sir.
The Georgia safety who has a lot of high leverage reps under his belt, boy, in the SEC and championship calibers type stuff, Katon, is your new teammate. Your thoughts on the newest member of your secondary, Malachi Starks?
I ain't never seen bro play. I ain't gonna lie.
I've seen his highlights. I read about him. Sounds like he's a really heady player. He gets his hands on the ball. Smart player.
I gotta watch these highlights.
I can tell you this: if he getting drafted by the Ravens, he's tough. He hits. He's smart. He loves football. I know that much.
He hit for sure.
He must hit.
Safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gotta hit.
Your first round safety for the Ravens. You hitting somebody.
Yeah, nah, for real.
Katon, I love your honesty. It's absolutely glorious.
All right, Ravens on TV now. Here we go.
No, honestly, this is one of those. Jimmy said it. This is a quintessential Ravens pick because it's best player available. And so that's why, I mean, they've hit on so many safeties in the past. I mean, you've got Kyle Hamilton. We know about Ed Reed. We know about, other guys that they've brought in. They know a good safety when they see him. And it's also a need. The Ravens finished, and Jimmy, you know this as a former defender on the Ravens and the standard that is there. They finished number 32 in passing yards given up in the NFL. They needed last year. And obviously they got better from weeks 10 on, but not good enough to erase what had happened.
The damage was done.
The damage was done. And if they could have started faster, maybe they could have had home field advantage against the Buffalo Bills, right? And so if you can, I mean, this makes so much sense given what happened in the secondary last year. They let go of Marcus Williams, and they've let go of Brennan Stevens now. And so let's go. Let's bring in more help. And they gave up 63 plays last year of 15 yards or more. 60. That is not the Ravens way. And so you can put Malachi Starks back there now and say, no balls are getting over our heads. These footballs, these deep footballs are not going over our head. And whether that's with Malachi Starks or Kyle Hamilton or Ardarius, they play a lot of nickel, as Jimmy knows. And to have these three guys to have so much flexibility, it is a good move for the Ravens.
Absolutely. The Ravens love versatile DBs, a DB that can play safety, corner, nickel. And obviously this guy with his ability, and like I said, the stuff that I've been reading about him is just he's a very heady player, gets his hands, he's around the ball a lot. That's the type of player that the Ravens love to have, a Swiss Army knife back there. And you're picking a guy this high. This is the trade-off with Marcus Williams. We gave Marcus Williams all that money, hoping that he would come in, get his hands on, get some picks, create some turnovers. And I think that's what Malachi's here to do. Yeah, like seven. I think I read he had like 17 picks or like 15 picks or something like that.
Nah, they just showed a crazy highlight on TV. I ain't gonna lie.
You getting your first look at your new teammate?
Yeah.
They're announcing it now.
Nah, he's smooth.
Heck yeah.
He's also, I believe he was one of the captains. I don't know if you guys may have not seen him in any interviews or whatnot. But he is businesslike. He's one of those businesslike dudes. He's been a leader. He's all, look at him. He's wearing kind of purple.
He looked like he got some
That's mauve. That's mauve.
Mauve?
That's mauve. You remember Jay-Z had that on. That's mauve.
Hey guys, let's listen to this clip from earlier in the week with Kay Adams. I have this ready to go. Listen to this.
The NFL. Let's manifest that. Bo Nix is off the list.
Jared Goff.
What, really? Why?
I've just talking to some of my teammates that used to play here who are in the league now. He's like an elite of the league quarterback. So just being able to, add that to my resume and some of the guys, the way they talk about him. I mean, that'd be.
The only reason why I bring it up, I know it seems a little random. I know it seems a little random, Keaton, but the only reason why I bring it up is because he just said there that the quarterback that he wants to pick off the most is Jared Goff, and guess who you guys just so happen to host this fall at a to be determined date? The Detroit Lions at home.
No, for sure.
Just throwing it out there a little.
I ain't know what he just said.
He said he wanted to pick off Jared Goff. It was the quarterback he most wanted to pick off in his football career, his NFL football career.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah, you never know. Speaking it into existence, they got Detroit on their schedule this year, so.
That's right.
They gave him an overall 78, athleticism 67. So yeah, like I said, he's a Swiss Army knife. He plays a slot.
Yeah, I seen he plays slot.
Plays slot.
He can do both.
Instead, he plays all over the field. He's a leader there. So
yeah.
I don't know.
He's a little bit of both.
Marlon and Nate outside.
Yeah.
Marlon plays nickel. He's a dog. He kills that nickel. He's crazy good at nickel.
I like Marlon at slot too, though.
Yeah, when Marlon's playing nickel, our defense runs so well. I mean, and they kind of had to put him in there last year, but when he put him back in there, the defense is gelling. But I think that had a lot to do with the safety situation after we swapped out Marcus for Ardarius.
Well, Jimmy, what do you think of
Hey, and Sarah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's let Keaton go. Keaton, do you want to pop off, man? We've been with you for an hour and 15.
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Dude, trust me. Like you
can
this
go
guy
got
whatever you want. We've had you since 10 o'clock. We love you. We hope that you stay, but we want to make sure you come back.
Nah, for sure. I see y'all probably tomorrow at our next pick.
There we go.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right.
All right, bet.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Appreciate y'all for having me.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for the time, man. We'll do it again.
Yeah, thank you.
That's crazy.
Later. I'm glad.
That's a good pick.
I'm glad you had a chance to meet the young man too, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jimmy, I was going to ask you because you were talking about so Malachi can definitely play nickel, but he can also play back. His versatility is one of his strengths. Do you think though? What can Cheeto do? Can he play on the outside?
Cheeto is outside. He is an outside corner.
But do you think he could start? Is what I'm saying. Like, do you?
Yeah. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine in our defense. I think they'll, teach him how to play and how we play it. But I think he'll be fine. We don't. He's. I think he's as good as Brandon Stevens, if not a little bit better. Healthy.
Yeah. When he's healthy. Yeah.
When he's healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't feel the rush at corner when we got Awuzie. The safety situation was kind of a big gaping hole because of. I like Ardarius back there, but I understand the situation when you're running a football team, you're trying to get the best possible players at every position. And if you have a great player like Malachi who can go in and play slot, because that's kind of what I was talking about when we were talking last year about what Marcus is willing to do and like how he plays the game or whatever. And there's a difference in already that guy plays slot, he comes down, he's a hitter. So he's going to be able to be a lot more versatile with Kyle Hamilton and Marlon and the nickel. They can all three rotate compared to just Marlon and then Kyle could kind of rotate and play the nickel last year.
Okay, so say we're playing the Bengals. Let's say midseason because maybe Starks isn't rented into form and they want to bring him along. But let's say midseason, you're playing the Bengals. What's your starting DB group looking at, knowing you have Kyle, Ardarius, Malachi, Marlon, Cheeto, and Wiggins, and they're coming out in a 3 wide receiver set? What are you doing with the DBs?
I got Wiggins outside. I got Cheeto outside, and then I'm doubling Jamar Chase. I don't care what it is.
Yeah. So, but who's
I like I said, Marlon's best years that I've watched him just completely dismantle teams. He's been in the slot. He kills it at slot.
Okay.
He's really, really good when he takes a lot of snaps there. He's really good outside corner. I'm not saying that he's one of the top outside corners, but his production in the slot and what he can do in there and how he changes games in there is undeniable. So I would definitely throw Marlon still in the slot, and I would have Wiggins outside and Cheeto outside, and then I have 2 good safeties. You can have Kyle. It depends on what the personnel. He said 3 wide right now. If we're going 3 wide, it's talking almost just put in Marlon on the slot.
Yep.
And then having,
and then Malachi and Kyle back. So Ardarius is coming off.
If Awuzie can play slot and we're playing man and that's the type of game, then that's just the more that can help us. But if he's just strictly outside corner, then Marlon's the one corner that can move inside. I don't see Wiggins really playing inside. I don't see. I haven't really watched Awuzie play inside that much. I've seen him play outside mostly.
Hey Jimmy, Malachi's first words as a Raven just took place. I have the audio here. It is.
Hugged Roger Goodell for the longest time. What was the meaning behind such a long embrace with him?
It's been a long week, and just kind of be able to meet him throughout the week and just kind of watch him as a kid since I was a kid and be up here with him. And, I've been waiting for a long time in that room back there, and I'm ready to go to work.
You got some time with your family while you waited. What has your family done for you to get you to this moment?
Man, I couldn't thank them enough. All the sacrifices that they made for me. My mom, my dad, I told him I wouldn't cry. My sister, I know she at home watching this, my fiance back there. My agency, man, they just bet on me and I bet on myself, and I'm ready to get to work.
And now you're a Baltimore Raven.
I'm ready.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Man, he and Kyle Hamilton, I guess.
Does that not give you some goosebumps right there?
I didn't hear any of it.
What's that?
I didn't hear any of it.
Sarah, did you hear any of that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy, basically, it was very similar, honestly, to it kind of gave you shades of Lamar when he was talking with Prime 7 years ago. Like he's just highly emotional, ready for the moment. Seems very, very humble. And I think this guy's got a pretty darn good chance to make it an impact right away. Sarah, this is bringing me back to a Zach Orr clip from the lounge within the last month or so that you and I broke down. I got to play this because, man, the foreshadowing is striking. Your former guy, Z.O., Jimmy, listen to this with the guys on the lounge.
Just make sure he out there. Make sure he out there on the field.
And let me make sure I set it up properly. He's talking about Kyle Hamilton, and at the time, the importance of having a third safety to free him up.
I mean, he's impactful and can make plays from every part of the field. And you look at it, especially second half of the season, we started playing them further back from line of scrimmage. Well, a lot of the explosive plays went away because quarterbacks didn't want to throw the ball with him back there. He covers a lot of ground, got us communicated well, got us lined up right. So I think that what it looks for him is wherever you want to put him, and he can adjust to whoever else we have out there on the field with him. So you're always trying to figure out ways to get him close to the line of scrimmage to blitz him because he's a heck of a blitzer. He's one of our best blitzers, right? He's effective doing that. He's a great tackler in space, but then you also want him to do stuff in the back end as well because he covers a lot of ground and he has real good ball skills. So, I mean, he's one of the easiest guys to figure out how to put him in the best position because he's never in a bad position. Honestly, he's really not. So I think that us, trying to find another safety to complement Kyle, complement AD, that's just what we like to do. We like to play a lot with a lot of DBs and speed on the field, especially in passing situations. We like to have a lot of guys who can do a lot of different things.
Right.
That helps in with the disguises like we talked about. That helps in with offenses confusing them. They not knowing where guys are going to be at. So I think that's more of where we're looking at for the third safety is just to continue to add versatility to the defense.
Definitely. Different packages. Yeah. Now you can play Kyle at linebacker because you have a third safety. I mean, that's where you're going to drop down and cover tight ends, can stop the run, can blitz from there. So, yeah, definitely agree with that. When you have if you have a safety that can only do one thing, it makes everybody else kind of stuck in their positions. Like, well, we can't move him because he can't do this. So that means we can't move you over here. And I think that was a little bit of the restrictions last year. That's why we were shuffling through safeties to figure out how to get it done.
All I see is a bunch of friggin' former first rounders in that secondary, Jimmy, much like yourself.
All right. Was that 3? Is it 1, 2?
You got
4
of them now.
And the Uzi was a second rounder.
Oh, is he?
I think so. Hey, he went to see you.
How about it?
Bobby, when does this press conference start with EDC?
Not sure, honestly.
I'm wondering if we can bring in the audio and get the live stuff and then just the audio and then maybe react to that. Because
he's there now?
What's that?
He used to work for the Ravens. I know he looks like the Weekend. He used to be a scout for us.
Who?
He works for the Commanders now.
Who are you referring to?
Can't think of his name. Lights. He looked like the Weekend. I used to see him all the time in our lunchroom.
I didn't see him on this. Is he up on the?
He works. He was in the draft meeting right now room with Washington.
Oh yeah. I wasn't looking. Shoot.
Why do
man.
Why do all the fans boo Roger Goodell every year?
I know.
It's a tradition at this point. Absolute tradition.
Oh man. That's great stuff, dude. We've kept you for close to an hour, so.
Oh, good. I'm gonna eat some dinner.
What are you doing over there tonight?
I gotta. I have a big game tomorrow. We have a flag football game, and we lost to a team already. So if we lose to this next team, we're out of the division. So
your
big
son
game.
playing?
Yeah, he's playing corner and safety. I'm trying to teach him.
Jimmy Jr.
No, Jalen.
Oh, Jalen.
Jimmy Jr.'s out in South Cherry Hill, Jersey.
I don't think I've met Jalen. Jimmy Jr. is like the star of the show. Every time you show up at the tailgate, he's like catching airtime more than we are.
Yeah. No, you'll definitely see Jalen a lot more now when I get back out there. Jalen and Julian. But Jalen has been excelling in baseball and he likes basketball and football. So once I get out there, I'm trying to probably sign him up in Cockeysville, play some football.
Good. He's a great kid. I love hanging with him.
Yeah. Excited about it though.
All right, dude. Well,
all right, my man.
Thank you so much for doing this back-to-back years. I gotta say, definitely bittersweet having you on this year, knowing that we did the crossover episode last year with Jacoby. I was thinking about that today, getting ready for the show. That was the last time that we had him in an interview setting, and I think it ended up being one of the last formal interviews that he did. So we continue to think of you, man. I know you guys had a special friendship and bond. So
hey, I miss my dog.
All right, man.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Jimmy.
No doubt. See you
later, man. Thanks, Jimmy.
Right.
Not to end it on
just
I
end it on that note.
I want to make sure we acknowledge our guy from last year. I know we really appreciated that interview, and little did we know how much we would go on to truly appreciate it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But.
So let's talk about where we want to go. We could bring up the press conference because I really want to hear what EDC has to say. I really want to hear his thoughts on Malachi. I want to hear his thoughts on Atlanta and all that kind of stuff. I can bring it up and just stick my microphone at it, right? And listen to it, and then we could react on the other side, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, all in real time here, we're making decisions. I have no idea when he's going to come on. And I think
it's usually pretty quickly after the pick, unless they pull a 2018 Lamar Jackson move.
Yeah.
And jump back into the first round.
Yeah.
Which, if they jump back in the first round, we want to be around for that anyway.
Well, we obviously got to wait 3 more picks at the very least, which we're going to do. We got to get to some super chats.
We don't have no. They don't always wait till the end of the draft for them to come out. They usually come at the end of their pick.
I'm just saying that in order to get to the end of the first round, which we're going to want to stream through, that's 3 more picks.
Okay, got you.
So, to me, knowing that we're gonna. Let's see what happens over the next 3 picks. Obviously, we are obviously live at noon tomorrow, but
we also have 8,600 concurrence, Tila.
We do.
I don't know that we want to say goodbye just yet.
No, we certainly do not. We appreciate you guys for being here. It's been an awesome night. I mean, for Pat Ricard and Charlie Kohler to give us an hour, for Keaton to give us an hour and 15, for Jimmy
Keaton
to go
was just chilling.
Minutes. I mean, this has been a really great night, and let's make sure that we're getting some housekeeping done. We have had tremendous sponsors that have made tonight possible. It started with Stuggies in the 7:00 hour. If you guys are interested in making yourself, and there's 8,600 of you, and let's make sure we only have 58 entries, guys, meaning those of you who have entered into tonight's giveaway, which is Orioles tickets, a signed Kyle Hamilton helmet, and a Manta sleep mask. There's only 58 of you right now with 8,600 concurrents in here right now that are actually eligible for those 3 giveaways, which is going to be selected randomly by us in the next half an hour or so. So make sure you get those #Vault comments in, and make sure that, let's just do a screen share here to ensure that you guys are fully up to speed in terms of how you can enter in. Stuggies right now on their Instagram. It's also on mine as well. It's a collaboration post here. All you got to do, like the post, do the instructions that follow there. Again, you can go to Stuggies on Instagram, and also to be eligible for the Kyle Hamilton signed giveaway, you can click on the link that right now is included as a pinned comment in the live chat. Make sure you just follow those instructions, guys, and those 3 giveaways are going to be given out here shortly.
It's just, Bobby, can't remember the last time so many people were predicting Malachi Starks, and I said when Cole Jackson was on the show, I said, I hope Malachi Starks is there at 27, just so I can see if everybody was right or if everybody was wrong. And everybody was right. I think Matt Miller wrote it this morning, saying that Malachi Starks was the Ravens' dream ideal scenario to pick. And so if that's the case, they got their guy. They got their guy for sure. 6 career interceptions, 23 career pass breakups, 197 career tackles, a captain and leader over at Georgia, very businesslike. Apparently, his suit was the color mauve. I say there was a little purple in there, maybe like he knew. And I just feel like I've never seen that before, where so many people were predicting it, and it just there it was. They were right the entire time. So many other times there'll be a trendy pick, and then somebody we never heard of ends up coming to the Ravens, but that was not the case this year.
What did I tell you earlier today? The one thing I'm confident going in, knowing all the mock drafts. What I tell you, Thanks, Bobby. What great 2 cents, bro.
Yeah.
Really great 2 cents there.
And Bobby, suddenly you've got to start feeling really good about the Ravens secondary when they were one of the worst in terms of passing defense last year.
Yeah.
I mean, they could probably still use some depth, but between everybody what I was really trying to get at with Jimmy Smith when I was asking him in a three wide receiver set, who are you putting on the field? Because I wanted to know, because Marlowe's so good in the nickel. Kyle could play there. Malachi could play there. Like, who's coming off the field out of all these guys, which you never really got to answering. But really, you can just keep messing around and playing with the way they set up. Like, you're always going to have Wiggins on the outside, yes, but Marlowe can switch in and out. Kyle can move around. Malachi can move around. If Cheeto's in there, he'll be on the outside. There's just so many moving pieces, and Kyle Hamilton can make sure everybody where they need to be. And he's lockstep with Roquan Smith. It just, this secondary, after moving on from Marcus Williams, after moving on from Brennan Stevens, it's already starting to feel so much better.
Yeah, I think it's well said, and brings me back to conversations that we had surrounding, and Jahad Campbell goes to Philadelphia, by the way. So they're reloading at linebacker. Jahad Campbell, Alabama's Jahad Campbell going to Philadelphia at 31. So it brings me back to the conversation that you and I had surrounding Ardarius Washington. And
Yes.
while his job as of right now, you would think he's the favorite to be your starter, there is now competition. And there is stiff competition. There's first round competition. He's got to stack another year. And obviously Malachi's got to come in and prove himself from the jump. But to me, this just sets up so nicely with the way that competition breeds excellence. And I love, to your point, the way that you summarized all of that, this no-fly zone that's starting to form, which was their Achilles heel, a lack thereof. It was a fly zone. It was an open for business fly zone through the first 10 plus
We
weeks.
are wide open for business.
You know it. So I think that they are addressing, Sarah, the elephant in the room that we knew existed, they knew existed, their opponents knew existed through the first half of last year. And you got to hope that that will not put them behind the 8 ball come September.
So here's the question that I would like Eric DeCosta to be asked. And that is, well, I mean, it's clear. I guess you don't even have to ask it. I wanted to know if there was a edge rusher that they felt like could have, I mean, I just wonder how close they were. They clearly had Starks ranked above somebody like Ezeraku, right? Or Mike Green. Because the first thing that Jimmy Smith said when he came on the show was, what do they need to get over the hump? It's that dog at edge rusher. That's what they need. But then I said, but does the draft offer that? Well, the Ravens just said, no, not in the first round, not more than Malachi Starks. And so I'm curious where they had James Pierce Jr. ranked. I really want them to, I really want the media to ask him about that trade up for James Pierce Jr. right in front of them. Was he somebody that they were looking at?
Yeah.
I don't know that he's going to answer it, but I feel like the question should be asked.
Certainly. And by the way, I have my Ravens app up on my phone, so I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Here it comes.
introduce the newest Raven, Malachi Starks.
Recording in progress.
Malachi, congratulations on joining the Ravens. We have an eager bunch of media members here who would like to ask you a few questions. So we will start it off with, let's go with Garrett Downing.
Hey, Malachi, congratulations. I know the Ravens have been linked to you throughout this process. Did you feel like this was a place that you could land, and did you get a good feel for the team and the organization throughout this process?
Yeah. I feel like it was a really good place for me to be, just with the type of organization that they run and, the history they have there as well. Just the things that they've been doing the last few years, I think it's a great fit for me. Just to come in and learn from a guy like Kyle Hamilton and a lot of vets in the room like Marlon Humphrey. I think it's amazing, and I think I fit the culture very well.
And I should mention for the media members joining us, if you can use the raise hand function, please, I will call on you accordingly. Why don't we jump to Brian Wacker of the Baltimore Sun for the time being?
In between, obviously, reporters. This is Malachi Starks' introductory press conference.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, congrats. Just how familiar are you with the Ravens defense, playing alongside, obviously, now Kyle Hamilton and some of their other players?
Yeah, I think I got a good feel for it through the whole process. I met with them when I went to Combine, and I had some Zooms as well. So I got a good feel for it, and I'm ready to go learn. There's a lot more I have to learn, but I'm ready to get in. And like I said, just learn from the vets and, really just dive into the whole process of being a Raven.
And just what was your reaction when you got the news and found out?
Yeah, I was I was sitting on the couch about to play Uno. It's been a long night, so I was just trying to stay calm through the whole thing. And then I heard the phone ring, and I knew I was a Raven. So I'm excited. I don't want to waste the opportunity. I'm ready to get to work.
Cordell Woodland and then Ryan Mink.
Hey, Malachi, congratulations. So much made in this AFC North division about the toughness and the physicality in these games. How excited are you to bring your physical game to a lot of these rivalries in the division?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think coming from a place.
Looks like they had a slight audio issue.
Your Zoom has been muted.
You hear me?
Yeah, we got you now. Go ahead.
I was just saying, coming from a place like the University of Georgia with that physicality that we play in the SEC, it gets you prepared to go in the league and, keep that physicality, but also learn how to be more physical. So I'm excited just to get there and learn.
Brian Mink?
Malachi, I know your versatility is one of your great strengths. Just where do you feel most comfortable on the football field, and how much do you feel like you can bring that to Baltimore?
Yeah, when you look at their defense, a lot of the guys are versatile. I think that's a huge strength that they have. I think that's why they do so well on the defense side of the ball. They have a lot of guys that can move around and be in different spots and produce at a high level. And I feel like I bring that as well. I think I'm a safety that can move around, so I feel comfortable at the safety spot, but I feel comfortable playing anywhere.
Malachi Starks at the podium for the first time as a Raven.
I know the Ravens have talked about wanting to create more turnovers on defense. Can you talk about your ball skills and what you think you might be able to bring to the table as far as making that happen?
Yeah, I think coming from Eastern Georgia, that was a big thing that we harped on. Was taking the ball away. The game of football is all about the ball. So just being able to have my strengths and being able to high point and then understanding how to take the ball away in scenarios, I think that's huge, and I think I'll create value for myself and the team as well.
We have time for maybe one or two more questions here if anybody has one.
We got some.
All right. I think we're good to go.
That's it for Malachi. Okay. That right there is audio from Ravens.com. Malachi Starks making his first introductory press conference as a Baltimore Raven. He was selected 27th overall out of Georgia. He's played a lot of high leverage football. And now he joins a group, again, a star-studded secondary with a bunch of first-rounders. Malachi, Marlon, Kyle, Nate. That does not include, obviously, the undrafted rookie, the former undrafted rookie, and our Darius Washington. And there you have it. Over 8,800 concurrents right now. We appreciate you guys for being with us. Sarah, you are currently muted. But
sorry about that. I'm over here transcribing that little Zoom call with him. But yeah, they hit the nail on the head. Physicality. He's been at Georgia. He's been playing in the SEC. He's no stranger to physicality. Versatility. He can play safety, but he said, quote, I feel comfortable playing anywhere. That's exactly how the Ravens love their players, right? Jimmy Smith just said it. Like when you're trying to like be creative and you're like, oh, well, he can only do this one thing. He can only play at this one thing. So we can't be creative and play with this more. When you have more versatility, you can bring more looks to an opposing offense. He can do that. He feels comfortable anywhere. Has that physicality. Excited for the Ravens. Feels like he's a good fit. And then I love this, and you knew this about his personality, his character anyway. He said that he looks forward to learning from Kyle Hamilton. He already knows. In just Kyle Hamilton's 4th year, he's like established himself as one of the best safeties in the league. He came on strong right away. It didn't take a long time for him to develop. Malachi Starks, I'm sure, wants to follow in those footsteps. He wants to be a day one starter. The Ravens don't need to make him a day one starter. They do have our Darius Washington there, but he's going to play from day one. Whether he starts, I don't know, but he'll play from day one. And by the end of the year, he will be starting games. And he's got the perfect example of how to come into this league and take it by storm right away in Kyle Hamilton. So I love that he gave a little bit of love to his veteran safety that will be in the room with him.
Josh Simmons to finish up the night goes to Kansas City at 32. The Chiefs are taking Ohio State offensive lineman Josh Simmons. The medicals were totally clean, as Jordan Schultz notes here. And now another protector for Patrick Mahomes, left tackle, Ohio State, high leverage player. A lot of championship pedigree there in Columbus, Sarah. You're not your guy, but somebody that you're familiar with. At least your market is familiar with, goes to Kansas City to close out night one.
Well, they needed it, right? That's one of the reasons why they lost the Super Bowl, is because they couldn't protect Patrick Mahomes. So they need it.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to Jordan, his medicals are clean, but we'll see how quickly he can get in there and try to protect Patrick Mahomes.
Yep. So here's your new safety. Here's your new Raven, Malachi Starks, 6 career picks, 23 career PBUs, just under 200 career tackles. And now we track down as many Georgia sources as we can, Sarah, over the next week or so, which I'm looking forward to. Of course, the Raven.
You're the king of booking guests.
I'm already thinking, and guess what? I think we start with, I don't know if we can have him on, but would love to get some thoughts from Todd Monken, being that he's a former Georgia guy. Hey, we have some giveaways to do.
Yeah, let's do some giveaways.
And with that in mind, let's let everybody kind of get a refresher here on how the night started. Stuggies, awesome spot in Fells Point, for those of you who are familiar, sponsored our opening hour. And if you have entered, and by the way, you only have probably another minute or two to enter. There's 3 different giveaways going on right now, and all you have to do is follow the instructions by going to my Instagram page, clicking on either one of these 2 posts, Stuggies or Preston Automotive, and using a chat with the hashtag Vault, leaving a chat with the hashtag Vault. Howie Roseman's pumping his fist to get Josh Simmons there. His whole front office is fired up in Philadelphia. So 2 tickets to the future Orioles game is on the line, which will come with 2 crab mac and cheese dogs. Stuggies is an institution in Baltimore, right in the heart of Fells Point. From there, this is probably what everybody's going to be gunning for, Sarah, I would think. The Kyle Hamilton signed football, courtesy of the Bobby Baltimore sponsor and my longtime partner, Preston Automotive Group. All you have to do, follow them on Instagram, follow me, tag a friend in the comments. And again, use that hashtag Vault in the comment section, and you will be eligible to enter a Kyle Hamilton personally signed helmet. After that, we'll also give away a third item, which is a Manta Sleep Mask Pro. You guys know the drill by now about Manta Sleep. And let me make sure we have an update on how many entries there are, because people need to know. You got a darn good chance right now, mathematically, Sarah.
Seriously.
With 3 different giveaways, we only have 71 entries. There's 89. There's almost 9,000 people in here right now. I feel like we should give them another minute.
You could.
Come on now. Come on now.
I'm watching. Well, here's why, Bobby. Almost 6,000 are coming in. Well, between you and me, there's almost 8,000 coming in from Twitter.
Okay.
Who can't do the hashtag vault.
Here's DaCosta. We're going to
here
DaCosta.
they
We're going to
are.
give you
Let's
guys
give it
another
DaCosta.
shot. We're going to give you another shot.
He's a physical guy. He's a very, very good tackler. And I was reminded that the last time we took a Starks in the first round, he ended up intercepting a pass in the Super Bowl. So hopefully that ends up happening again. Questions?
Referring to Dwayne.
With Malachi, and you kind of touched upon the interview at the time. Was there anything else that kind of stood out throughout the draft process that kind of made you, and it kind of stand out to you?
You know, I just think that as we go back and look at our very best players, they're just wired a certain way. They play a certain way consistently. And throughout the process, Malachi was a guy that just really passed every single test. We have, you know, as far as football GPA, very, very high. Production as a player, durability, ability, everything really. It just made a lot of sense for us to take him.
John, you already started to kind of visualize what your defense looks like, especially now teaming him up with Hamilton, who also does a variety of things.
We have. I think when you look at Malachi on tape, and you guys have seen him, I'm sure, all the different positions he plays. He plays both safeties, plays nickel, he plays the dime linebacker spot, which is what Kyle does, which is what Adarius does, and then Marlon plays inside and outside. So the ability to move all those pieces around and get them in different positions is pretty exciting. The other thing is, you know, Eric kind of just mentioned this, but when we first came out of the season, we had a conversation about just the type of mindset that we were looking for in the guys we were going to bring in. And to me, Malachi, he fits that perfectly. You know, he's smart, he's tough, he loves football, he loves everything about football. And you saw it when he walked up to see. I saw it when he walked. You guys see it when he walked down the hallway there and out to the stage. It looked like he was coming through the tunnel for game day. He's ready to go, you know. And, we're just. I think he's just excited to be a Raven as we are excited to have him be a Raven.
Did your phone ring? Did you consider moving back at all? Up was Starks a target all along, and how busy was that time we were on the clock?
Well, you know, I think that as we looked at this draft, you know, the first round, we kind of got a sense for most of the players that were going to get picked in front of us, and we had maybe 3 or 4 players that we thought might have a realistic chance of being there when we picked. The phone started ringing. We had some opportunities to trade back. In the end, you have to look at, the excitement of actually getting some additional picks, which we do love, versus, what kind of player you're going to get potentially. And, for me, maybe I'm getting older and just, a little bit more conservative than I used to be. But, I think looking at the quality of player that we had with Starks versus what we might have to get, it didn't make enough sense for me. This was a guy that really checked every single box for us in a lot of different ways. There were some other players that we coveted as well. But in the end, he was by far the best guy available for us when we made the pick.
Were you surprised at how things kind of happened with so many guys that were linked to you or you thought could be a good fit here in Baltimore?
I really wasn't surprised by the way this draft kind of unfolded. In fact, I think that in a lot of cases, I kind of knew which players were going to get picked, generally speaking. And that was one of the reasons why, for me, that I was nervous this year in the first round. I was kind of nervous that we weren't going to get a chance to get a player like Malachi, just because this is what I would refer to as a flat draft. And so you have, probably 10 players that everybody puts up there, and then it really flattens out, and it stays that way. It's going to stay that way in the second and third and fourth round. So from that standpoint, it's a really good draft if you have a lot of picks because it's flat in the middle. But that being the case, there were really just a few players that we thought we might have a chance to get. Fortunately, we got one of those guys.
Eric or John, I think GMs and coaches, some of them have talked about how hard it is to evaluate safeties just in general. Is there anything that you guys maybe weight more or less when you are doing that evaluation at that specific position?
Okay.
I don't think it's that hard to evaluate safeties. I mean, the guys running around making plays all over the field. You know, we've done pretty well with those guys, and we've missed on guys just like everybody else. But I mean, he's a very versatile player. You know, he covers people man to man. He comes up and tackles people. He's in zone. He plays nickel zone responsibility, which is really kind of tricky. You know, he's got a good feel for that. In the deep middle, you know, he's got range. So he showed ball skills. He showed all the things. And then you kind of put on top of that the mentality that we talked about, the mindset, kind of the football character, I guess you could call it. The guy just loves to be out there and he loves to play. He can't wait to hit the grass. And to me, that's been a good recipe for success, really kind of no matter what the position is. But he looks like a safety to me. We'll see. But I bet he'll prove us right.
John, you touched on this a little bit, but last year with Kyle Hamilton, you had to play a little more split safety second half of the year. Not just getting a player that starts as talented as he is, but being able to maybe free up Hamilton to be as versatile as he can be. I mean, how important is that for your defense?
It definitely gives us that option, you know, and it's not to say that Kyle won't be back there because he will be, but the good news is like the offense isn't going to know who's going to be back there on any given play. They're not going to be able to line up and say, okay, Kyle's going to be deep, you know, or even Ardarius is going to be deep. Ardarius, all three of those guys could be on the field a lot, or Marlon could go back and can play deep if we wanted him to, but really now it's those three guys, you know, as interchangeable parts playing any one of those four positions in there. That's pretty exciting.
Eric, I'm sure you got, you know, a bunch of guys, obviously, how important specifically this defense in that attention and getting a guy.
Yeah, so we didn't go into it, you know, thinking that we'd take a defensive player. You know, we were going into it thinking we're going to take the best football player we can take. And, you know, there were some guys on the offensive side of the ball, too, that got picked. And there were a few really good players that were still there when we picked Malachi. But, you know, I think generally speaking, we want to be a balanced drafting team. You know, we want both sides of the ball to be really strong. And so, you know, we're fortunate this draft, as I said, we have a lot of opportunities in a couple of days to get some good players. And I think you'll see us fill some needs, take some really good football players, and hopefully hit on a bunch of guys.
Eric, here's a high-level starter at one of the best programs in the country for 3 years. I mean, does that always give you more confidence that a guy will step right on the field and help?
I think so. I mean, you know, one thing that I've learned from Ozzie, I mean, over the years, you look at some of our best picks, and they're big school guys, SEC, you know, Big Ten, you know, Pac-10 back in the day, guys like that, experienced guys from winning programs. That's a big deal. That's important. And that's something that we definitely look for. I mean, let's face it, you know, the SEC is, if not one, I mean, probably one, but one or two in terms of the best football conferences in the country. And this is a guy that's won national championships and played at a very high level. That's important.
You guys keep your draft plans so close to the vest. Were you, I don't know, concern's the right word, but were you aware of just, I mean, there's so much talk that you love Starks. And, you know, ESPN said that he was your ideal pick. Did that make you at all uncomfortable during this week?
You know, it did. Again, like I sort of like handicap it and model this thing out. And I figured like, okay, well, you know, if Starks gets picked, you know, there's going to be another player there. We had a few players that we really liked. And, but yeah, you know, it was kind of weird to just always consistently seeing us, you know, tied to him. I mean, there were a few other players too. In the end, I think it's just, it fell for us, and we're lucky that it did. But I can promise you that if somebody else had been there, the right player, that we would have taken him, and I believe he'd be a really good player for us.
Because of, you know, you sound like you did like Starks. Was there any thought about possibly trading up at all?
You know, I'm not really, you know, I feel like you guys ask me this question every year. I'm not a big believer in trading up. I just don't think that the data supports that, generally speaking. But we always look at it potentially. And again, I think it's assessing what other teams are going to do. It's kind of the flow of the draft. As you get to, we're picking 27. As you get to, say, 18 or 19, that's when you might consider trading up, probably. But then you look at the players that are still there, and you start looking at each pick, and every time a player gets taken outside your range or out of your sequence, you're like, okay. And you finally get to the point where we're like, okay, there's 3 or 4 guys. We don't have to trade up. We're going to get 1 or 3 or 4 of these guys. We feel happy with all these guys, and we're good to go. So when that happens, you're at peace. It's a good place to be.
You said it was one of the best combine interviews you've ever done or had with a player. What does that look like? And what is it that impresses you so much in that setting?
I just think it was remarkable, the way that he could discuss football, his awareness, his ability to call out the plays from their defense before we even showed the plays just based on formation. His ability to dissect and talk about what happened in any given play and to know what his teammates were doing in any given play. I mean, it was like he was a coach. And, we just, when he got up, we just were all kind of like looking at each other. And we use a grading scale. We grade every interview, and a 7 is the best. And across the board, he got straight 7s. So it was just super impressive. I haven't seen that type of detail in a long time.
You said you had a really good feel for how this first round was going to break. Do you feel that for the second and third rounds as well, or is that a little bit more wait and see?
Yeah, it really drops off. I mean, my prognostication ability falls off a cliff when you get into the second and third round, I think, because, you guys cover the first round, right? Everybody covers the first round, the media, and there's so much mocking now and all these different things and social media. And just, generally speaking, as I said before, like the first rounds nowadays are a lot less unpredictable than they used to be. Now you might get 1 or 2 picks that kind of go rogue, but now everything's fairly predictable. Like our list of the top 32 players, you're going to see 30 players drafted off that list right now. So, but when you get to the second round, that's where you start to see the deviation, and you start to see random players, and you start to see slippage in your sequence from players. So random players get picked. So now you might see, a player that we have rated at like 110 get picked at 42. And then we start high-five, and then we'll laugh. We're like, we can't believe you took that guy. And that guy might end up in the Pro Bowl, But that's just the nature. That's just the nature of the draft as you get into these rounds now, and you see a lot of really differences in your sequences.
And then you can add to that interview process that stood out from Malachi in addition to just football IQ, right?
No, I mean, it's a 15-minute interview, but he's smart. He knows that he knew the defense, but just the fact that he was a Red Star guy, I think, kind of tells the story. You guys have heard that here, and you look at the board, and there he is with a Red Star sitting next to his name, and then the room, the way the scouts felt about him once we picked him, they were like jacked. They know this guy better than anybody. So, yeah.
They don't always clap upstairs. They clap this year, so that tells you how excited the scouts were.
Well, sometimes they always clap, but sometimes it's
like a little bit of like one of these kind of claps.
Right.
Eric, how much changes now when you get your Red Star guy, quickly for you into tomorrow? Do you change a lot more when you can kind of get maybe your slam dunk on day one?
I mean, I think we just have to, now what I have to do tomorrow morning is come in and restack. And that's a process where, it's painful because there may be some other really good safeties, right? And we could still take one, but the reality of it is there's like some really good safeties in this draft. And so, you have to now kind of look at it and be like, well, we're not going to take 6 safeties, so there's going to be some really good safeties for somebody else. We got the best one. Somebody else is going to probably get the second best one is what it amounts to. And we'll find other guys that are in those same clumps, very close, and find the best guys in those clumps that we can use in different ways.
I think it's like the 9th time that it's like the defensive back in the first round is, straight. Do you think it's just the way that sometimes the board has fallen over the years, or do you feel like there's an investment there?
But Bobby? Bobby, do you know that you were the one who had the audio for us to listen to that?
Sorry, I got to pee. Lose a game. An easy way to lose it is by having a bad secondary. So, we never want to be in that position. That's a bad place to be. And so, we're going to have a strong secondary. And John was a secondary coach in Philly for a while too. He understands the importance of it as well. And I really appreciate that because, I think it's a really important, critical part of your defense.
Also played a little bit in Miami.
So that's to be determined. We need to see the tape.
Just out of curiosity, there was a giraffe in the background of the draft room. Was that planned? Whose idea was that? Is that a picture you've been in there? I'm just curious.
There's a great story behind that.
Yeah, but there's certain things we can discuss, and there's certain things we can't. But that giraffe has been in there for a long, long time. That was my son, Michael, who's now 17. That was a gift to him when he was born. And I got the idea years ago because we were talking to the scouts, and I'm saying, guys, the best scouts stand on the table. They stick their necks out. And it just popped into my brain. I had this old giraffe back at home. And so one day I brought it in and we put it in the draft room as a reminder for these guys to, if they really like somebody, to stand up on the table and stick their necks out. All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
All right. Well, there you are, sir.
I'm sorry. My brain's mush and I forgot that
No, we'll finish up. Just a little bit of reaction here. We'll do the giveaways, and I know my parents are due here any second now. I have a friend picking them up at the airport. So just a couple of things. The question I had, Bobby, coming in was like, obviously he was the best player available on their board, but like by how much? He said, Eric DeCosta said he had opportunities to trade back, but those opportunities and the draft capital he could have gotten, he said wasn't enough to move away from Malachi Starks. He said that Malachi Starks was by far the best interviewer he's ever given. And then they said, why? And he said he's never seen the level of detail that Malachi Starks could give when they were looking at film, especially as a rookie coming in, right? He said it was like talking to a coach. That's stuff that you get when you've been in the league for a minute. So then they also gave him, Bobby, I don't know if you've heard this, but the Ravens give, some of their prospects red stars, which means that it's like the red star players are that they grade high or almost near perfect in all the different categories that they have. They have smarts, they have talent, they have, attitude, consistency, all that kind of stuff. Malachi Starks was one of their red star players. And so that is why they went with him. He said he was by far the best player on the board at that time and not enough to trade back.
Yeah, it seems like a high instincts player, high level IQ player. Pretty strange how many, and you could tell EDC was kind of like, what? How does so many people have a good plug, have a good pulse for what we were doing? And very uncommon, right? Very unlike the Ravens, even though they're extremely tight-lipped. I just think that a lot of people had a beat on this, right? And so he ends up in Baltimore. It's a star-studded secondary on paper. This is a high-caliber player with high leverage reps under his belt, and somebody that could really unlock Kyle Hamilton the way that they want to be able to do. So I can't wait to sink our teeth into this player, Sarah. There's going to be a lot more to learn about him. There's going to be a lot down in Georgia in terms of different people that we can reach out to get different perspectives. But ultimately, Eric wasn't surprised by how all of this went. And I don't know how any of us can really be, even though I guess I was kind of surprised that it was the obvious elephant in the room
right.
pick. That certainly surprises me. But in terms of the player,
speaking of that, Bobby, he was asked, like, were you kind of uncomfortable that everybody was projecting Malachi Starks? And he's like, yeah, I kind of was uncomfortable. He's like,
yeah,
he's like, we would have been prepared with somebody else, but we're very fortunate that the board fell the way it did because everybody knew who the Ravens wanted, apparently.
Yeah.
And this league let them get them. So we'll see what that means in the long run.
Right. Really a last minute call here we have 80 plus entries and there's over 9,500 concurrents. So guys, I mean, I can't stress it enough. We'll give you another minute, but it's time to do the giveaways. So
let's start.
If you haven't entered, it's I don't know what to tell you. If you haven't entered, like just get involved here. We got 3 different giveaways coming up and there's only 82 entries because of the hashtag vault. So you got a chance to do it. You can go to my Instagram and last minute get involved here, and also use the hashtag in the comment section. Just to kind of review quickly, Sarah, that of how things shook out, how it really impacts the Ravens. Most notably, right off the top with Jacksonville moving up to go get Travis Hunter, and Cleveland taking the onslaught of capital that they received in exchange. The Ravens don't have to see Travis now and this specimen that he is and this potential generational prospect that everybody universally believes he is. They don't have to see him twice a year, nor will they have to see Abdul Carter twice a year. He goes to the New York Giants at number 3 overall. Ashton Genty was the first running back off the board who went to Las Vegas. McMillan, the rangy wide receiver, goes to Carolina. You had some tackles that were off the board there within the first couple picks, top 10, meaning 7 through 9. Armand Membu goes to the Jets. Kelvin Banks Jr. goes to New Orleans. Then the edge rusher run began with Michael Williams. Tyler Warren was not the first tight end that came off the board, which was somewhat of a surprise. Colston Loveland was, and Warren goes 14 to Indianapolis. Atlanta goes and gets Georgia's Jalen Walker. Again, more edge rushers came off as well. Jahdae Barron goes to Denver at corner. Derek Harmon joins the AFC North. He's going to have to be tasked along with TJ Watt and the rest of the boys there. Hayward to stop Derrick Henry and the Ravens rushing attack. Best of luck. Of course, the Chargers go with Omarion Hampton, the running back out of North Carolina, with Greg Roman in that scheme. The big, to me, crazy that Shedeur Sanders falls out of the first round. And clearly, it's not crazy, actually. This was somewhat expected.
Yeah, we said the betting markets were predicting that yesterday.
He was the player to watch. There's no question. Jackson Dart, the Giants end up moving into the first round with Houston, swapping with Houston to go get their guy. So Jackson Dart became the second quarterback after Cam Ward. So really only 2 first-round quarterbacks this year, much different than the 6 that went in the first last year. Sarah, the most confusing part to me, and we can get into it later on, maybe we'll learn more about it in the coming days. Atlanta moved up 20 spots and gave up a future first-round pick for James Pierce Jr. at edge out of Tennessee. That to me was somewhat stunning. They must love him. They must love James Pierce Jr. The Ravens, of course, get Malachi Starks, which we're going to continue to sink our teeth into, and there you have it, the rest of the first round. Maxwell Hairston, Sarah, who DJ at one point had mocked to Baltimore, the corner out of Kentucky, goes to Buffalo at 30. Kansas City gets their left tackle in Josh Simmons, and that at a glance, a quick glance, that is your first round. So with that, we've got 100 super chats. We appreciate you guys for being with us. It is after midnight. We've got over 9,500 of you. Part of me wants to stick around until we get 10,000. I am, as you can see in my eyes,
You're dead.
Going downhill quickly, and we have a lot of work to do. At least, we have a lot of prep work to do to get ready for tomorrow, and all the pull-out content that we're going to have. It's going to be awesome. We have so much content. This is why we brought in editors for the weekend. But it is officially time. Of the 100 people that gave super chats, of the 88 that used the hashtag Vault, it is time for the giveaway. So let's do it in order of significance. That's my thought. And you let me,
I love it.
If this is cool with you. Significance to me is, what do I think is the best giveaway that we have? And I think it's the Kyle Hamilton signed football helmet. It's a Ravens show. How can it not be? I want to say thank you to Preston Automotive Group for the opportunity to collaborate with them yet again. For those of you who aren't aware of them, they have dealerships all throughout the Maryland area, really all throughout the DMV, including they have a great presence in Delaware as well as the Eastern Shore. So thank you to them for this opportunity. Kyle Hamilton is a brand ambassador with Preston, as is Mark Andrews, as am I, and I'm really proud to be associated with them as I have been since September of 2023. So tonight, the winner of Kyle Hamilton's signed football helmet is, and we'll go.
Wait. Yeah. Share it. Yeah, I want to see it. I love the confetti that comes out. We love the confetti.
Yep, it's coming up, courtesy of the StreamYard giveaway tool. 91 entries. Let's run it up. Who's it gonna be?
Oh no.
Who wants it?
Oh, it always tricks me at the end. Jack Kilroy.
All right. Jack Kilroy.
Whoop, whoop. Jack, you got to email us, sir. Email us at Baltimore Ravens. What is our email, Bobby? Is it just Ravens Vault or is it Baltimore Ravens Vault?
BaltimoreRavensVault at gmail.com. Jack, if you are still with us, please let us know. We're going to give him a shot 24 hours probably. We'll check in tomorrow. If we haven't heard from him, we'll make a decision then. But BaltimoreRavensVault at gmail.com is how you let us know that you received this, that you're watching this. You could also let us know in the live chat right now, but you got to email us regardless. So congratulations to Jack Kilroy. He is the recipient tonight of Kyle Hamilton's signed football mini helmet. And I get the sense that Jack's man cave is about to go next level, courtesy of number 14, who you never know. I got some merch over here. I could have some wall art of a future Hall of Famer the way he's going. I know it's early, but okay, here's Jack. He's going to email us tonight. Jack, awesome, dude. Hey, Jack, and while we have you, let's make sure, I just want to make sure you get the whole thing now that I know you're with us. Email us at BaltimoreRavensVault at gmail.com. And the last piece of the puzzle, and I'm not going to check just for timing purposes, Jack, but if we could do the honor system here, go over here, follow Preston Automotive Group on Instagram, follow me, and tag a friend in the comments to get it done if you haven't already. All right, that's the last piece of the puzzle. Appreciate it, Jack. And if you could send screenshots over in the Gmail account of you doing so, that'd be awesome. Congrats, dude, and happy draft night. That now brings us to giveaway number 2, guys, and that was courtesy of Stuggies, an awesome hot dog spot in Fells Point. They have been around for years. Sarah, they have locations at M&T Bank Stadium and at Camden Yards, so they're well represented here when it comes to the sports town. And all you had to do in order to enter was go check out their Instagram post, which we will make sure the winner does in just a second. We'll go back to the shared screen and the giveaway tool.
Bobby's struggling.
And let's go ahead and draw this thing again, shall we? We cannot have a repeat winner. I made sure to toggle that check box.
All
Who's
right,
going to
here
be?
we go.
True Ravens
chick.
Here's what's funny.
With
True
the Mark
Ravens chick.
Andrews profile pic.
Here's what's funny about True Ravens chick. She put a super chat in, assuming it's a female. She put us a super chat in earlier saying that she wanted the Kyle giveaway. Well, the next best thing, True Ravens check, is Orioles tickets, future Orioles tickets, and a pretty darn good meal as well at Stuggies. All you got to do, True Ravens chick, let us know you're in the live chat right now. Go to the Instagram page that you see up on the screen. It's up at Stuggies, up at my account as well. Like the post. Follow the 2 accounts. Tag a friend who loves the Orioles. Hopefully you got a friend that does. If not, lie. And I really appreciate Stuggies. Sarah and I both really appreciate Stuggies for the opportunity to sponsor our 7 o'clock hour and work with a Baltimore institution right down the street from where I am in Canton and Fells Point. Okay. Let's get to it's 5+ hours. I got nothing left.
Right now.
I was up at 5:30 for F45. I'm absolutely shot.
And you started the stream before me. I got on at 8:30. You started at 7.
I'm absolutely shot. But this is my favorite night of the year, arguably. I love putting everything together. I thought tonight was a resounding success. I don't know who else within this platform is doing this. I have so much respect for everybody. Obviously, we got a lot of friends, but we're competitors. I'll just say this for me. I think we put on the show of a century tonight. I thought it was awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I mean, just to have that kind of overlap with Pat and Charlie and Keaton and Jimmy, with Cole sprinkled in, with Femi sprinkled in, with the Kid Gowie sprinkled in. I mean, tonight was just, I'll put us up against anybody in the space. I hope you guys enjoyed it. True Ravens chick is here. Bobby Ego, call me it. I'll take it. True Ravens chick, hit us up. All right. BaltimoreRavensVault at gmail.com. Appreciate you. She's trying to get Jack to trade. That's pretty funny. Okay. Next up, and our final giveaway of the night. True Ravens chick, you know the drill. I mean, unless you can convince Jack to trade, maybe you Venmo him. I don't know. Hit us up. You're the recipient of giveaway number 2. And what we have coming up here on the way out is this Manta Sleep Mask Pro, which I know I wear religiously. I love it. and I will personally be sending whoever the recipient is this mask. So off we go, Sarah. One more entry.
All right, let's do it. You're gonna put that sleep mask on here in about, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour?
30 minutes, I hope. That ain't happening. Giveaway number 3 and the final one of the evening. What an awesome night. Thank you guys so much. Hanging on for dear life. Holly
Holly's
Keefe.
supportive.
You know she's here. She might have gone to bed, actually. She's a college student. But Holly, congratulations. You are a Manta sleep mask winner. I know she'll be with us. I'm not even surprised if she's not. Oh, yeah, she's here. Let's go. Congratulations, Holly.
Holly would be here. Holly's on here every minute that we're on here.
Yep. You guys know the drill. Holly, you know the drill. I ain't going to say it. She knows.
She says she's studying for a quiz.
Oh.
Yvette's not happy. Womp womp.
Congratulations, guys. This was a really cool way for us to give back a little bit. Kyle Hamilton's signed helmet goes to Jack Kilroy. Orioles tickets, courtesy of Stuggies, and a bunch of hot dogs and meals goes to True Ravens Chick. And Holly Keefe takes home a Manta Sleep Mask Pro, which I swear by. Yo Jitsu, man, this was super kind of you. You know, you've been gifting out memberships too, if memory serves, this week. So that's super cool of you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the 50 spot. Cannibal Gumber says, didn't watch anything else on this wonderful night, which
that's awesome.
Makes my heart happy.
Makes my heart happy.
Yeah. Dream, Sarah.
He says Milrow will be a Brown. Show will be a Stiller. Shador will be a Raider on day 2. My predictions with the salute.
Cannibal Gumber says, made an Insta to enter the giveaway only to have it banned immediately. Not sure why.
What?
Love you guys as always. Can't wait for everything coming up.
What'd you do, Cannibal?
For real. Yo Jitsu showing us more love. Bro Flacco also showing us love, Sarah.
Thank you for setting up such a star-studded stream. Nowhere else I'd rather be on draft night. #Vault.
Yo Jitsu, let's go Voltron. Starks plays like a Raven. DJ Burke. Joey's confused. DJ Burke. Lewis says you all killed it tonight. Grateful and blessed, as are we. Darian, great show as always. DJ, just throwing $1 super chats around like it's nothing.
Appreciate it.
Adam 78. Dope Dad 322, Sarah.
Creating a young no-fly zone is a stroke of genius. #let EDC cook. #Vault.
Marcus Frazier, Mason Graham, and Harmon about to eat Voorhees and Fa'alele alive. Browns and the Steelers upgraded their defensive line while we nothing on the offensive line. They will handle that in the coming days, Marcus, for sure. Dope Dad 322 became a new channel member of ours. We really appreciate that. Welcome to the Voltron channel membership, my friend. And Xerxes, Sarah.
Xerxes, #Vault, longtime viewer. Appreciate all the work you two do. Thank you. Oh my gosh, as Bobby rubs his eyes. I'm feeling sad for you. We need to close up here.
I'm good. Austin says, #Vault, #RavensFlock. This secondary is going to be playmakers and versatility everywhere. I'm just staring at what.
Believe me, I'm good.
Oh, it's going to be. It's the workout's not happening tomorrow. That's all right. Drew.
I'm going in.
I know you are, but we got more.
Listen. I've been outside though today. I got a burst of energy. I've been outside. I was at soccer games. You were probably getting shells ready and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, keep going.
I think we're honestly caught up.
Honestly, I like this. When I stopped watching the draft on Pet, y'all get the picks faster. LOL. You are quick. You are quick with the picks. You are the king of multitasking.
I think that's part of why I'm kind of hitting a wall right now. There's just a lot of brain energy, a lot of brain capacity that's forced to, it's required to do this. I probably didn't help myself out by going to 6 a.m., but it's all good. No excuses. Awesome show. This was fantastic. We're going to do another live stream at noon tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kadri and potentially Ingraven will be joining us for night number 2. I still have not reached out to RG3. Mark Ingram never got back to me, but we're gonna, hopefully make it as successful of a weekend as it can be. Awesome stuff, partner.
No, yeah, for sure. Awesome stuff. Fun to have. Oh my gosh. Fun to have all these guys on. Keaton was cracking me up. He just was like chilling. I mean, he was great for like the normal amount of time that you have 15 minutes. Then he just wanted to watch the draft with us, which I kind of appreciated. It's like, you want to stay inside the vault? We'll keep you inside the vault. Jimmy, great analysis as always. Charlie was cracking me up and found out he's like the nicest guy ever.
Yeah.
I missed most of Pat Ricard. I'm sure Femi was great. Ravens get Malachi Starks. The AFC North is trying to come after Lamar Jackson with whether it's defensive tackles or edge rushers. So appreciate everybody coming on and giving us their time. Unreal.
You guys know how it goes. I mean, Keaton gave us an hour and 15. We're not paying them. I keep making those jokes about the invoices. Like, yeah, I'm actually kidding, guys. But it would be pretty cool if you guys would just tweet at him and say thank you, because, I mean, he had absolutely he owed us nothing. So.
And he wants to come back on tomorrow night. Is that what he said at the end? He's like, I'll come back on tomorrow night.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for him to do that is just, I don't know. If you guys would take 30 seconds before you go to bed, we would really appreciate it. Just tweet at him. Make sure you let him know whatever you got out of it. I know we got a lot out of it. I know what we're going to be talking about. I'm sure he says it's going to be a movie, so we're going to be talking about that.
I like that.
It's pretty cool from Earl. Bobby and Sarah, you rejoice in your growth and success in a small sample size. Keep on keeping on. Appreciate you, Earl. And Cannonball says, here's to this season. #Vault. Some super chats on our way out, Sarah, which appreciated.
Very much so. All right, sir.
Let me make sure I give one more, thank you to Femi Ayambadejo, the Kid Gowie, Pat Ricard, Charlie Kohler, Jimmy Smith, Keaton Mitchell, and Cole Jackson. What a star-studded guest list we had tonight. It was, God, I just have really take so much pride in this event. We both do. Like, it's just such a rewarding thing to do. And I love how you guys show up and show out. I mean, it's 12:23 right now, Eastern. We've got over 9,500 concurrents. So it's awesome. It's awesome, Sarah. I love these are the types of nights that are just very rewarding. So, thank you for your guest booking efforts. Thanks to all of you guys for dropping by.
No, thank you. I got Charlie. You got the rest.
Well,
we tag teamed on Keaton.
It was a team. Yeah, it was a team. It's pretty funny how you got back to both of us. I mean, what a great guy he is.
Yeah.
Travis says the AFC North rivals went D-line. Why did we not go for protecting Lamar? I like Starks, but I would have been okay with Xavier Watts.
Yeah, no, I hear that. You always do wonder. I just don't know the boards, right? Like, how much higher is Malachi Starks above Watts? But listen, the Ravens got to get an edge rusher. They got to get one. So we got to find out what the plan is throughout. We got to let them finish and figure it out. But I don't want to wait much longer for an edge rusher. I really don't.
Yeah.
Unless there's a why am I forgetting his name right now? Unless there's a 5th round pick out of Grand Valley State here to help us. Judon. Is there another Judon in the 5th round? Because we could use that.
He was an awesome story. Yeah. Got paid by New England.
Yeah.
King Lee showing us love just cause. King, we appreciate you, man. Congratulations on your graduation. He also got back from traveling, I think, abroad recently. And he also says, thanks again, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes, you will. We're very much looking forward to tomorrow's show. I'm sure there's going to be a boatload of content, and I can't wait to get a little bit of rest and then start reaching out to as many people as possible to get some Georgia perspective. I mean, this guy, you talk about high leverage. This guy's a multi-time national championship winner who joins the Ravens. That they're looking for a championship of their own. So Kevin Roberts says, thank you, Sarah and Bobby, for an awesome show. And I think we just got to go. They're going to keep
Yeah,
coming.
we got to go.
And your parents are getting here. So,
yeah, you got to sleep. You got to sleep. I know you got other stuff you need to get done, but you also need to sleep.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Be on the lookout, guys, for this is going to be important too. You know, over 5+ hours of coverage. Right now it says 5:25 and counting. And so we will have multiple pullouts, meaning short, condensed version, rather than having to consume 5+ hours of coverage or toggle to try and find our interviews. You know, we'll have Ricard separate. We'll have, you know, he and Kohler. We'll have, you know, the pick itself and Jimmy live reacting to it and Keaton live reacting to it. So this will be a good opportunity over the weekend to be on the lookout for that. So,
all right.
Appreciate you guys so much. Awesome show. Sarah, you and I will be back at
noon
Eastern. And then we'll also be back, you know, at some point for day 2 coverage as well. A lot of you, sometimes you guys ask for the Venmo. If you want to show some love, at Ravens Vault Podcast is a place outside the super chat side of things that you can do so. Please like the video on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. I promise I'm okay. Hit that notification bell so you'll be notified when we're live again.
That's my door. I got to go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry, my parents are literally at the front door. 88-year-old. I'm not going to make him stand up there. Appreciate you, Bobby. Okay.
Go get him. You going to call me after?
Yeah, I'll give you a ring.
Whenever you want. I'm going to go walk Tilly. All right, go ahead.
All right. Talk to you later.
Under 12 hours, we'll be back live. So look up. I'll close out for us. I've been rambling for like minutes on minutes on minutes. Tilly's looking over here on the futon. She's like, can we please just go outside? Yes, we can. We need to go outside, matter of fact. All right, guys. Appreciate it. I've been rambling for minutes. I'm sure Sarah's like, please get off the show, but I can't close it. Like, I feel like I'm lifeless right now. So this is where Bobby After Dark starts, right? I mean, I'll probably be on for another hour. I should go open up a bottle of wine or something. But our emails are flooded right now. Jack Kilroy's already emailed us. He was the giveaway winner for the Hamilton signed thing. All right, look, I'm going to say this before I leave. Tonight's the night when you separate yourself, right? Tonight's the night where we're all competitors in different arenas. Tonight's the night where we go so ham, we put our foot on the gas pedal so significantly that we can ensure that we're doing it different. I feel like we do that, and I hope you guys feel the same way. There's so much that goes into this. I mean, my brain is mush because, yes, I chugged a couple of these because I knew that we were going to be staring at 5.5 hours worth of coverage. So I got to say, I'm fired up. I mean, we're going to continue to build this. I hope you guys continue to be invested in us. The schedule release will come up on the 14th. We've got so many plans in place for the upcoming season. Coverage tomorrow. I think Ingraven's going to be sitting right here potentially. He might be joining me. I know he and the 410 Sports Talk guys did some live coverage tonight at an in-person event. Kadri's going to be dropping by. So, look, point is, I'll stop the rambling. This is what we work for, nights like tonight. So I hope you guys appreciated it. And I think why it's so important is that it's hard to get players, right? When you're looked at as a non-traditional entity with no access to the team, no traditional access, no formal access, when you're able to land a player, it means a lot. So thank you to the past and present Ravens who joined us tonight. This was a freaking blast, and we got more to come throughout the weekend. Please like the video on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. Hit that notification bell. You guys know the drill. And before Bobby After Dark goes even more off the rails than I already have, I'll catch up with you soon. Thanks so much. Tomorrow, 12 noon Eastern. Be on the lookout. Later.